The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The challengers and legends stages take place in May in France. For the challenger stage, 16 teams compete in a Swiss format across 4 days. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from the challengers advance to the legends stage. For the legends stage, the 8 teams from the challenger stage are joined by 8 teams that advance directly from the RMRs. These 16 teams compete in a Swiss format. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from legends advance to champions. Champions is the final stage of the major. The 8 best teams of the competition play in a best of 3 knockout bracket. The winner will have their name cemented in Counter-Strike history and will walk away with $500,000 US. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Good morning and welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major. 16 BO1s went down yesterday across both streams to decide exactly where we'd find ourselves today, and that is with lives on the line and with qualification awaiting teams to that next Legends stage. There's a lot to play for, there's a lot to lose, and we're all going to find out who's going to be happy, who's going to be crying today, Harry. Heartbreaks, commiserations, but also celebrations. Who will it be?
Yeah, you know, I mean, there was some expected results from yesterday, and then there was some unexpected results along the way.
Sure.
You know, it kind of comes in swings and roundabouts, right? So,
can't win them all.
Yeah, let's start by maybe recapping some of the games from yesterday and what we saw go down there. You already touched upon the fact that it was a lot of games being played, but a couple of key ones here. I think Apeks besting Team Liquid. That was a pretty sick match. It was over here on this stream while we were on the A stream, but I caught all the highlights that I could. That looked like a very legit performance from Apeks. They've actually looked fantastic thus far across the BO1s. They're one of these teams sat 2-0. We also had a pretty gnarly opener where FaZe had to launch a comeback over the likes of Monte to open on good footing here, right? And I think that was important for FaZe Clan to start the major as easily as possible with how they've kind of looked as of late. And then we had the second round of matches. Now over here, I talked about Apeks earlier on.
Go on.
They dished out a 16-0 to Greyhound after Greyhound's incredible comeback in the first round versus Forze.
Yeah, unbelievable performance from Apeks. Obviously, they go on today to even play one of the best teams in the world in G2, so that'll be exciting. We'll have to see how this all shook up the Swiss system, though, Harry, obviously, as we have our matches ahead of ourselves. ENCE FaZe in that upper bracket game, Apeks G2 as well for a 3-0 spot. Those are some spicy ones. And, of course, as we mentioned earlier, elimination with Mouz, a bit of a surprise to see down there, and Liquid as well, who, you know, I think it's a little sad, to be honest, to see this team down in an 0-2 game. A team known to make slow starts, especially at majors, but they're going to have to get some bracket luck, to be perfectly honest, if they're going to make that reverse sweep, Harry, and go all the way through to the Legend stage. This game today should be easy, in theory, against Fluxo, who have had a lot of trouble so far in the major. But yeah, it's all over the place right now. We'll be starting, of course, in BO1s, right in the middle of the pack at the 1-1 games. And to break it down, let's have a look at our schedule for the day and see exactly where we'll be taking ourselves. BO1s into BO3s today, Harry. So from bottom to top, what's the most interesting? What's drawing your eye here, Harry, on the day 2 schedule?
Oh, there's a lot to choose from here. I like the Forze Monte matchup taking place a little later on in the day. Right?
Rematch.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Also, I'm hoping, you know, for Liquid's sake, that Liquid Fluxo affair is one where they can look to find a bit of ground here. It should be, right, with how Fluxo have looked coming into this event. I think FaZe ENCE obviously is enticing as hell, isn't it? Right, and then, you know, our openers to the day, you have Complexity versus Pain, bit of like a regional rivalry almost. And then Greyhound versus the Mongols, same thing can be said over here for what we're going to be covering on the B string. Yeah,
this is a banger. This is a game that many, but not everyone, not those who are in tune, would expect as the 0-2 matchup, Harry. But both these teams surprised yesterday, right? You already mentioned Greyhound's little comeback affair against Forze, a 12-3 down game. They pull it all the way back. They win it in 30. And the flip side, the Mongols as well. These guys look rock solid yesterday. They somehow got away with playing 2 games on Inferno, their favorite map, and not only managed to challenge G2 and take them to a 60-11 loss where Azteca was performing out of his mind, the latest addition to the Mongols, a player that's been struggling but looked really, really solid. But they even got it again against GamerLegion and managed a 16-11 win this time. So I expect to see it in the Veto today, right? It's a map that Greyhound are akin to playing. They have a streak on it themselves, but this is a home map for the Mongols right now. And it's one that, hey, they've already proven they can challenge some of the best teams in the world on. So I think that's a super exciting head-to-head, a regional bout as well. And of course, a revenge matchup from that RMR, the very match that got Greyhound to the major in the first place in the better seed.
Yeah, you know, I think it is kind of wild because I do think that, you know, like you say, there's a very good chance it crops up again. But I hope that Greyhound can exert a bit of pressure over the Veto and try to, you know, I mean, there's always the idea that like you play to your strengths, your opponent, but
for reference, there's no way that we don't see it, right? Just it's down to who picks it. It's, in my head, it's like definitely Mongols, but there's no way the Greyhound would get rid of their insta-ban of Overpass, which leaves it open for the picking, especially considering that Mongols have already proved themselves on Overpass in Europe or against European teams. It was a map they beat Heroic on back at Rio. Sure, that was with the substitute of the coach for Heroic, but yeah, there's no way the Greyhound are going to get rid of their insta-ban unless they've been planning something very, very special. But let's hear from the boys themselves and hear what they had to say about this matchup.
All right, Liaz, Greyhound is 1-1 here at the Paris Major right now. Is that a surprise or is that just in line with expectations?
Probably in line with expectations. I don't think it's fair for us to think we'll go 2-0, but I don't think we go 0-2 either.
And looking at your expectations for the event and being 1-1 right now, you're going up against Mongols. You have a chance at being 2-1. What is the key to actually getting you guys there?
Against Mongols? I don't know. We played against them the Asia RMR and we did pretty well. We played against them quite a few times. We have a history. We feel comfortable. I think I'm going to give you the boring shit answer, but fucking every team's going to say it. Like, we just have to play our game. And just try not to fucking dwell on yesterday too much.
And Greyhounds have been a lot of people's 0-3 picks, and now you guys are actually proving a lot of haters wrong, if you can say it like that. What is your expectation coming out of the Paris Major right now?
I don't know if it's an expectation, but I think like the minimum goal for us is to make it out of this stage, make it to the top 16. A couple scalps off the top 16 teams would be good, but trying to be realistic and just take shit like one step at a time, as always.
And you guys played the Mongols at the RMR. What's going to be different from then to now?
They've definitely had a little bit more time to develop as a team. They were a bit of a fresh lineup back then, so we'll probably expect like a few more things from them, but we're just going to take it as it comes. We've had a pretty packed schedule leading into this event, so we haven't had a crazy amount of time to reinvent ourselves, but we're still confident in our own game, and we'll play that.
And Liaz, you personally have a lot of international experience in playing CS at majors with both Renegades and now Greyhounds. Does that help your team a lot?
I mean, if we're playing Mirage, fuck no, I'm just jump spotting B the whole time, but I think it depends. Like, sometimes, because I'm pretty relaxed during the games, I think sometimes that can rub off onto other people and calm people down, but you know, sometimes you also need a kick in the ass and you need a coffee or a Red Bull, and we'll see what we need today.
Thank you so much. Good seeing you, man.
A classic Liaz interview. You know him, you love him, you get what you want, really, and you get what you expect, a very stoic player, we can call him, with some flair.
I do like that, you know, he's there like, yeah, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm quite calming.
He is quite calming.
Quite good at bringing the vibe.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a nice.
neutral.
This team is exciting because it does have a myriad of mindsets, right? In Liaz just there as you saw, but also Alistair bringing the hype, bringing the noise.
Alistair's like the
I think
hype
it's
man.
the opposite of Liaz. It's kind of exciting. It's good to have, and I think you do need that grounding player that has experienced majors and tier 1 CS.
You need both. I think every team needs someone to kind of be the realist and keep people calm, right? Because being overhyped or like overly jittery and adrenaline, you know, that's not a great vibe. But you also need a hype man. You need someone who can kind of live in like the mad delusional world where even, you know, you could be 14-1 down and they're still going to scream you all the way along to try and come back. Let's switch attention over towards the Mongols. Let's talk about these guys. For me, big talking point at the end of the first down. I think it is for everyone. Got to be Azteca.
Yeah. Right, latest addition to this team comes in over score removed. We don't exactly know why, but it seemed like maybe it just wasn't gelling. However, in my opinion, the best or not, if not second best player on the formerly IHC roster for the Mongols. And Azteca comes in, he doesn't look great online, he doesn't look great at the RMR, but he comes in here and he has 2 incredible maps, carries them through against G2, has some phenomenal T-side ratings. So I'm excited to see if he can repeat it today, especially in this regional bout. But let's not just theorize, let's hear from Mongols what they had to say coming into their grudge match against Greyhound.
Techno, Mongols are 1-1 going up against Greyhound. What was your expectation coming into this event, and does this differ from what you guys had planned?
I think it's the normal result for us, but it should have been 2-0 for us, but we lost the first game against G2. Yeah, we made so many mistakes and lost it. Now it's 1-1. Yeah.
And you said you made a lot of mistakes against G2. What have you guys planned to not make those mistakes again going into this match against Greyhound?
I think, honestly, we didn't play the games for like 3 or 4 days, maybe. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think we're feeling better now.
And that feeling of feeling better, what does the team atmosphere look like right now? Can you tell us about the Mongols camp? What do you guys prepare?
Actually, in Mongolia, we have prepared so well, and the yesterday's win really important for us. It's like confident and mentality, and like this, it's really important to us. Yeah.
And then what is the key to victory against Greyhound? Because you guys are coming from the same region, you might know each other a little bit better than most. What is the expectation here?
We lost in RMR against Grayhound, but I think it will be a revenge match between us. And I think we can win if we play our game or play style. I think so.
Thank you very much. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Playing the game is the key today, and their own game. However, it's a different day, it's a different map for this veto. We actually have Mongols banning out Inferno and going to Nuke, which is a shocker, but it's also one I'm delighted in, Harry. It means that Mongols do want to flex a bit more of their map pool. They want to show more of what they have to work with, and maybe they want to catch Greyhound off guard, who almost certainly would have prepared for Inferno. So I think this is a spicy map to come through for the Mongols, and we'll have to see in this BO1 bout in a 1-1 matchup at the Challenger stage if they can compete and get the revenge arc. Join us for this BO1 in just a moment.
Here we are, ready to go with this Greyhound Mongols matchup. Nuke is the map. But before we get into all that, let's take a look at the predictions over here. Got two old graphics because there's a bunch of us making them. Looks like it's
pretty split,
actually.
All right,
Okay.
I love this. I love
get behind that as well. This is a bit of a coin toss matchup, it feels like.
Yeah, they've actually taken ours out, Harry, because we've got too much on the line here. We've got
there's another page, Hugo.
That's good to know. That's good to know. All on Mouz later, all on G2. Only one Forze pick, which is a surprise, but Monte have certainly looked good. And hey, at least Inco's joined them as well. But yeah, me and you, both on the Mongol side of things. I think the veto is spicy, though. I think they've thrown a spanner in the works to go for Nuke here instead of a very typical Inferno to map the Mongols did have a lot of success on at the start of the year. We've called them the bane of Brazil ever since Rio, right, with their elimination of some of the local teams there at the previous major. But that went into Katowice at the start of the year where they beat Pain and Furia on this very map, obviously with score, so a different team a little bit, but it's still been a mainstay of their roster. For Greyhound, of course, domestically, a similar situation, one that they're commonly playing and commonly beating, but that's not news to Greyhound. They destroy everyone in their region. This is the best team in Oceania, and they have to prove it now that they can do it just outside of their little island, big island in fact, and take it all the way to Asia as well, Harry, taking on the Mongols in a BO1 at a 1-1 matchup. One of these teams today will sit just a BO3 from that Legend stage. Boy, there's a lot on the line. Let's get into it.
Here we go, Mongols with the T-side start and a pair of dual Berettas for ENCE over on this upper site. I want to see what he can bring with the dualies, pushing into the hut. Greyhound being very proactive in the pistol. They're looking to be involved early. The Mongols are holding for this aggression. Ooh, but ENCE is clean with it. The dualies pop off for the first. Now they're getting chased out of the lobby and into ramp, but everyone's falling for Greyhound. They might have kind of thrown the first punch here, but they've been KO'd. And now it's just down to 2, Alistair and ENCE. And Alistair's been hurt up on top of the hut.
Yeah, who's T, who's CC? I don't want to guess right now. Blitz is in main with a USP, and he'll drop Alistair flying in. Just ENCE, who found that first blood, but nothing more. 1v4, good tap. And they only can lose this if they throw it away, if they chase him, if they give him the 1v1s he desperately requires. And ENCE likely going to save here, just armor.
Go on, ENCE.
He's going for it, you think?
Well, I don't think he's going for it, but I wish he did.
It's realistic, you know, save that Kevlar, run it back next time, or maybe just die outside. Oh,
dude, he should have gone for it. Like, look at this, come on now.
He's clean.
He's hit every headshot with the dual Berettas so far. When have you ever seen anyone die to the bomb on Nuke?
That's true. Well, it's 11 health, we'll give him that. Mongols with a pistol round and just very reactionary, right? Waiting around in the lobby. They get given a kill and they burst out ramp to B. So nice pistol for the Mongols. And yeah, I do really fear whether Greyhound, you know, expected this one coming through. The fact that they left Inferno till the bitter end as well.
Yeah, you know,
this is so spicy.
They very, you know, I can anticipate if you're Greyhound, every bone in your body is like, yeah, if we leave them Inferno to play, then Inferno, they shall play.
But I mean, Greyhound were on a streak on it themselves on Inferno, so I think the Mongols recognizing that, yeah, if we were ever going to actually make Legend stage, we have to show we're more than a one-map pool team. Plus, the recent data was right there for the taking for Greyhound. 2 maps played on it yesterday. Creepy Crawly outside.
ENCE was good with the dualies in the pistol, but will he have the same success here?
Don't see him much in second rounds. Twists is the only other player who has outwardly spoken about loving to use these on force buys. Honestly, I've not seen much results with them. I much prefer a P250 in round 2, but I'm down for it. We saw what he had in the pistol. 1 pick for Annihilation. And they're going to continue down below. It smokes them off. But this can always end in an upper hit. The bomb's going back up secret. Yet to be confirmed. Bartak going for a heaven wrap. And if he gets his control, which he certainly will, this only allows Mongols to make an A-split happen. Azteca won't throw away that kill, but he is being flanked in the lobby right now. 5-7 can let you down. Good recovery from Sicko. It's up to the rifle. Techno does a lot of damage, and his team should be able to come in with the help. They actually just drop down below. They don't like the upper hit. 3 players spotted. Into the dualies they go. There's a TK. It's a mess right now. Mongols are throwing in the towel.
Oh dear, it's just Blitz. 1v3, and they're already in at ramp. They could peek him right now.
Winnable.
There's one. Blitz. Gonna try and duck out of there. Both these remaining players are low. Can Blitz finish what Techno started? Oh, on the swing, he's gonna catch Sicko as well. And now it's just Vexite. This 3v1 has crumbled before his very eyes as he moves in through Secret. Blitz seems aware, looks back, and it looks far too easy.
Yeah.
For the Master, look at him go. 2-0. As Blitz farms up in the 1v3.
That's actually a really hard 3-on-1 to win because he's got position. If you don't peek him off the plant, he's got the best gun in the round. He's got position towards double door, which is so powerful. And 2 of the 3 players are low health, right? That could not have been, you know, better for Blitz, how he played that. Greyhound had an opportunity to kill him on the second ramp fight, but a swing and a miss. Mongols will find that second round. It's down to full eco for Greyhound. Good round to test the A site. Even if it's stacked, unlikely Greyhound can hold it down with USPs. And they are gambling ramp anyway, so Mongols will get full control. Take that top hit. Sicko, or ENCE rather, can try and nade the site, but it's not going to stop a plant at this point. They just have to flood in together and hope for the best. Desperate times.
In they come. And there they go.
To be expected.
Yeah.
3-0. This is where the game begins for Greyhound. Guns out now. They can't wait too long. This is a team that in their domestic disputes over on Nuke have a really strong CT record on this map. For IHG, it's quite the opposite. Very strong T-sides on this map. So this is really where we should have the most competitive half, in theory, on paper. But I think we have a different Mongols today. I think we have a different Mongols here in Paris to the team we've seen prior. I think they're up for the task. Oh. Alistair has the AWP, he doesn't want to show it though.
Yeah, I hope we can see Alistair hit the ground running here, right? So often he's kind of the guy who can bring that energy to the team, that kind of flash-ins outside.
It's good info at least.
Bartak with the 4v4 equalizer, and everyone was just spotted towards outside, but the Mongols try to get tricky with it. They're going to start to go back now. Look to leave this outside control.
I like this call, but I wonder whether Alistair knows if they can be down or not. He was holding just above the smoke. They could have crept underneath it, but as far as he's aware, Secret has not been the move for Mongols. He's going to try and clear the rest of Garage, and this is Greyhound, making a very nice information play, pushing outside, realizing the Mongols have likely reset lobby. Now they can turn their eyes to A. There's some blocking going on. Don't want to be shooting through your teammates. Vexite might clear into this angle, and Annihilation had the perfect position. Main smoke cuts out Liaz, and it's all down to Sicko in heaven. He's been flashed out as well. This is getting very awkward for Greyhound. Locked out of their own bomb site, and they're going to have to throw a Hail Mary back in through heaven.
They're trying to get the ball rolling. Nothing being offered to him here, and it might just have to be a save. You're so locked out of the site in this round, and so for Greyhound, this opener gets nothing done.
It's really awkward timing because they go for a nice information play outside and get that info, but as soon as they get it, Mongols creep into the A site. So it's just bad timing really for Greyhound. Vexite not being too aware that he could walk into that angle. Annihilation's holding towards main, and Mongols just get that pick, and of course they hit the top site. Liaz is smoked out. It's an awkward round for Greyhound. And considering they knew exactly what was going on off of that flash play outside, seeing everyone, got to give credit to Mongols for the mid-rounding to reset lobby. They avoid that completely. Very hard for ENCE to get more than one there with so many players, no matter how good your flash is. And here we go. Greyhound gets a piece together another buy after saving 3 guns.
Yeah, that's at least the nice thing about it, right? Is like you immediately kind of get a chance for forgiveness here. Chance to make up for it. And hello.
Oh,
manages to make it down the vent like that. Good shot from Sicko. Lovely little opener. Fall in down the ramp, but Liaz is here helping out from hell. Well, as a result, Sicko kind of gets baited to go back in. He's got support from ENCE down on lower, but Annihilation has dealt with them both cleanly, and Techno manages to elude capture here.
Does he know they've already crept down behind him, though? They're already in double door. If he were to go up, it's a free round, really, but his teammate plants on B and he's not covering. Thinks he's already cleared Secret. Very important reposition for Vexite to go down vent in that timing that Techno was single, and he finds that the bomb denial, whereas Techno thinks he has cleared everything. Also worth noting the missed vent smoke there. It's not massive, it allows Techno to get down vent still, but Greyhound had that info, so suddenly Sicko's aware at ramp. Oh, Vexite even saw that kill. What a beautiful play to not take that shot and prioritize the planter. That was a good round for Greyhound. On the board now, Alistair making the down peak. Ends with a spam, and vent denied this time. It's all coming up Greyhound.
This is a very aggro move from Alistair. Good line with the AWP. Oh, nice to flick up. Annihilation on top of the boost. Quick work made off that AWP outside. I wonder if Annihilation is going to try and get his hands on it.
He hit some bangers yesterday. Another wall of smokes thrown on the fly. Does ENCE want to risk it all again with a smoke push? He might not fancy his chances.
You know, I don't remember if... oh, sorry, why did I say I don't remember? I don't know if you're going to agree with me here. That's what I meant to say. But Annihilation has actually been someone I've really enjoyed. Because I remember, you know, our first proper look at him was back at Rio, and it was like... He had some rough moments, so some like frustration peaks, some kind of plays that didn't just feel like they matched the level. And I feel like he's gotten a hell of a lot better as
there was
time's
some
gone
nerves.
on.
I mean, unfortunately, you can pinpoint Mongol's elimination from Rio down to him swinging in a 1v1 when he didn't need to.
Yeah.
At 15-14, they got eliminated. So he's definitely lost some of those nerves. He's had far better games in the last couple of months this year alone. He's looked a lot better as an individual. Sicko on the B side, very low here, but one kill would go a long way. 20 seconds, they're sticking it. Oh, the cover is incredible. Blitz goes through the smoke. 2-on-2 now. ENCE shuts it down. Dink comes through as well. Annihilation, what can he do this time? He's getting given a 1v1. ENCE swings alone with no teammate, leaving Vexite in the clutch. Annihilation, not far to go. He's stuck on the site. Vexite must know his position, and Annihilation just needs that instant headshot. Doesn't realize he's out ramped yet. He should be a dead man walking. Vexite's creeping in right now, and he's got the round for Greyhound. What a save. That was very scary.
Yeah, Greyhound do have this tendency of like loving to make it, you know, as entertaining as possible.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Like they are all about the kind of entertainment value there. Giving up the 1v1 when they were, you know, don't get me wrong, like he's already out ramp on a bit of an angle, like fighting. But there were chances to go back, we'll say. There were chances to disengage and wait for his teammate. Still, they get the round, and that's what matters.
Good save for Vexite. Hit the perfect timings to creep in. Still, Mongols make a difficult round close.
You know, while we have this little timeout for the Mongols, they've called in their first tack here. Going back to the Annihilation point, yeah, I felt like it's been cool because it's been like a very clear progress in my eyes, right? Like a lot of the kind of, you know, nerves was a very good word for it. A lot of those nerves feel like they've kind of moved away. It feels like he's refined the play style a little bit more as well. You know, he's pretty proactive. He was someone who even in like his early debut games was able to find like impact on maps that don't lend themselves well to the AWP. I think like T-side AWPing Inferno, he was normally good to find a decent bit of impact. That's actually gotten better as time's gone on, which is super cool to see.
He went from what seemed like a very passive T-side AWPer to someone who is willing to...
He's like a playmaker. Yeah, right? No, it's cool.
No, the development has been very clear, and that's been enjoyable to watch because I definitely wasn't sold on him after the Rio Major.
Yeah, he looked like the weakest link, you know, and like... And it was one of those ones where it's like, oh, you're going to need to do a lot of work, you know? And he's definitely done that work.
That's the issue with the way Counter-Strike is right now. There's no room to be an AWPer and not be a star. Like, almost every team, their AWPer is a star in some capacity, or has to be a playmaker. So, yeah, we're seeing that more and more out of Annihilation. He's dinked in this round, had to pass off his rifle to a teammate. They're trying to bait a ramp shot. Alistair's in a good position, but he gets mollied. He goes back for more cocky stuff. We love to see it. Alistair gets down towards the B-bomb site, but this is all a ruse anyway. Azteca won't commit. The rest of Mongols going back in through main right now. It's up to Liaz. He spots some legs. Good timing on that check, but Techno low. ENCE will finish the job with 3 outside, and Mongols get swept off of the table right now. 1v5 for Azteca. He ain't winning this one. No time, no bomb, no position. And Greyhound, this is a huge round to keep clean, to start building some funds for later.
Yeah, this was actually, you know, the perfect time for Greyhound to have a round like this, because now they have an eco coming down the pipeline in the next. It's just another chance to keep the round nice and tidy, right? Like, and so very, very quickly you're going to have like a couple of rounds where you have, you know, you have 5 alive here. Say next round you get out with 4, like you're kind of laughing all the way to the bank. You've built up a nice residual bit of cash, and so that's going to give you some staying power. I'll say with the save, Mongols are a team that sometimes play on the weird end of the economy.
Yeah.
You know, we've definitely seen them have games get away from them thanks to some over-aggressive purchases, but they're not looking to subscribe to that right now. They're looking to come in with a bit of a level head here. They've taken the eco around this 1 AK, and I like that.
Yeah, they got good loss bonus, so
I'm always paranoid they're going to come through with some crazy, you know, cobbled together, like couple of Galils in play type buy.
Ooh.
But nah, just give some room for
Hello?
Pecker on that.
Oh dear, boys.
Maybe a lapse in the communication here because ENCE was getting fought, but no one outside was really prepared for a red swing.
Yeah, that is communication. Or misunderstanding of the information, we'll call it. Artak tries to line up a smoke. Alistair back in garage now. ENCE is going to go back for more. Swinging through the util. He will get punished eventually, but Alistair is here to put a lid on it. Nice shot for where that came from. He'll land it. Alistair good for 2 and no more. Annihilation's got a gun. What more can he do in the 1v3? Nothing. Vexite denies. And Greyhound, again, 3 alive. Happy with that. They can't find the AWP at the end of the round. It's on top of the box. And so they'll have to spend a little bit more, but it's worth it. Mongols coming back in with a full buy. And a very important round to win for the Mongols. Otherwise, this will start sweeping out of control.
Yeah, I like that ENCE has clearly come into today feeling good. I think that was obvious even with how he looked in the pistol. And I think he's just trying to flex that a little bit in those sorts of rounds, right?
You have to be confident in this game, right? A regional matchup, a team you're very familiar with as well. You can't come through. You're not playing a tier 1 team. You got to believe in yourself and your roster and your individual performance. What a play for Greyhound. Look at this. They've just walked into lobby. They're up on roof at 1:30.
The Mongols aren't even on roof yet. They're only just climbing up.
Sick. They don't even
Imagine
have to
that.
commit.
The first fight you get is on T roof. Also, if he hung around up there, they were like slowly going up the ladder. I'm so freaked out by that move. Ooh, ENCE going to try his hand at the lobby aggression. So that's him, you know, still trying to flex this great game he's having. Getting punished for it. Liaz will make up for it and re-extend this lead back in favor of Greyhound. But look at Techno go. He creeps out silently. Contact into the upper site. Trying to offload the line of defense here is Vexite. The backstab from Sicko finds success. Oh, Monte looks right at him. What's happening? Hello, in the hut. There's Sicko coming through with the round.
I think ENCE plays it too smart. Like, I think if he just sits on roof, he can just win the round off that position. It's so powerful. It's so hard to get up there as well, right? You've got to climb a ladder. You've got to do something silly. And, you know, sure, you can get caught from T-spawn. There are definitely angles to catch a roof player, but if you pick a really grimy spot in the back corner, you're not getting cleared. You're probably going 2 for 1 there. Instead, he goes back to lobby only to re-aggress. You know, I would have liked to see him just stay on the roof and take advantage of that position. We're seeing a lot of knives out, a lot of players being caught unsuspecting, and I feel like we now 10 rounds in, that's got to stop, right? That has to end. You're going to get fought constantly, everywhere, anywhere, all at the same time. So people need to stay on their A game right now. Smokes will be allowed. Alistair AWPs outside, but he's getting cut off. Good shot. It's something at least.
That was like a leg through the box outside. Nice bit of nade damage, just helped soften them up. Sicko, here's a couple of footsteps down towards Secret.
Nice reposition.
Not much of a lower rotate though, it is just still Sicko here alone. He's going to have some reinforcements as ENCE moves in through ramp. It's a kind of a layered defense here. Sicko is the first point of contact. Doesn't want to go down accomplishing nothing here. Could run the risk of getting overwhelmed. Instead, he takes every single fight they give him. And he wins all of them. 3 in the round for Sicko. He's lived up to his side of the bargain, and it's left it all on Annihilation.
3 bullets in the mag. Got to be pinpoint here. And knows there's more in store with players close window. ENCE is just tucked himself in a corner, and Annihilation doesn't have the ammo for that one. Greyhound still on fire. 6 rounds in a row ever since they started getting guns on the board. And a pause may be needed here for the Mongols to try and reset. Coach looks fine to not call it for now, but they're in trouble. No doubt about it. These have been clean rounds out of Greyhound. Keeping 3 alive in, or 3+ in 4 out of the 6. No AWP for Annihilation. That's a choice. He could have afforded it. We go for rifles and set up some util on the A side. Smoke's outside, but this looks like a fake into an A split right now. Missed jump on the silo. But Bartek will join Techno here. 2 players on silo is atypical. But they still look interested in this top hit. And Alistair has been very mobile on the CT side, starting outside, starting ramp, now starting in hut. And this is a great position to get ahead of the A hit. Play your fullback. Hit 1 and go back to the site. Alistair just plays solid CS, man. I feel like I don't see many mistakes out of this guy. And they're going to go for this split anyway, but Alistair's still here denying.
Trapped in at the CT vent, though. They know he's here. Teammate Indoor going to need to help him as he's run at. Never mind, Alistair. No scope required. As now it all falls onto Techno 1v4. That's how a lot of these rounds have gone, just left in these impossible clutches. Techno given a chance at the fight onto Sicko, but can't win it out, and it's another 4 alive round here.
Just a bit discombobulated for the Mongols, right? Like, the double silo was so they had a main split and a heaven split, but then the heaven split super late, which isn't necessarily a problem if you're getting the top hit picks, but it felt like they lose that first player, and they just start to commit early before the main guy's in position. They're going outdoor, potentially trying to avoid the AWP they think is on hut, but Alistair just keeps switching up his positions. They can't figure out where he's going. They molly him, he smokes it, he just hides, buys so much time, and even hits 1 more no scope. Yeah, this is a solid CT side right now from Greyhound. It's what we have seen domestically. It's what we come to expect, and they seem to have a good level of familiarity against the Mongols on this map. And dude, that's despite having never played them on it. In officials, of course. Another broken buy for the Mongols. But this T-site's not filling you with hope.
It started so nicely as well for the Mongols, right? That first rifle round, if you remember, they forced that 3-man save after denying some of the early moves that Greyhound tried to make. Since that point, they've accomplished nothing. And a lot of the rounds haven't even felt particularly close, but that's something to go off of there. Techno, close check onto ENCE. Arms them with one of these rifles now. Alistair up in heavens needs to be cognizant. Oh, Annihilation with the Deagle. All right, lad, go on. Oh, follow-up kill from Blitz. This one's starting to come together for the Mongols. A 5v2. Surely this one cannot get away from them.
Just got to play tight, right? Got to play for trades. They know there's a player in main. They'll take a fight. Backside low, had to swing eventually, and Blitz will catch him out, leaving Liaz in a 1v4. And we know Liaz, he's got the experience, Harry. He's got the aim.
And because he has the experience, he knows he should just save here.
Sad, but true. But if they give him kills on this top hit, or on the top side rather, that might tempt him in. But B-bomb plant, Liaz knows it's a little too far gone. And even Blitz is wrapping heaven. So no options open until it's too late to win the round. Sucks for Liaz. But Mongols on the board. Wonder what made Alistair swing there. I said not a player we see many mistakes from. He had the perfect angle, but a few more seconds of patience, he would have had a kill.
Yeah, I think every bone in your body is telling you don't get 1-degged on the first peak when you're AWPing out. You know,
true,
you kind of have to believe that, like, they have pistols, I have the AWP, I win that.
Yeah, just a bit of a wide swing. And Annihilation's Deagle, that's another factor, right? We often say AWPers have strong pistols and Deags. We see it a lot. Oh, did the AWP just... Where did that come from? Heaven? The bomb just blew the AWP from heaven. But the bomb was B.
Yeah, they had the AWP anyway. It got picked up by Azteca earlier on. And then he dropped it for an AK. So I guess he dropped it with the intent to fall off. There we go. That was kind of the kill that kick-started the whole round, really. I mean...
Oh, there it was. Oh, he was going to grab it. Yeah, that's still pretty sick. Yeah, Annihilation's Deagle is crazy. Now he's got the AWP out, Harry. They're going to let him go for an opening kill. I like this. He will get mollied out of doors. It's a deep molly for Greyhound. Key. They're using a nice lineup that doesn't land too shallow to stop vent play and Bloom on a smoke, but instead denies that exact peak. Alistair, new round, new position, new me. He starts down secret. And couldn't be at a better time.
Yeah, right. Great timing on this reposition. You know they've kind of been doing a lot of stuff over here towards outside, so trying to get a bit of a handle on that is Alistair. Set up with the AWP here, but they're already very, very deep. He might have missed the window to get super involved. Flux Annihilation out of the round, but the rest of the gang are here. He's just going through the motions on this AWP.
Ouch.
They peek him close, but he will get back around the corner.
Oh, no.
Time just barely eludes them.
What?
Tries his hand at the no-scope, but the molly burns out Vartak, and his teammates are here to lend a helping hand. That is a flawless round versus the Rifles.
It was so quick. It was so quick. They're just laughing. Bartek jumped through the molly on low health as well. I don't know. It was optimistic. Seeing some scary rounds out of the Mongols right now. Even though they had that nice drop to set Alistair off a little bit and give them timing on the chase, they full send that chase into the double vent drop. Great movement for Alistair as well. It's just, even, I thought he was running too long of a route, but he hits that perfect jump into vent. Just gets behind cover. And that's the energy that this guy brings. Yeah. Case and point, 8-5. Greyhound back in now after a quick techie. They're looking good.
Tell you, man, every team needs that mad lad that kind of hypes you up. Really lets you know when you're doing a good job.
Oh, they're just making so many plays on the CT side as well.
Oh, okay. He's on a little jiggle, and they peek ahead of the smokes outside. Sicko's going to start to contain this on the rotate back out. They will make it down secret. There's nothing that Sicko can really do about that. One man moving in late, right at the back of the pack.
This is the best round for the Mongols in a long time because no one has seen it, so no one is B. They're going to have to play retake.
Alistair's cleared out the lobby. He's been having a bit of a rough game. We'll get something over here towards outside. Now they know they've got him pinned in behind main. That's a tantalizing prospect. If you're Greyhound, you've got one guy trapped out here on an island. Liaz will get rid of him. Alistair's already down and lower. And that AWP, that's the bomb dropped over in window. The rest of the gang were out through decon. It's a little separated on this push into the B site. Without that bomb, this now becomes a very tricky round for the Mongols. If it had come out door, along with the rest of the gang, they would have a plant here in the 2-on-3. Instead, they're left in a situation where they've got to go fighting. And in doing so, they run into this AWP all over again. It's low HP on Annihilation that Vexite finishes off, and so Techno's got to cook up a solution. 1v3 on the peak. It's awkward, it's not clean, and Liaz moves in to lend a helping hand. Beautiful round from Liaz over towards out, and then repositioning all the way into ramp. Lovely little double from him. He's had a bit of a quiet game, and alongside him, I think Alistair once again deserves the honorable mention here. Right, contains that B play, drops the bomb, throws the whole round into disarray, even lands the tag onto Annihilation, tries to get aggressive at ramp.
Yeah, just these silly little mistakes for Mongols, right? Just not prioritizing who's on the bomb, who's taking it where, trying to get nades in. Sure, cutting off ramp is nice, but that's the risk. It'd be the very limited reward. His team could have mollied the ramp from the back of decon. He doesn't go get the plant. Gonna go through this ramp smoke. Bit of a mauling. Sicko does some good damage, but they're still gonna go 1-for-1, and they'll take that straight down to B, where Alistair already sits with ENCE.
Yeah, he's been so mobile. Oh, Alistair, lovely double. Any more? He goes swinging wide, but ENCE is there to back him up. And whenever you run into one man, there's so often two. It's a 10-round first half for Greyhound, and that's in spite of starting this 0-4. Beautiful first half from them, and now the Mongols have their work cut out for them.
The Hounds are off to the races. They are running on this track, 4 legs, sprinting Harry straight to a 10-round CT side. That was phenomenal. It started so well for the Mongols. I was feeling optimistic for these boys, but it all fell apart. A lot of winnable rounds, a lot of 3-on-3s, and Greyhound with some very aggressive CT moves. Alistair all over the map, and man, did ENCE put on a great first half. So right now, looking great for the Aussies. A pistol round would cement them in this BO1 series and surely set them 2-1 up. We'll see if they can convert it though, or if the Mongols have more in store.
Oh, it's a nice opener for Sicko. Blitz trying to play around these smokes outside, but they've already made it down secret. Even he's not out of the danger zone yet. Alistair will deal with him. As Techno with his dualies is immediately vanquished down towards lower. Techno and his dual Berettas find a little bit of success, but gonna require a big individual moment from someone here on the Mongols, and now it is just Techno left in the limelight, 1v4. And he'll have to save here. He's got that armor intact at least, slightly cheaper in the follow-up round for this guy, but a real rough way to open up. You know, the entire basis of the rounds that Mongols have right now was kind of based around the pistol in the first half, right? Finding the pistol, the 2 conversions on the back of it, winning that first rifle round. And past that point, they got 1. And even then, the 1 round they got, if you remember, was a force buy. It was like Deagles and armor, where they got their 1 other round in the half. So this doesn't bode well for the comeback here, losing out on the pistol.
Yeah. I love that pistol for Greyhound as well. Like, completely caught Blitz off guard, running for secret with 1 smoke, and so Alistair still had their flank covered, and he's just sitting behind it. He could have even called for them to go back up then. Somebody's been very vocal after that kill, but they got a second one down lower. Why not commit? You've got your numbers in position. Leave Alistair to lurk. Lots of options with that pistol. Greyhound 11-5, and this is the desperate force for the Mongols. They kind of had to go for it. They need results right now. Let's take a quick in the vent, or by the side rather, knows that no one dropped. That's info at least. Mongols will send a player down below. Try and watch for this outside control. And Greyhound calling a nice safe lobby default in the second round of the half, making sure his pistols aren't getting too cheeky. Good grenade to backside. Shreds Techno half. And ENCE will cause a ruckus in the yard with some smokes. He's just drawing attention for this upper hit. Blitz very lucky to be alive right now. And that could help him out later perhaps, but doesn't seem like ENCE needs to cross. There are at least numbers on the A site and a fast flank available from Bartak. But even then, you need that first kill, Harry, or it all comes crumbling down.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mollies in play for Greyhound. They're able to displace every one of these pistols if they want to, but they go running in. They take the fight straight up. Works out initially, but they've been slowed down in the door. Now bullied by utility. Softened up by Blitz from outside. Bartak still waits in the back of the site. He's clean with the 5-7 on the opener, but needs to offer up a little bit more. It's just the one and done. Annihilation's been mollied out of heaven. Having to take a later swing, and that seals his fate in this round. Blitz is turned upon by ENCE, and so it's a quick path to recovery there. As interesting as Blitz and Bartak made it for a moment, peeling back that 3v5 to the 3-on-3, they all fall past that point. Not even really getting to have a fair fight. So well done for Greyhound to contain that. Would have been easy to kind of let that spiral out of control, especially when, you know, you get held up in the door in the fashion they did. It gets a bit awkward. The nade's done like 30 damage to everyone that was trying to spill out into the site.
ENCE has played extremely well in this game. He was slow to start, but strong to finish against Forze. But right here, right now, just been doing everything he can. And that's considering Alistair's taking so much of the limelight in terms of like impact kills on AWP. But ENCE has just consistently been putting up multi-kills in so many rounds. Liaz holding lobby, gets fed again, another as the mollies push Mongols into crosshairs. I mean, for crying out loud, ENCE has 7 multi-kill rounds. He might make it 8. This is like the dream game for Greyhound right now, where it feels like nothing can go wrong. And on these anti-ecos, they're making them clean and concise. 1-5, nothing to do. 13 rounds for Greyhound now. A gun round is everything for the Mongols, or this will be a game to forget about, and they will find themselves 1-2, facing elimination. To think that Greyhound, Harry, might be able to sit just a BO3 from the Legend stage with 2 chances to find it. It is not unrealistic.
I mean, dude, like Liaz even said in that interview, like, yeah, I think, you know, in terms of goals, ours would be to get out of this stage, you know, like move into the Legend stage. And man, I don't know.
And it's what we said yesterday. It's the best Greyhound that we've seen since Renegades. And even before that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the reason why I like that interview is when I think of Liaz, he's someone who doesn't really like to set like these identifiable missions for the team. Usually he's quite, you know, relaxed in terms of the vibe that they rock up with.
It's realistic as well. I mean, this is a team that's only yet last major managed to actually field a win in the challenger stage. And sure, you know, you can always put the asterisks of like, yeah, they are favorites in the regional bout. They are meant to win this matchup. They have previously, they did at the RMR, but they're doing it dominantly. They looked sick against Forze. And there are definitely...
We don't talk about the Apeks game.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, okay. You win some, you lose some. I mean, I feel like we're being realistic. They're not the best team in the region. Not the region. They're not the best team in the major, but they could absolutely upset some of these squads. The fact they did it against Forze means sky's the limit.
Blitz playing here early. That felt like it could have been the double. He does a lot of damage onto Liaz. It's just the one and done. They get ahead of that Molotov, running on through it. Techno trapped in the fence, head on a swivel. Alistair just gets out with his life intact. That's the bomb now trapped in the vents. ENCE can offer up a path to rotate here. The A plant is still available to Greyhound, and they are not out of the round yet. 2v3 as they move in, and ENCE has carved a path here for the A play.
Ah, that hurts. I actually don't mind that swing. I feel like you've got to get a kill while you have it. Annihilation's patience pays off. While you know their positions, take them. ENCE in a 1v2 and a great reposition from him if he stays on this, holds main. He has an easy 1v1. Legs get shown. He grabs him out, but he's right behind you. Down in the hut, he hears footsteps. Annihilation running amok, and ENCE wins the clutch. Another multi-kill for this man, and a crucial round one at 14-5 to make this a dominant game, to deny any hope of a comeback. Reassuring rounds for Greyhound. They do it in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, and losing a round like that, that's just soul-sucking for the Mongols, man. Like, that's one where you are actively upset with how that's gone down, right? Everything about it felt like it was your round. You'd finally kind of contained one of these grouped plays that Greyhound were going for. And then the lurk of ENCE opens the back door and gives them a path. He wins the 1v2 to close it. And, you know, at every turn, you felt like that was your round if you're the Mongols, and it's stripped away from you. It leaves them with a mishmash bye up against 14.
Yeah, and Aztec has been getting cancelled out on the CT side, right? He's been getting mollied, hut roof.
He's had a really rough go at it here, man. Like, a very, you know, that is one of the problems. Someone like Score did have the experience, at least, to kind of build back in. For Azteca, I think he knows, you know, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him as well. That only adds to the pressure of a game like this.
Oh, that's cheeky. Sicko getting caught lining up in spawn. Blitz with a big kill, but ENCE has already made it past him, and I don't think he was ready for that. 4-on-4 immediately retrieved, and with smokes outside, they lose all info. Azteca has to drop vent. And this is all a ruse as well. It's perfect. They can creep out door for free. Techno needs a multi, or this might be match point.
And P9 that can fly up the vents on Azteca once contact is made. Ooh. He's really trying to toe the line. He wants to be as fast as possible getting up the vent when his time comes, but he also doesn't want to get caught on the vent as they try to drop in.
Here we go.
So he's going to start to move up now.
Warp though.
The AWP on Alistair's seen him, but a missed shot. The MP9
Nice.
moves into its territory and locks him out. It's ENCE alone in the clutch. He's done it once before, but there isn't time this time. And so ENCE just looking to maximize damage here. They'll swing him. They give him a couple of fights before all is said and done. And they run him down after time as well.
Yeah, Techno gets his multi-kill also, right? Comes out with 3 kills, 2 from the back of the site. And yeah, Azteca even clearing Alistair, who misses his one opportunity with the AWP. That's awkward. He quick switched off to, you know, move out because he was scoped up on main. Really awkward timing for the AWP, but nice hold on the A site finally for Mongols. Took a little bit too long there for Greyhound after they faked out lower. The Mongols were very ready. And so they find something, they find 6. But it's just such a long road back in this map. Can't even really be considered yet. Greyhound have more in store. Nice pick for Blitz, man. This is, you know, this is typically the best player on the team. This is a guy you can and should be relying on at this point in the matchup. If there was any hope ever, it would be off the back of Blitz. Happy to take an aggressive fight. Now covers main. And the Mongols have an opportunity here to put Greyhound on pistols.
Sitting in that smoke with the door blown off is making me nervous, man. The boost been spotted. Blitz tries to take out the man underneath. That's some great situational awareness there. Doesn't pick the fight versus the guy that can actually see him. He's just spamming the bottom of that boost. Liaz dead, attempting to move out door. This round kind of became a bit disjointed the moment they lose Alistair. And these fights get super awkward outside. Blitz with a beautiful round. A hat-trick from the man at the helm of Mongols. And he has been a very dependable piece. It's him and Annihilation up towards top of the board right now for the Mongols.
Annihilation was winning them T-side rounds, some of their only rounds in this game, right? The eco with the Deeg shots to heaven. Had a couple of nice chances on the T-side. Good round from Blitz, still so much more to put down the way of Greyhound. For Greyhound, it's just about closing now. Can be the most difficult aspect of these games, but plenty of lead to play with. 4 Glocks, try and waste some utility, waste some time, and a bomb plant would be the ultimate goal, but on a map like Nuke, with no util, very difficult. Monte got to be careful, they might go through. He's ready with the MP9. Honestly, no better gun for this position. He's going for more.
Ooh. Right. I'll get glocked out by ENCE, and I like that he's quick to try take the space here, but not going to live long. ENCE fed to that AWP. Liaz going to take up position here out towards ramp. But the AWP is just holding from hell. Has a teammate here to back him up. Safe and sound for Blitz and Annihilation.
Like the way they play that, you know. We've seen some silly rounds for the Mongols on T-side, but even just trying to play for damage control there, having your AWP covered by a rifle, not re-peeking on ramp for a multi-kill, just playing safe, minimizing damage. These are all the things you need if you were ever going to pull this game back. But Greyhound can dispel all rumors of a comeback with a round like this. AWP for Alistair, plenty of nades. Got double AWP on Mongols, why not give it a go? Take one to ramp. Greyhound set up upper very quick, but they've also got a lurker outside again, going silo. I've never seen as many missed silo jumps in this game as I have ever before. I don't think Sika went for it this time, but he missed it a couple of rounds ago. We had 2 missed jumps for the Mongols. No biggie. Bartak probably won't push ramp with the AWP here, so fortunate the Greyhound are not covering it. Late smokes at the minute mark. Often a sign of a fake, but anything's possible. Greyhound have not gotten much util out of the Mongols. They've still got 2 mollies. That might do something though. Oh, big gap. Blitz doesn't fancy it. Smoke's come down outside. We've got ENCE working with it. But as I said, maybe a fake. 40 seconds. A looks tantalizing.
That re-smoke at the door is so problematic. And even then, you know, you touched upon it earlier on, there's still this Molotov in play on Blitz over in main. Techno's got his as well, so Greyhound have got to come through the util, and that's not what you want here. You were hoping you'd done enough to get it out, draw it out of the Mongols. ENCE with his main split offers something up, but no love found for the Greyhound over towards this upper hit. They are locked out decisively so by the Mongols. And I really like, you know, as that round kind of ticked on, you could see like the cogs in Blitz's head, you know, whirring over in main, trying to piece together what was happening. I think he had a good read on the situation, didn't panic once the outside smokes came in, felt comfortable in calling the bluff of Greyhound there. And sure, it meant that like he wasn't ready for ENCE on the main split, but when you've mollied the door, when you've smoked the door in the final, you know, 20 seconds of the round, your teammates just mollied the hut, you don't really care that the main split's coming in, you know?
That was a solid A-hold, and yeah, the reason if you see smokes in the minimark, it's often a fake because there's just so much room to clear down B and so much time for the CTs to be in any position. You often won't commit with the smokes downstairs and try and clear everything with less than a minute, sometimes 30, 40 seconds. You know, it's unlikely. So Mongols actually didn't need to shuffle at all, and because they have a ramp orb as well, that can actually just reinforce B instead of playing secret. So a really nice just confidence for the Mongols, knowing that they read the situation right, holding on to their util, and stopping that A hit. Bartek's even holding for the heroic boost on ramp. They know the orb got saved, they know there's an opener attempt, and he's dead running outside.
Yeah, he crossed slow with the AWP, and Annihilation was holding for it.
Yeah.
Couple of missed shots out of Bartek. He's going to hang around and fight this. They're all missing. Both the AWPs firing off shots, but neither one connecting here. Luckily enough, Bartek ain't punished. Annihilation could be, as he's full blind. Vexite nails him with the flash.
Did he see him? It looks like it. What can you do about this? Just, oh, what? Will the glass soak the shot? That's the question. 85 damage. Oh, it didn't hit it either. 20 seconds, there's a man at the back of the site. How do you clear this with the AWP? You probably don't. Bomb's on his back. But is it just a save for Alistair?
I mean, saving the AWP's fine, but Liaz wants to die here.
Yeah.
And they'll give him his wish. Sicko also wants to die here.
Kind of surprised by that, but he wants loss bonus, and he can still actually buy the AWP. Just Alistair can't get him back unless he buys just Kev. Not the end of the world, going for damage. But right now, Mongols are picking up steam, man. They're up to double digits on the CT side with 5 rounds in a row. We're seeing some nice setups. Haven't seen a lower take attempt. Haven't seen ramp on a gun round. There's still plenty of options for Greyhound here on this T side.
Yeah, I kind of hope they just steer away from Blitz. Like, he's been the big threat, you know, for my money, over towards outside. He's kind of been harassing them here, right? Very engaged early on, very much down to try and contest this space. And, you know, while that's pretty tantalizing, if you're someone like Alistair with the AWP, like, you know, the idea that you're going to be given an outside fight, while for someone like ENCE, who's 30 kills deep in this game, he probably feels quite comfortable trying to take that 1-for-1. There is this part of me that just looks at it, and you know, you can see that Bartek's been having a very rough game. He's got that second AWP over towards ramp. They just tested him with the pistols, and he missed and flubbed every opportunity that was given to him. So I kind of hope that draws them back over towards the ramp room. You can see the Mongols were worried about this same thing. They'd reinforce this side of the map with both AWPs, but Greyhound make it down the vents. That means these AWPs are going to be in the B site in time. It's just one from Annihilation. Backstab comes in quickly from Techno. It's being held, it's being considered, and Vexite finally giving us a good round here. Greyhound looking to get right back onto this. Their winning ways eluded them for a while.
Yeah. Liaz
in the 4v3 like this, AWP, one of the pieces trying to retake in through ramp. So much is weighted on a kill presenting itself soon to the Mongols, and if it doesn't, they can't win this round.
They have to go for it. They've got so much money. You've got to give this a chance. But 3 on 4, they've got to smoke for the bomb. Need to get that on soon. Great flashbang. Vexite's back in the sight. Oh, they're so blind. There's no time. Vexite's just buying enough. Sitting inside of the smoke. They're on the time, but they're on the stick. 2 seconds denied by Liaz from the doorway. And that might be it. Unless Blitz can get the stick. 2 more seconds. The spam denies. And Greyhound fined 15 at the end. That is terrifying. But it is a round. 2 sticks down to the wire, and neither come through thanks to Liaz.
Liaz was actually the perfect man to still have alive in that chaotic 1v2 moment, right? Because he's not someone who gets flustered super easy. You know, you heard him in the interview before this game where he said, like, I am kind of the cool, level-headed one of the team, right? And that would have been a situation where it would have been so easy to get lost in the source, man. They get on the bomb twice in a row in that smoke. They get so close to defusing it both times.
Gonna do it again. Run it back, baby. Get down vent. They know they can. And also, what's so key about Liaz in that round is he was set to lurk ramp, but Bartek was holding for him with the second AWP, and he never lurked ramp because they had a 4-on-3, they had B, they didn't need to kill that bad. He can just play super late in the round, and it felt like, oh my goodness, okay, this is a mess. They're running out upper, and they've got all the kills. They lose a vent man. Greyhound ready to win this map right now. Some pep in their step, some oomph, and ready to deny. Bartek can get one more kill, but he's got to wait for Blitz.
Oh, it's the clash of the top performers here, but ENCE is in such a good position to deal with this, to contain the main component. Blitz is not ready for it, and with just Bartek left standing, this one looks to get away from the Mongols. The comeback denied here that they tried to embark upon in this second half. This 3v1 looks to go the way of Greyhound. They're not giving him fights. They're not giving him anything. They are playing the man advantage, and Liaz is there to close, saving the day for Greyhound. As they 16-10 the Mongols, they now sit up 2-1 and just 1 BO3 away from the Legend stage.
That would be historic, wouldn't it? That would be incredible to see the rise of this team. They've been playing more and more EU events, finding more and more success, look decent in front of the home, well, back in Melbourne at least, in front of the home crowd. Had struggles to close there, but the Mongols almost a comeback, however, not quite. They found 5 rounds in a row, Harry. They had a decent CT side. I've got to say, if they want either of those sticks, I think this game could have gone down to the wire, could have gone to an overtime affair. Instead, pep in the step for Greyhound. They do back-to-back rushes, and they win the game. Reassuring to see them actually close. I was a little worried there for a moment that the comeback was materializing.
Yeah, you know, there was like a bit of worry, I guess, for a moment. But Greyhound just had a lot of individuals that were finding a lot of impact here, right? And that was like a big notable difference. Yes. You kind of have multiple players who could stand and deliver. And I know ENCE was really the focal point of that at 31 kills across this. But, you know, he kind of cooled off a little more towards the end of the T side. It became more of a team game there. You had guys like Vexite, who had been sat down bottom of the board throughout the majority of that game, start to find his impact and his voice towards the end. So, yes, some very reassuring signs from Greyhound, who we actually have on the line in a bit of an interview.
All right, Alistair, congratulations on a victory against Mongols. Just to recap what's happened so far, you guys lost yesterday, but also had a, pretty decent victory yesterday, but it was a 16-0. How did you bounce back mentally and then win this match?
I think you sort of got to laugh it off a little bit, and I don't know. It's rough, obviously, 16-0, but at the end of the day, 16-0, 16-1, it's not that difference for us. We just had a shit game, and yeah, we sort of just reset overnight, and we've played Mongols, we're a bit familiar with them, so we're comfortable.
Decent. And then looking at your personal performances yesterday, you were the top performer in one match and the bottom performer in another, and now today, hey, you guys are mentally reset, you come out on Nuke, and this is a 16-10 victory for you guys. What went different? What did you look at yourself in the mirror and say to yourself this morning?
We just know what we're capable of. Obviously, we didn't show up against Apeks at all yesterday. Our Mirage T-side's been rocky this event, as you could tell. Like I said, we're comfortable with playing Mongols now. There was quite a time there where they were on top of us for a long time, and I think now the tide's sort of turned. So, yeah, just familiarity sort of helped us.
And then looking at your match today, throughout the first few rounds on the CT side, Mongols had you guys for 4 rounds. Then you guys steamed together, and then you string together a lot of rounds until you guys get into the second half, get 4 more, and then Mongols start clawing back. What happened there? Can you explain that?
I think the 4-0 start was just us being a bit slow. I think once you break that, like, initial round, you sort of just, I don't know, you get an opening, you know, and we just started snowballing a little bit and got more rounds, ended up 10-5, which was good. We had a good start to the T side, but then, I don't know, it just felt like they got 10 times sharper. Blitz was playing aggressive and we couldn't really shut him down, which was pretty strong from him. But then, yeah, we took attack and just discussed, all right, let's speed it up, let's play more pack, and paid off. Yeah.
And just one last comment from you. What's the team atmosphere like right now? What's your expectations?
It's good. No, I mean, win or lose, these boys are always happy and confident with each other. We're like mates as well outside of the team, so that goes a long way. We want to push for Legends.
Great. Thank you so much, Alistair.
Easy. Thanks, man.
A lockdown.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
I like Alistair.
He's cool, man. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and it's good to hear that, you know, despite win or loss, right, no matter where they are, Greyhound are feeling good. There's definitely a nice team atmosphere there. And for good reason, man. Look at that scoreboard today. ENCE put on a masterclass across both halves.
Yeah, dude, the thing that's like really wild is ENCE and Alistair were the two, like, in terms of kind of supportive elements. I was going to say, you know, they had the most flash assists between the two of them. They both had super high util damage when compared to the rest of the team. I think Vexite got his first flash assist in that round where like they flashed the hell orb. That was like his first one, and that was right near the end of the game. So like while they're the ones throwing all the flashes, all the nades, they're also carrying this tremendous impact alongside it, which is just a treat to see. Over on the other stream, you can see the Pain Gaming took down Complexity 16-4, very dominant over there. But there's still more games coming down the pipeline. Forze Monte over here next.
Yeah, that's going to be a BO1 while Nip OG take each other on as well. We have some great draws for day 2. 2 more BO1s. Then we get into the BO3s, the meat and potatoes of the afternoon. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back with Forze Monte on the B stream in just a moment.
Forze versus Monte about to take place here for our 1-1 matchup. We've got Monte arriving, and dude, this is a pretty sick one. This is a pretty sick little match here. It's a head-to-head that favors Monte. It's also the rematch from the RMRs. This was a 2-1 game that Monte were able to win out. This was actually how they got to the major in this fashion.
Yeah, and for Forze, I think they want a bit of revenge, right? Obviously, it made them play up against Aurora, another team they beat on that final day. And Forze, talking about previous days, man, look at yesterday for this team. What a roller coaster. They had the 12-3 half against Greyhound and Mirage. They botch it. They lose in 30 rounds with so many missed clutches from Zorti. But Zorti does not forgive or forget. He comes back in against Liquid, snipes the hopes and dreams of NA out, drops 32 kills across a BO1 to manage to win that in 30 rounds. Zorti played out of his mind, and he's definitely the guy I'm looking towards today in this head-to-head as well, of facing up against Woro, who's actually been removed from in-game leading for the major. Young now taking the role as the captain, as reported by Monte yesterday, which is a huge change to make coming into a major considering their previous success. But we know Young has brought a lot of experience from his time in Na'Vi, and not necessarily a bad change, but we saw them have troubles yesterday on T-side against FaZe, did Monte. Still very exciting team. Boros performing yesterday as we would expect, and so let's hear from him. This guy's a beast.
Boris, you guys had a super close match against FaZe Clan in your opening match and then took down Fluxo yesterday. What could you take away from these results and bring into this match against Forze?
We should have won the game against FaZe. We did some mistakes and we choked and we lost the game, and we learned from it. And in this game, we beat them already like 2 times, so we are confident in this game. Go ahead.
And you mentioned this yourself. You beat them 2 times. And last time you guys played against Forze, it was at the RMRs, and you beat them 2-0. Will you be doing anything differently? Will you be doing the same things on the server? Have you changed anything up since then? Tell us about it.
We just prepare more against them, and we will not change anything. We just play our game and we will beat them again, I think.
And you mentioned about your match against FaZe Clan. You guys had some mistakes. You choked a little bit. What will you be taking away from that and bringing into this match?
We just need to relax and play our game and don't make solo moves, and we will win, I think.
And if you could point at one player at Forze who is going to maybe cause you guys a little bit of trouble that you will put some extra focus on, who would that be?
We don't know about anyone, but maybe the Opera Zorti, maybe, I think. Because he's Opera, yeah.
Well, good luck on your match.
Thank you.
All eyes on Zorti for Monte, and for good reason, man. This guy is a bit of a monster. Over on the Forze side of things, we have the vetoes going on right now. BO1 banned down to that last map, of course. Young on the right side getting ready for this one. And where will we be finding ourselves? Could be a Mirage. Gone. Leaves us on Ancient. Pretty good, actually. I'm happy with that, considering that's a map we saw Monte, as they said, choke against FaZe yesterday. It's one that Forze frequent. Obviously, a team that play a lot of maps. Both these rosters do. You even highlighted that yesterday for how many games Monte have played in the last 3 months, Harry.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount. I think the teams I picked was like more than G2, Heroic, Na'Vi, and FaZe combined.
Wow.
In the last 3 months. So yeah, they really have been on the grind. I think when we kind of looked at that as well, like that FaZe game, dude, that's such a convincing result. Even if you do feel like you choked it out at the end, and fair enough, I think they get to say that, honestly. It was FaZe having to launch a bit of a comeback across that map. On the other side, we've got Forze. Yeah, you touched upon Zorti plenty. This is, I think, the guy to keep an eye on. You've got Jerry as well as the captain, someone who has built rosters up and attended majors before, done this multiple times, but he's trying to actually leave a bit of a mark here. We sat down and had a discussion with Jerry, so let's see what gold they got out of the man.
Jerry, you guys are in the 1-1 side of the bracket after a loss to Greyhound and a win against Liquid, both going all the way to 30 rounds. What should we expect from you guys in this match?
I think this match is going to be really hard, because there before we had 2 best of 3s when we didn't win a single map, and now it's all about truly revenge in game sense, Like we had 0 maps in 2023, and now we should show that it was a mistake. So I think that's it.
And last time you guys played against Monte, it was at the RMRs, and you guys lost 0-2. What will you be doing differently here in Paris?
I think the most important thing here is that it's going to be best of one. And in best of one, there is a map advantage for both sides. So we're not going to play Anubis as the best map from there. We're picking that against us. And there is no Overpass that was our pick from our side all the time in best of threes. And now we're going to fight each other on Ancient. We didn't play Ancient against each other, and this is the map I'm actually excited to see, because like when you play against team, you know which map are the best, which are the worst for you, for them. And when you're playing something in the middle, like not the best, not the worst, it's pretty exciting, because maybe something goes nuts, you know. Something might happen there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, I'm pretty sure.
And then looking at your opponents on Monte, who is going to be a problem for you? Do you have one player that you guys are going to shut down completely, or do you just think it's going to be a team effort here?
We are always going for the team effort, because we know that this is the team play and this is the team game. And yes, there might be some players like Simple, Monte, who is doing insanely impact, but in this particular case, I don't think there is such a player. Maybe I could say it might be a little bit porous, because this is the guy who is making a lot of unpredictable pushes and insane headshots. He's just 17 years old, if I'm not mistaken. He's really young in his head, making the headshots, but there is always not the one player who wins, there's a team who is winning. So in this case, we're just going to count on team effort.
Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I just love a Jerry interview. You can't go wrong.
One of the things I love is he always talks about it like as though he isn't playing in the game, like he's just like a fan watching, because he's like, yeah, man, it's going to be a sick game. Like, you know, there's going to be some crazy moments. Like, oh, maybe we win, maybe we lose, you know, like it's going to be cool, though.
But I do like his point. You know, Unicorn odds favoring Monte at this point, and that makes sense, right? We've already seen the head-to-headers look really good for Monte, but I like the point Jerry makes. In the BO1, we get rid of those two very clear maps, right, that has been the same maps both times they played in this year in BO3s, in Anubis and Overpass. Monte winning 4-0, right, in those BO3s. But at the same time, we go to Ancient, a map that Forze have loved across their history. They're on a 9-win streak, Harry, with wins over many CIS teams, but also, you know, beating Na'Vi on here, beating Mouz. These are legit wins. These are good teams on Ancient as well. So Forze have a great track record. And sure, Monte, they had a 14-10 lead against FaZe. They choked it. They surely felt the pressure there. FaZe had a great comeback. But at the same time, this is still a test for Monte. And I'm so glad we have this map in a BO1 to see where this game is going. If it's going to be, you know, the grudge match response from Forze, or if Monte can continue to prove their power on another map in this head-to-head.
Yeah, you know, I think for Monte, you're probably feeling quite good, quite convinced after seeing that FaZe game there, right? Because I think that's something you have to give a lot of credence to, right? Because when we look at the matches from the other day, you know, Forze had their like weird comeback game versus Greyhound, where Greyhound ended up pulling back that remarkable scoreline that Forze held. And you know, it's like a polar opposite story in a way, I think, to the Monte one, which is taking FaZe the full 30 rounds, being in pole position throughout. It's very convincing. The pistol round starting now. Shalfie involved in a mid-fight that he can't win, and there's a lot of bodies ready to meet him in the middle. The rest of Forze are out in A, but they're a man down, and they've been spotted. Krad is known about on his aggression through Temple.
Yeah, I like that play out mid. It dies for nothing, but it does get position for Forze. It draws so many players over. Are they going round the world? It looks like it. Resol's killed 2 flanking players. They know B's open. Sundar Young can do nothing as they jump around the corner. And nice flick for Zorti. Finds a double kill, leaving just Woro with 0k in the bank as he gets headshot. It's Forze with the pistol, and Resol with a fantastic first round, dealing with that quick flank out middle, and then going to close as well. What a pistol from Forze, running all the way through spawn, a classic. And Monte get caught off guard, so Forze coming in with some pocket picks, some little straps up their sleeve to show off. And I think my main worry for Monte is just the change of in-game leader coming into the major. Like, that changes everything. Is that going to affect individual performance as well for someone like Young that has had some really good games for Monte in the lead-up? Forze get full mid control. It's their domain. Creeping up B in the meantime.
I think it's kind of a cool. Change. This Young to the leadership role, man. He's very experienced. You know, not just, a lot of people in recent memory will remember his stint in Na'Vi, but prior to that, he was on Spirit for years.
Yeah.
Like, spent so long with that org, and they were very, very keen throughout multiple rosters to keep him as a kind of fixture of that lineup. And you can only imagine that's because he brought a lot to the table, right? He survived kind of countless changes of the Spirit shuffles.
Yeah, it's more just like you have a recipe, you have something that you know worked, and then you change it for the most important event.
Yeah.
That's just the danger. It's not necessarily bad or wrong. I mean, they make the choice. They must believe in it.
But in my mind, like, we also don't know to what extent in the team,
Sure.
like, you know how it is with, like, secondary callers and people helping in the mid-round. Like, sometimes it is kind of like a two-man system in a way. And so if that was something that he's already been doing, I don't think it's as wild of a change to entrust it across.
Even as Jerry kind of like framed in the interview, it is a team game at the end of the day. You know, some teams do have like very dedicated, one guy will call and say everything, like Carrigan and other players. Sure, everyone's going to have their input and in how they want to play their starters, especially in AWPA, but a lot of teams are, especially these grindy teams, these upcoming teams, have a lot of voices and a lot of people adding in input. So yeah, you don't necessarily know what the internals are like for Monte, but I fear the T sides. We saw it yesterday. But that was against FaZe, so still favorites in this game, but Forze have taken control nice and early. Putting pressure on B. Again, crowd out middle, causing commotion. Takes out that one Galil. And we'll just keep running amok on this flank. Smoking off A. Boros in the hot seat. Needed that kill. Without it, the round is dead. Can Crad go find that Galil? Does he even want to? Those are just pistols now. So he can defend the package, or at least he'll try. 1 health, the difference. Forze going to come in and clean sweep the round. 3-0, and Monte's rifle awaits. Oof.
Nice few kills on the exit here. There's a chance for Woro to arm himself as well. Don't get out with anything, but that's all well and good. As you say, Monte's full buys coming down the pipeline now. Forze get off to a good start here, but, with Forze, it's something that we spoke about yesterday in that Greyhound game. It's something that's drawn a lot of attention, this idea that they are a team that struggle closing, right? So strong starts are normally fairly common in a Forze game. It's kind of as it rages on, as it starts to reach a bit of a conclusion that this team encounters problems. Let's see how they fare in this first rifle round. They're going to play, somewhat of a bonus here. Mostly Galil's in play. Leaning over towards lane. They're going to try and take this real estate early. Monte look to meet them here. There's a triple ramp fight looking to come through. When you dedicate this many resources over towards B, you kind of have to do something with it. So they will try and fight for the lane control. It's Boros and Demq getting stuck in. They get out with a double. The reaction from Forze is to speed up, is to power through this under-defended A site. And they get in. They're going to have a chance at the plant here and a 3v4 post.
Yeah, there's a spam that could happen on this plant. Forze need to take some control for the post, and Krasnal's ahead of that Molotov. Oh, he turns, and Shalfie's ready for that fight. Molly wasn't deep enough. Knew there was a gap. Boros has one of his own. A quick flank not being considered. Zorti dead in the site. This bomb is very wide. Shalfie, if he plays back donut, he can't stop a defuse. They're just going to get on it. 10-second stick with no kit, with the smoke on it. And Grad needs to spam. He can't find it. They line up. And Monte will win that retake. Lovely round. An awkward plant. Right? They at the end of the day, they couldn't plant for donut. They didn't have the control, but then they took it in the post. All it takes is a bit of util, and Monte win the round. I love that lane push. Remember that FaZe game yesterday? It's all these guys were going for. They had so many varieties of lane takes, splits, drawing attention from cave side, walking contact down ramp. Some great util there as well. It was disrupting FaZe on CT side is how they won a 9-round half.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's Monte's kind of dominance of this lane position that makes them such a threatening team on this map. As you say, it's the sheer variety. It's like, I think even if you put a lot of time and energy into countering one variation of the lane take that they've got, they'll have more ideas up their sleeve, right? They'll have more to play for over here. This time, though, the first fight is won by Result. And so he's kickstarted this in a 5v4, 4-4s. We often talk about these academy players. Result was one of them, coming from that VP Prodigy lineup. He was part of that team, and they used to love a bit of Ancient.
True. Ooh, that's messy. Result with a trade. And he will go down after one more. It's just Sundae trying to smoke, flash to live. Can't really escape Donut right now. Krad's deep in middle. He's going to have to fight for this one. Upgrades, bomb down on A, and they're going to hunt down Krad. Setting up for a 2v2 on the retake. Good odds for Monte, but Forze this time have chances to take powerful positions in the post plant. Shalfie's in a really nice spot right now. 1-for-1 would be lovely. Or forcing the fight. Zorti needs to live now. He's the man set for the clutch. Shalfie might get cleared. Sundae looks aware. 1v2, no kit on the clock. Zorti making noise, just trying to bait for Shalfie. I think Sundae's worked it out. He needs his kills quick, but Zorti is faster on that AWP and finds the shot to win the round. How does he do it, Harry?
Dude, that is a head scratcher of a shot. Like, I was watching that from Sundae's POV on my monitor here. You didn't even see him. You didn't even get to see the guy. They just AWP'd him in the 1v1. And it was the wallbang, like in the kill feed as well. Yeah. That's ludicrous.
Great brain on Sundae to put that together, knowing that with Zorti doing this and making all this noise, look at the shot. Okay, sort of foot.
Exactly, like, you know, that's not reasonable.
Sundae worked out exactly where Shalfie was, though, just from Zorti trying to set him up, right? That was a nice read in the clutch, but yeah, what can you do about that?
I just can't put across how ludicrous that is, man. Like,
dude,
that was how Zorti had to win the round. If he swings any wider and gets like caught in the pre-fire, he's not got enough health to survive that. Like, the only way he wins that is with some ludicrous wallbang shot or you know, dancing around and wasting time.
Zorti's one for the future, man. One for the present, even. He has just been a nightmare for so many teams in Europe, and even NA as well with that win over Liquid yesterday.
The present's just the future today.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, Krasnal pushed all the way up in the temple, gonna get flashed through here. Gets himself inside of the site. The flash is wreck. Forze. P2 finds the first. There's one man let loose in the site, and Shalfie will make quick work of Krasnal on his push. The AWP gets away. The timing on that is awkward, but Krad is able to flick back. AWP now retrieved on Boros. If he gets this kill, and the other two are like super low, maybe there's a chance, maybe there's a world, but switching to the Deagle, that'll seal his fate. Shalfie opens it up, getting Forze into the site in the first place, and then goes on to close the round. So a good start here from Forze to open as they sit 5-1 up on their T side. And I feel like for the most part, they're kind of leaning away from a lot of these B plays. Yeah, I think, you know, Jerry is a very tenured, experienced IGL, and, you know, I think sometimes you can just kind of admit that, yeah, Monte have a really good idea for how to go about this B-side control. So, hell, like, what's wrong with homing in your game plan a little more with some nice set pieces for these A plays? Why bother trying to play into the strengths of your opponent?
Oh, dude, they're still doing it. Even though they got smoked off a ramp, they walk down ramp again with 2 more players, and they find a double kill. Upgrades and nades, they've got it all. Force, of course, elevate on A. But there's a flank this time. I mean, it's pretty quick.
The one thing about like the way that Monte approached this lane control is it's very resource intensive.
Look at this.
So it leaves them with gaps over on A. But this could get dealt with now. This whole play could just get disrupted. Dempew, that's a double on a platter. He's only going to get one. Krasnal keeps it clean for Monte. Now just Shalfie left up in this clutch.
Winnable.
And 1v2 presents itself. He's trying to find his next point of contact, and he will locate Woro 2K. Oh, the spawn, and Shalfie farms them up. A hat-trick in the round. Forze onto 6. And that's one that's going to hurt for Monte. It felt like they had everything going their way. They had the backstab on DemQ that kind of fails to get as much done as you were hoping it would. Didn't seem to matter, though, when Krasnal got the trade. But really well done. Pieced together beautifully by Shalfie in that clutch.
There's so much flair in this game, Harry. There's so many quick fights, so many re-swings, so many flash plays. These rounds are very fast right now. And yeah, everyone wants to fight. It's doing better for Forze though right now on this T side.
Dude, I like this as well, right? They kind of wait till the money's broken on them,
Okay.
and now they try and go B, right? Now they go for like a more B-focused round, because what this does is it reinforces the idea of like, oh, they are going to go B sometimes. If they are actually going to play for this side of the map, it's not just these fast A plays. Whoa. And so this is going to, you know, kind of force Monte to have to keep up this lane control, and that's been the way in for Forze in these A plays.
No, it seemed like just from that interview, Jerry was very confident in the map, in knowing what he was up against, and of course with the recent data against FaZe. Like, that's a best game to look at. You know that Monte are going to bring a similar style because it worked so well against one of the world's best Ancient teams. So Forze knew what was coming today, and they are delivering on the promise. 7-1 right now. Woro just a shot from death.
Yeah, it really feels like they've come into this with a clear game plan. This idea of, look, we're going to leverage these lane takes against them. We're going to use that to give us this A side control, and then whenever their money's broken, whenever their backs against the wall, that's when we go B, just to really drive home the idea that that's still an option.
Yeah, you don't want to be running into A stacks, and you want to keep making Monte take lane so you can just run out A main with 3. Think about these rounds that Monte have gone lane, got a double kill, favored, and then still lost the round because they have no position on that A site. Like you said, resource intense.
And that's all part of the mind game now, because we have this tag pause called in for Monte. It's like, okay, do we stop going for this lane control, which is like a bit of a hallmark move of the Monte CT side? Do we concede that and try to reinforce A? In doing so, does that make this double lurk over towards B find more impact? Does that open up new routes for Forze? You're kind of forcing Monte to move away from their usual game plan, and you're only midway through this first half. It's a very nice spot that Jerry's going to put Forze in here.
Yeah, you've made Monte doubt everything at this point in the game, and they do need an answer. Double AWP might be it. Play a more standard round, right? Forze have been very keen to just wide swing you and take fights. So AWP is nice, but also just slow down on some of the aggro. Play a more standard round. Young smoked off in red right now. That gives a lot of room for Forze to go for a donut split. There's not really anything you can do about this right now. The double smoke is in, though. Forze will use it to take red. So Young will have his chance in the spotlight. Forze creep in. Young plays for info, can drop the smoke when he sees a pixel. They might have to go through. Dodges the flash. There's a lot of players here right now. They're going through right now. Oh dear, it's a mess. It's a murder. Young with a double, and there's still crowd here. Hasn't cornered. Ooh. Doesn't matter. Young stops them in their tracks.
Yeah, that is a lovely sequence out of Young. Very well done there. They get caught on each other in the smoke. They get a little lost, and Young uses that to his advantage fully. He just holds Mouse 1 and farms them up. And so single-handedly has looked to find Monte their second round.
Nothing like a minute save.
Yeah, these ones always hurt. There's that little voice in the back of your head that's like, man, I have so much time. Maybe I try do something.
He can literally plant. He can. If he insta-plants, he gets it. I don't know if he will.
DemQ can just swing out and kill him.
He won't. He has not. There we go. There's a chance.
There's
well, now DemQ might just swing. Fate comes through. He knows there's more. In-store Zords. He's on 2, and there's the flank of the orb. Woo! For a second, Harry. For a second. But Monte will put a lid on it. Scary round. Nice shutdown for Young. That first play got through, was so blind by that team flash that couldn't actually commit and hunt the kill. And when you lose 2, you have to chase a trade. Forze try something different. And Monte get back on the board.
Yeah, you know, I think the kind of one silver lining here for Monte is that with how Forze have been approaching this, if this is how they look to keep it up, as you kind of pointed out, it's often ended up with these early, you know, 5v3s, 4v3s for Monte when they deal with like the double lurk over towards B. And what that means is that like Forze, the best case scenario has felt like they're getting out of the round with 3, but normally it's not that clean. Normally you lose someone in those post plants. So they are very expensive rounds, even though you've been winning a lot of them. And that immediately is felt on the back of this win from Monte, right? Forze win 4 in a row, but are immediately broke. And so they come in with this force buy. Got an AK and a Galil, collection of pistols. Ooh. Crad plays a very forward timing over in middle. Samdar Young is aware and ready for him. DemQ with this AWP is dead immediately. Need the trade here from Samdar Young, but he's getting pincered. They're out through middle. He's just trying to stay alive here. Playing Ring Around the Roses, but they're riding behind him. Shalfie grinds to a bit of a halt. He was hoping that Krasnow would save his life, but instead he's fed to Shalfie as well.
No.
And so that's a Forze round on the force buy.
That's the most Forze round we've seen yet. Just brutal aggro. Crad gets through the molly. Samdar Young thinks he has him, takes him, and then there's a second player late out mid on a lurk. Completely discombobulates the entire round. And then Zorti's AWP just goes on to take 2 out. Sick pickup. And August DemQ hits a leg, not a kill. Dude, Shalfie's a beast right now. He felt like the only player alive on the T side against Greyhound yesterday on that 12-3 loss. Monte gonna go back to aggro. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, but Forze are ready, no doubt about it. Even Crowd on the other side. Ooh, it's a bit awkward. They'll just smoke it off. Take that 5v4. Now it's a test of Forze, a slower round, where Monte have disengaged with a 5-on-4.
And one where, crucially, like, Forze didn't actually have the kind of bodies over towards A to throw in one of these up-tempo A plays, which is their frequent response to this situation. You know, with Crad leaving mid and going up onto the ledge, it left them with just 2 players outside of A, and you don't want to commit there, right? If there's someone sat back in CT and they catch one of the guys crossing, then you have like the bomb out on an island over towards A. It's kind of a done round. So you didn't have the pace in you to quickly, you know, try and take advantage of the early fights at B. They will still get in with the bomb here, get out with a plant. It's a 4v5 post for Forze. This is actually better numbers than they've often had in these post plants on A.
This is a hard round. Kid on Samdar Young, but no smoke.
No util either, so this is just got to be one in the fights. Jerry opens up with a double. Will get burnt out by Zorti. I hope that doesn't come back to punish them. Doesn't feel like it's going to. And Shalfie more than makes up for it. Lovely round from him. Double kill from Shalfie. Same can be said for Jerry, who Shalfie ended up killing with the molly.
Yeah, it fell a bit short. I don't know if it was meant to bounce that way, maybe on the bomb, but hey, Jerry just sat in front of the site, and I love it when players, you know, go full cold zero, sit on default, and just, you know, it's often unchecked. But they need some control in the bomb site with everyone playing passive. And Jerry getting 2 kills there is magical for Forze. Nine to 2.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little worrisome. You know, we said coming into this, strong starts from Forze aren't a strange look. It's more in the closing of games where they struggle. But I think, you know, they've come into this clearly with a game plan. And, you know, Jerry even said in his interview, like, they haven't taken a map off this team in 2023, and he wants that to change now. And, you know,
Looks like they came in ready for it.
Yeah, you know, this is one maybe more, you know, unlike the Greyhound matchup where you kind of look to play your own game, as it were. This is one where he will have definitely been putting the research in. So you feel like that's going to help them in the long run. And that combined with the fact that we've got kind of everyone stepping up here, right? The scoreline looks very, very pretty for Forze. There's their 2-kill differential on everyone outside of Jerry. He's down bottom of the board with 5, but he's not been like a problem piece. He's the man at the helm of the squad. You can forgive that, even though he is normally a kind of fragging IGL.
So Monte had a chance there. Bomb got spotted at elbow, but it's A anyway, and again, undefended. Krasnov just runs in, and they're way deeper than he's ready for. There's a big trade, but the nade lands further forward, and Jerry's over the top, looking for this rotation. He's going to hear it at least, waiting for the kill. Oh, final bullet on a random spam finds Denku. And damn, Forze have done it again. 4-on-2. A is just so weak right now. Forze have exploited it every step of the way. There was no one on the site. Jerry's got the Titans on his gun, Harry. He's balling.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of getting this feeling that it's like Monte are almost saying to themselves, like, look, we have a really good B defense. We really know what we're doing over here in a mid. Like, eventually the play will come and we will get rewarded for this. There's no way they keep going A. And wouldn't you know it, Forze, you know, they've kept up these A plays, and it has been a notable weak point. MQ's been struggling over here, and you know there's not a big support structure in place. A lot of the time it's left down to the retake for Monte.
Yeah, when they've had AWP, it's been in tempo, and there's a couple of rounds, hits a shot or hits a leg. But it's Krasnov who keeps swinging out CT and, you know, getting surprised by the depth of Forze.
Yeah, I almost hope we see something like one of these like layered main setups from Monte over towards A. Just something to even give them like a chance at taking an early fight, at trading it out, getting that info ahead of time, and kind of contesting the kind of staging platform that Forze have been looking for to kickstart these A takes.
Yeah, like double donut, double main, something where you can actually trade off your teammates. We've not really seen that for Monte towards A. Jerry spams out Young, unfortunately. MQ's going to run out of ammo. They're going to push him through the smoke. No fear from Jerry in this round, and Krad's right beside him with the same result. Knife out. They know they've won this one. Looking for an 11-2 lead on Ancient. This is a statement from Forze. Krad's now on Boris. Probably too far gone. Zorti's even going to hunt this kill. It's his shot. He's looked solid. Not really been required as Zorti. 11-4, I say it, right?
No,
but
like
it's been the rifles getting entries.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this is one of these like rare exceptions where it's like everyone is showing up in the exact form you want, and that makes Jerry's job very, very easy. You know, that's why him being, you know, or the fact that he was down towards the bottom of the board wasn't a big issue. I say that even, you know, he's climbed back up, and so now, you know, the split between Forze is like perfect. When you look at this is exactly what you want from your team. It's like everyone's pulling their weight, everyone's chiming in, everyone's finding impact. There's not a weak link in sight. And so that only gives you that much more conviction, right? It's like everyone's holding up to their side of the deal.
This wide smoke in middle lets Monte get control, but Forze keep going through it with flashes or dry walks. Krad's again making a play. He's just going to swing on the timing. There's 2 players. What a shot from Krad. Still traded. Can Young escape before Jerry does the same thing? Again, just no fear for Forze at this scoreline. Boris has gone to reinforce A. We've actually got an A stack for a change, Harry. Finally. Right place right here.
People here to hold Forze back. You'd like to think Shalfie opens. I think already you're a little more paranoid about this if you're Forze because of who you've seen, right? You just found Boros inside of the site. Usually he's leaning over towards B, and it feels like Forze have kind of pieced together that this was the A stack ahead of time as a result. You can see that Jerry's trying to take some space over towards this B site. 50 seconds left, so you know, there is still the world where the bomb can come back. Alternatively, I think once you see Jerry here, if you're Monte, that is going to trigger some rotates. That is going to start to shuffle this defense around. And so Jerry doesn't look to bring the bomb in. Instead, he tries to move through and take this control. Because of the routing you saw him taking, I don't think it will trigger a rotate anymore, right? You saw him kind of walking down through short. That suggests he was going to try and flank. Woro's holding on to the main component, and that's where Forze are coming from. It's the only avenue open to them.
I like this angle. Oh. The boost actually gets past it. He can maybe plant if he doesn't go for the CT fight. He can make it to the boxes. There's a way to... No, they just save. They just give it up. 11-2, surprising. They have the money. They have every reason to give that a go, but they didn't believe they had the room. That kill probably annoys you. Like, there was a player flanking. Like, we had a chance. Hypothetically, if Zorti just jumped and went for the plant, he would have had it on boxes. No way to deny that. You never know. But yeah, that's awkward for Jerry, right? His two options are either, you know, fake it with the util. He had smoke molly, could have faked it, probably would have drawn a second player. Or it's, you know, make that play and try and flank either pre or post plant.
He goes for like the round winning play.
Yeah, I like the play.
To try and have a lot of impact. And you know, you kind of know when that's how you're playing. Like, it doesn't always work. There's sometimes it is a timing that goes against you. So Monte with the third, but they need a little more.
Yeah.
Four's the best they can hope for here. Krad walking through the smokes in mid.
This is a nice
Tricky
play.
with it, but Young waits on the other side.
He's going to go late after they throw a BXX perhaps. And yeah, Boros finally gets a chance to show off his individual. He's been, you know, as avoided, as you said, completely in the CT side. He's still at 10-12 somehow. But Boros, nice clear. Now they know it's B. Boros needs to do what he does best.
Krad's now dead immediately, and Boros can't find a thing. The B play works beautifully for Forze. Now they've just got to hold on in the post plant. This kill from Demq, who's finding his footing in this round, does spice it up a little. Woro 2K locked out over at Cave for the time being, and Zorti takes one out of the round, so it's just this AWP, and he'll be silenced. 12-3, a very dominant first half out of Forze, but we've seen them struggle at this exact scoreline already. Will history repeat itself, or will they look for the dub over this Monte squad?
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Well, Forze lights out at the end of that first half, 12-3 up. Monte with a tall task ahead of them here. To say the pistol round is a necessity is somewhat of an understatement in this situation. This is going to be a hard one for Monte to grind their way back out into. And Forze have got everyone showing up in spades. There's not really a weak link in sight thus far. They've come into this with a clear game plan. That much was obvious. And Monte kind of blindsided, it felt like, by the problems that Forze were kicking up. They were very reluctant to reinforce the A site in that first half, and it wasn't until near the end that that started happening. And then they were able to find one more round on the back of it at least.
Yeah, too little too late is the story for Monte at the end of their CT side. And while, yeah, you alluded to the 12-3 comeback that Greyhound pulled against Forze, it does feel like a very different game with no weak links, with everyone firing off, with Crad having some monstrous entry rounds, Zorti clean as can be on the AWP, and Shalfie the star of the show here for Forze. They've even got a Deagle in the pistol round, for crying out loud. Jerry has bought a Deagle CT side. You don't see this one every day. This is insult to injury. Oh, and he's hit it. What a monster. Jerry disrespecting Monte in the second half.
Oh, Shalfie, a loud rotate through mid. Does give away a kill here and a route in, but the A site is well defended for Forze. 3 strong here. Result might be low. If he could get one out of the round on this HP, that would be good. There's the one required. Crad took one to the dome while this was happening, so the Deagle, the Jerry, might have to do some heavy lifting here. They're already out into the site. He's caught by some Die Young, and there's Krasnal alongside him. So Monte with a pistol going their way. Is this where they get their second win?
You got to believe in it, right? You got to take it one step at a time, one round at a time. But T-side against FaZe was where they had issues closing. You know, their 40-10 lead they once had. The Deagle buy is something for Jerry, but he gets his karma, right, from Sunday Young. Fired right back with some clean.
Well, there's some interesting purchases here as well. Zorti rolling with the Nova.
I love this gun. I've started to throw the Mag 7 in the bin, and I'm a Nova fan myself. It's actually pretty tasty.
No, I can get, dude, Nova feels like it's got way more range as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
and also,
not the main point of buying the shotgun, I'll say.
Range. You don't get the like 87 and 1 as often, I feel like. Oh, he's going to get it. It's actually the SMG to steal that kill away. And Result can run, leaving the shotgun in position. No one's here.
Yeah.
Oh, forget the comeback if Forze win this round.
One thing that's already scary as well is like that was a clear idea. That was like the double main setup that we talked about in the first half, saying that we wish Monte
never tried.
did. You know, Forze have already attempted that in their second round of the game, and it's netted them this advantage. Ignoring the fact that Shalfie opened through a smoke with a Deagle, of
sure. That helps.
Oh, he's going to try to do it again, but the timing's off, and Boros comes through the short side. Lovely little display.
Wow.
As they battle their way back into a 2v2. This was a 3-on-5 that they've now leveled the playing field in. Monte have got to hold on here.
No kit, and they've got to be ready for flank as well, because they've taken all this CT control. They know exactly what is going on, double checking it. Now that just confirms the post-plant play. Woro hits a banger, and Zorti, he may be good, but he ain't this good. 1v2, I say that. The bomb is in the closed position for Woro, but he's not got a kit, and so he knows it's too far gone. Gonna have to get out of there and keep the Galil. Monte finds 5 in a 3-on-5 as well. Very impressive recovery on that B bomb site. Kind of the inverse to what we saw in the first half, right? Heavy A for Forze. They get the openers, but then Monte just avoid it. Bounce into that B site. What a move for Boros through the smoke as well. Catches players spamming and changing weapon in CT and just hunts down both players. This guy's aim is just unmatched. The potential to be one of the best, I think, has already been, you know, highlighted in the RMR. Did it against FaZe as well. Almost aced to make it overtime. This guy has some serious skill. So, can Monte really mount this comeback? Again, A main control. Nets an opener. Zeus is ready for Jerry. A bit of a screamer, but Krasnal will not let it happen.
Yeah, it's an immediate rotate out of Forze. They've padded out this side of the map, and that smoking cave is Nice to deny the real estate, but Boros ain't respecting your smokes, man. This guy ain't respecting them. He goes running through. Zorty holding on is run down, and it's just Shalfie left with a Zeus in his pocket. They do, oh my god. Oh my god, if only, right?
Yeah.
They've completely bypassed it.
Wait.
They're all leaving.
They're exiting.
They're all leaving. They are all leaving. They'll take the shot, take the kill, and so now the alarm bells go off. He doesn't realize just how close he was to the full 10-second stick ninja defuse.
I'm surprised. Like, he heard them run away CT and he saw DemQ go down ramp. I'm surprised he doesn't try it. It's kind of crazy. But with that bomb plant, the only person who can stop him is DemQQ, and he saw how far he got. I feel like you see him there and you just turn around and stick. Imagine that would have been legendary.
That actually would have, yeah.
He would have won it. Like,
yeah,
he would have won it. No doubt in my mind.
No, it's not every day you see like a ninja defuse present itself so, and that was so blatantly.
That would have been full definition of ninja, because I don't know if they would have heard it from CT. Damn, Shalfie, he's going to watch that back and be sad, especially if they lose now. 12-6. Jokes aside, this is the round that Forze can set themselves up for a dub. Need to do right by it.
Well, you know, here's what I'll say. Forze, great first half, but Monte, they've got resilience. They've got that in spades, and the individuals is never the question. You know, with Monte, you know you're going to get good performances out of guys like Boros. Some die young, usually consistent. Obviously, you know, that maybe gets thrown into question a little bit more with some of the leadership changes that have taken place, but he is delivering right now. You know, if we could start having some of these like impact rounds from Woro 2K when he gets to don that AWP, then this becomes a lot more exciting.
Yeah, there's a world this could get interesting for sure, but you need the first gun round just to keep Forze in the washing machine. Oh, the missed jump, he hits his head or something. He got stuck there in the open. Molly burns, Result still wins. Ooh. Shot for DemQ, he needs a double. Result is surviving on borrowed time, finding a double and donut. There is a lot of control for Boros, though.
Yeah, from borrowed time to Boros time. He's coming in through the red room with the backstab.
Round the world. Jerry's being proactive. He's cleared B. At 30 seconds, that's huge info. And I don't know if you can even get this donut queue. You might just have to take the A main plant. Yeah, which allows Forze to play a retake.
I think what's kind of sad about this is like because of how Result's playing, for all he knows, they could already be in Temple. Yeah. So Boros' flank isn't like as unexpected as he probably feels it is right now.
But he has CT and that's big.
All three retaking in through donut. They don't have a smoke to cut off the CT angle. Boros around in the palm of his hand here, but it slipped away from him. And so Krasnal's got to do it alone. They flash him over in main. They're making life very miserable for this guy right now. 2 seconds, they're on the bomb, and Zorty's going to flush him out.
I love how Forze play that. Even though, sure, it's off of Boros. Sort of whiffing. He had 2 targets. He couldn't pick one. But they're covering that position anyway. They were watching it. And then even then in the 3v1, they're not swinging that last player, giving him away in. Result's the widest he can be sticking, and Jerry is ready to essentially trade that kill from Big Box. He's not fighting, he's just swinging off of, you know, Result's death or Zorty's death. So it's a really nice play to assure Forze in that 3-on-1. No clutch potential. That's an annoying round for Boros. He's got to stay in the game here though. Got another gun. Eats a nade at B though. 13-6, and all the what-ifs for Monte if this round also falls through the cracks. Don't like the smoke spam against A1S. It's very scary. Shafi's already found kills through it with the Deagle. Jerry's ready with smokes at B. Monte going for a hit. Oh, the orb had his chance, but now it's gone. Bad smoke.
Well, the util for this B exec, but they're getting locked out by Forze's utility here. And there's still a little more to offer out before all is said and done. That molly displaces the site players over at B, but Monte are trying to get tricky with it here. They've lobbed this util into the B site. Krasnal even finds one through the smoke, but Zorti, the stars align for him. And what a horrible way, what a gut-wrenching way to have this one go against you. It happens in seconds. Woro 2K tries his hand at something here, but Shalfie waits in the cave as a second man. And you know, you went from feeling real good about that round. 5v4, you get a kill through the smoke on B, you've lobbed in the exec, so you're expecting that defense is shuffling around. And then one bullet from the AWP, one shot, essentially ends the round for you.
But look at how Forze have been playing A. It's something we've been talking about a lot. Like some of these double setups are really nice. They've often got 2 in donut. They've often got 2 in main when they're making these plays. They're committing as units, you know, and that just ups the potential of winning the fight overall, right? Like going 2 for 1 at worst case most of the time. Sure, Kalad's help, but Forze have had really good answers on A that took Monte too long to figure out. And was Ancient just a one-trick pony that worked against FaZe, but not Forze. Out in the middle, Shalfie looking for a multi here. He's on the clock, they're over the top, and Resalt's got the cover. Great shooting from Resalt. Shalfie, he is dead. It's just whether his team can save it. Oh, Jerry comes in with a double on the AUG, and 15-6. It's just, it's done. It's looking done. Monte have not shown a lot in this T side once we've hit gun rounds.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the things you got to give Forze some props for here is, like we say, you know, Monte have a very, very good ability for taking crucial map control on their CT side usually, and the way that Forze just went about solving it was kind of, okay, well then we'll just never really play into it, you know, we'll be ready to hit the other side of the map. And you know, I think that was the big difference for my money between this Monte in this game and them in the FaZe matchup, right? It's like, I think when you're the IGL, when you're the guy at the helm, you kind of want to rise to the challenge of outsmarting your opponent, right? And that seemed to be a bit of a fixture for FaZe, was this idea, you know, Carrigan's like, okay, we're going to solve the Monte lane take. And they would take that fight a lot because they wanted to feel like they removed that from the playbook. Jerry kind of took the stance of, look, they can have lane. We'll go take the A side.
Yeah. Oh, the nades into the mollies in middle. Sundayoung gets burnt. And now Boros, sure, makes it out mid, but Resalt's reinforced A. They're leaving B on Forze. They're already trying to get ahead of this gap that Boros is attempting to take. It's an A split through spawn, and Cherry has the gun for the job.
Yeah, this is the perfect place for the AUG. And you know, if he deals with this red component, it leaves the round down to nothing for Monte.
Can they even get out A though? Because Resalt and Shalfie are here. An off angle for Resalt. Jerry's got nades. Be careful here, they're coming through this. Jerry recovers very well, and Crad was helping out as well. Forze ready to shut this down, and they do. A double from Resalt will finish this one off 16-6, and a stop for Forze in this BO1. They finally take down Monte after back-to-back BO3 losses in the current year. Back at the RMR as well. Forze get their revenge.
Yeah, and you know, what a time to do it at the 1-1 matchup right now. Forze sit just one BO3 away from the Legend stage. Someone as tenured as Jerry, for someone who's been around as long as he has, and with a team that looks lights out around him, this must be a very good feeling.
Absolutely, right? For Forze, this is Jerry's third major as a squad, and it's the second for some of these younger players, and Zorti and Shalfie, who've come through with this guy, and it feels like this is not only the squad that could finally make a run in Forze, but you know, some of the younger players performing at the best we've ever seen out of these guys. So let's hear what Jerry had to say about that matchup.
Okay, I give him high five.
Jerry, you just want to make a high five real quick. So we're here with Jerry, who has just won a match, but he's busy handing out high fives right now. Jerry, we got We're just here. We're just going to chill a little bit until he's ready. They're going to huddle up. Maybe the camera can actually catch it.
Have him in just a moment. Forze elated at the win. They know it as well, just as how we had that previous game. 1 BO3 away from the Legend stage. Hopefully Mads can grab him back and get some words in a moment. But yeah, it's a rough loss for Monte. It's a team that we've seen some close games from, but Mads is back with Jerry now.
Thank you, Harry and Hugo. This was a kind of a blowout match. You guys took down Monte. In the pre-match interview, Jerry, you told me that you guys were going for the middle ground map. Not the best, not the worst, but you guys made it look like it was the first choice. What was the game plan and how did it go so right?
Let's say FaZe did research and realized that they are playing the same Counter-Strike as they do on their best maps, like Anubis, like let's not say Overpass, Mirage, and they are playing really aggressive, right? When you have exchange somewhere, they might push in 15 seconds. So there was no particular and exact game plan. It was just some tips how to approach the map when you have exchange, when you have advantage, and etc. So that's what we've been following for. Like, if they push mid, we kill and we wait. Yeah. They might push more. And this game, it was kind of really, let's say it was really high-paced game because they were trying to exchange us everywhere. On every part of the map, it was incredible fights. 1v2, 1v2, 2v2, 3v3. If we're planting bomb, they're pushing through the smokes, like, incredibly high pace here.
And I see there's a lot of emotions involved with you guys right now. And Monte took you guys down at the RMR. Now you take them down here at the Paris Major. How does it feel? Did you get your revenge? Because you used those exact words in our pre-match interview.
Yes, I think we do, because we think that we're on another level of Counter-Strike when we're able to put some unpredictable rotates, when we are able to use our counter grenades really good, and we are not thinking the same about Monte. I mean, they're good individually, they're good as a team, they're good, but in some other ways, some other parts, they're bad in our opinion, and that's what we wanted to prove. That's what I call the revenge. It's kind of the same tournament, the high stage, but still, this was most important for us, because since we're here on the major, it's okay that we lost them at RMR. I mean, they here and we're here. But this win, we're not going to face them here, like till playoffs, I suppose. If we go there, of course. I'm not saying further.
But that's all we had for you, Jerry. Congratulations, and we'll throw it back to you guys.
High energy indeed after that win, and high pace as well. We definitely recognized that in the first half where Monte were just throwing everything they had at Forze, but some very nice A executes coming out from Jerry and the boys. Zorti with another phenomenal map, 21-6. He only died the amount of times Monte won rounds. Not sure it's exactly 1-to-1, there were some saves, but yeah, an incredible game out of Zorti. This kid's nuts, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was a great day out for really everyone in the Forze camp. I know Crad like slips down the board there, but early on,
he had a high impact T-side.
Yeah, exactly, a very high impact T-side. And then around him, you know, all the rifling players showing up in spades. You know, so now we can start to take a look at the schedule. We can take a look at what's coming up next now that we get into the BO3s over on the mainstream. Right now they still have OG Nip going down, but after that they're covering that FaZe ENCE affair. Over here we've got G2, Ooh. Heavy favorites of course, taking on Apeks, who are having a kind of miracle run here, 1 BO3 away from making it to Legends.
Yeah, 3-0 is a fantastic place to be, and you mentioned Apeks. That is not a team to forget about in the 16-0 against Greyhound, and in a win over Liquid as well. They've definitely got some big dubs in their back pocket. We'll have to see if Apeks can match that of G2 in the first game for playoffs, or sorry, for Legend stage up next.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
Right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock. No, he's
playing twist like a fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. Naf.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry, I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Apeks taking on G2 in a matchup of massive consequence. 3-0 will the winner of this match find themselves going straight through to the Legend stage. The first team to do so as ENCE and FaZe wait to begin their game in the same spot. Right now, Apeks are on a roll, not just finding the first 16-0 of the major, a rare commodity at that, but also taking down Liquid and pushing them into that hellish 0-2 situation that they'll be in later on today. For G2, it was business yesterday, finding the Mongols and complexity in 16-11 and 16-9 games. Weird, shaky CT sides on Inferno, guns being left in spawn, but they had dominant T sides, and the guy on your screen now, Monte, was a big reason for that. His orb was on the money. See, Harry.
Yeah, no, dude, Monte has been having an insane tournament. You know, the first day from this guy was mind-blowing. He sits up top as the top-rated player so far of the Challenger stage. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone who was lucky enough to watch this kid play yesterday. It's been terrifying, the form that he showed up in, and if he's able to keep this going, if guys like Nico are able to get activated, because, you know, let's face it, like, while Monte's been shining, Nico's been pretty average. It begs the question, you know, what happens when Monte's in this form and then you start getting the games you expect from Nico? You know, it's gonna be terrifying. Like, look at that rate, 1.82. 1.82 rate.
Kind of, obviously only over 2 maps, but if we're going to use that, you know, if we're going to talk stats after day one, well, you have to talk about JL, because he's the 3rd highest rated player of the tournament on the other side. So you've actually got 2 of the best players right now. Obviously that's boosted by the 16-0, and Monte's is boosted by his own performance. But yeah, let's see what Hooksy had to say about it. He's got the boys on his side.
Hooksy, you guys have had a solid start to the event so far with the win against Mongols and Complexity, so you're pretty much on track for a 3-0 record if you guys win this. So what's the game plan in order to secure that?
Just to keep improving every day throughout the tournament. I think yesterday was definitely not flawless from us, especially in CT. And yeah, we're just going to try to improve every single day of the tournament and hopefully peak at the end.
And Apeks have had some pretty strong results here in Paris. Most notably, they just 16-0'd Greyhound Gaming. So how do you ensure that they don't come onto the server with too much momentum for you guys to handle?
Well, it's just about being prepared like every time we play. I think that they play a lot with confidence and they are very proactive, and we obviously need to be able to stop that for them to not succeed with their style. So that's pretty much it.
And what's going to be the biggest problem for you guys facing off against Apeks? Is it the team? Is it a certain player? What will it be?
I think it's like more of a team game for them, and I think that it's mostly like if things go out of control, like if they get too much momentum, if all the aggressive plays are working, then it would be a problem for us, but I feel pretty confident that we can stop them.
Thank you so much.
Confidence from Hooksy, and yeah, they should be. They are the favorite. G2 in a good position, looking to do what they were supposed to do in the Challenger stage.
Yeah, you know, I think I really like that interview with Hooksy. I know he just kind of, you know, said like, oh yeah, you know, we're a team, we're not that scared. That was kind of the cliff notes, but honestly, I think that's all you really can say before a matchup like this. I like that he's not coming into it talking at great length about Apeks as though he's like super worried about the matchup. I don't think, you know, a lot of people are looking at G2 as like favorites to potentially win the whole major. So, you know, you shouldn't be getting psyched out here.
I think some attention must be put on that briefly, because I think the fact that G2 and FaZe are both sitting 2-0 regardless of what happens from this point, I guess it's not regardless. It's great for the tournament, and it's great for the storyline of all these underdogs upsets. But let's talk underdogs. Let's talk upsets, because Apeks on our screen now, man, the fact that they even got here was a surprise to many. If we look at their wins back at the RMR, they had some decent wins. They beat GamerLegion, they beat Sprout, they beat Bait. Not exactly tier 1 teams, but they took FaZe all the way in a 29-round game. And so I'm sure they're coming in with fighting form, feeling confident. Let's hear from them.
Jacob, let's start off with the congratulations, because you guys joined Astralis in the 16-0ing your opponent at a major club. So how does that affect your mentality going into this match against G2?
I think we have to like forget it pretty fast. I mean, of course, it brings a lot of confidence. That's the most important thing. And also going 2-0, but we cannot think about it. Like, we're not, you know, through yet, so we have to refocus for the next opponent.
And I'm sure I'm not doing you guys a disservice by calling you guys the underdogs in this matchup. So what's your main focus to secure a win right here on this Parisian soil against G2?
We're for sure underdogs. Like, there's no getting away from that. I think we have Anubis in the map pool. This is like our home turf, I would say. We need to win that map. That's the first map we're starting off with. And then one of the two others map we have to win as well. But we just have to believe, like, you know, we can fight with them and hopefully we win.
And speaking of G2, who or what is going to be your biggest problem on the server today?
It's hard to say. They have so many. I've seen MongolZ being insane lately, so I will go with MongolZ.
And why MongolZ?
I mean, he's, you know, young. He has these new, like, he has his own style, his own, you know, way of playing. He's very, what is the word? Like, he finds new stuff, is what I figured out. So, but I mean, it's a team game, so it doesn't really matter, like, who you're facing, because you will just have to play the way you are playing and hopefully take him down. But if I had to pick a player, I'll say MongolZ, like, just because he's very skilled.
And just to round off, for the viewers out there who aren't completely familiar with Apeks, we asked you what's going to be the biggest problem on the server for you guys today, but what's going to be the biggest problem for G2 today?
Like, us as a unit, you know, like, we do it together. We believe in ourselves, believe in everyone in the team, and, you know, die for each other and jump for each other and trade each other. Like, you know, just do it together and we will be fine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A realistic but confident outlook from Jacob of Apeks. Of course, yes, definitely the underdogs, no question about it. But Apeks kind of had nothing to lose in a game like this. They've already shocked and surprised by getting 2-0 up already. And now they just have to try and bludgeon through a BO3 with 3 attempts to make it to that legend stage. You've got the map vetoes coming in. Anubis, the pick of Apeks, their go-to pick. A fantastic map off the numbers as well. Inferno has been safe for G2. As I mentioned earlier, their CT side starts have been shaky, but they've been turning it around with dominant T-sides in both their BO1s. I imagine they start T-side there, so starting strong for G2, hopefully. And Mirage to decide if we need it, one that's been avoided from G2 as of late. But of course, we haven't seen really any maps from these guys in the last month or so after deciding to skip Rio. So yeah, G2 in a great position. And going back to our earlier point, Harry, about how the favorites are doing well, that's just a good sign for the Paris Major.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think the veto was always going to be kind of cool here. You know, you touch upon the Anubis pick from Apeks, how it is, you know, a real comfort map for them. It's their most played. It's one that they have had a great track record on. But, you know, the one thing I'll say is for G2, you know, this is a map that they do play, that they did start playing when it got added in. Yeah. It's one that they were undefeated on up until the RMR when Vitality took them down, if you remember, to even book that legend stage slot. So, you know, that was the first and only L that they have on record. So, you know, I think Apeks still have their work cut out for them, but they're going to have a lot of ideas, at least, for how to approach this map.
So funny to see this head-to-head. Obviously, you know, only 2 maps logged for either of these players, but MongolZ at 29.5 average kills a map is hilarious, considering how dominant those games were. They weren't stomps, but, you know, 25, 24-round games for G2 in their first 2 matchups. Like, that's kind of crazy to be averaging 30 kills.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, like, literally, we're in this weird world where if you were playing, like, Fantasy and you didn't have MongolZ, you're screwed. Yeah, like, true. You've lost. There you go. Just take the L. The 1%. Hold the L on that one.
Yeah, he's just so expensive, man, for good reason. 600K,
yeah,
I heard.
Same price in that, and of course.
He's a late game player, Harry. You got him for the next stage, perhaps. But yeah, we'll have to. I don't know why you're worried. G2 are winning their games right now. They're 2-0 up. They're looking for that legend spot, and they're looking for the major goddamn trophy, Harry.
Yeah, and they're making a good case for it. You know, they really are. Like, it would have been very concerning to see them show up slow, and I know that was even like a worry that maybe like Hooksy brought up in his first interview. He said he's very much of the mindset that they should just be competing as much as they can. Yep. You know, the break, he was, you know, he was kind of somewhat anxious about, like, you know, waiting to see if it was the right call or not. Yep. But they've come in now, and after a convincing day one, after a great debut, G2 is sitting right where you want them to be, and you can see the unicorn odds there painting them as a clear favorite in this series as well.
Yeah, I am kind of interested to see whether Apeks can challenge and take a map like an Anubis, especially one that G2 haven't really played as of late. You mentioned the RMR run, of course. I mean, G2 were keen to adopt this map at Blast World Final, the first event last year where Anubis was in the pro map pool. So yeah, keen to play it. Plenty of data to prep for Apeks, and Hooksy has done his homework, I'm sure. But this is where we get ready and we get raring to go in a Legends spot matchup. Stico on your screen. This guy's been around the block and back again. He had a great day yesterday as well. So I think G2, it won't be a free win by any means, but getting it will propel them forward to that top 16, one step closer to the trophy.
Let's waste no time then. Ooh, Hunter isn't. Little smoke spam all the way down the canals. He's knocked out Kixan from the get-go. Not the ideal start here for Apeks. When you're coming in, you really want to hit the ground running in a pistol round. And going a man down in a fight that you weren't even trying to take is not the start that you wanted.
6 damage dink. Oh, and there's so many players here. How do you break through this hold? Hunter just baiting them in and getting every single kill. We haven't even had to worry about his teammate hidden in at the back of the bomb site. Nico not needed. Stico's out A, but that bomb is lost to the hands of time. 5 players moving over. And Nork just has to wait for Stico, essentially. But it's already being held.
Yeah, it's been quiet for so long in this 5v2 that they're like, okay, someone's coming from somewhere else. And so JKS is just going to hold for it. You know, even if he flubs the execution here, which he won't. So never mind, I won't even entertain it. Nork, 1v5, he knows it isn't likely. And so he just goes, screw it, I'll throw myself in. G2 with a lovely pistol round under their belts. Hunter doing it all for them there. 1 kill through the smoke, 2 more to follow up, and dropping the bomb really did just kind of steal the round away, steal the show. G2 off to the races with that pistol going so dominantly their way. Not even a lick of damage done in their direction.
Hunter was the reliable one to start the run here yesterday in Paris against Mongols who were having some trouble. Hunter was the one player in both halves, especially at the start of the game when G2 were very quiet on their CT side with 6 rounds on Inferno. Hunter was performing. He kept it going across both maps, so reassuring to see him all reliable as ever. JKS and Nico here on the A site with that smoke down. They deny the cross, bomb dropped, and 2-on-4 for Apeks to work some magic. The Eagles headhunting. Monte creeps in for the close. G2-0, unless Stico says no.
Yeah, and he can't. Like, not with the angles they're holding, not with how they're playing this. You know, he gets 1v1 here on Monte, but the moment he goes around that corner, he's exposed to like a layered peak between heaven and sight, so he is screwed. And the closer he gets to this corner, the more that reality sets upon him. Monte never even gives him that 1v1. And so G2 keep that second round nice and clean, only losing JKS in the round.
Business. Felico now. And G2 get to come in strong. Good for the confidence. Whoa, whoa, what are you doing? No swimming. Wouldn't call that swimming, more drowning.
Chickens actually can't drown. Well known fact.
Why? Why can't they drown?
They were made that way.
Okay. Did they just float?
No. They can handle it. I know they're just made different.
Yeah.
Here we are, Apeks. They've got pistols. Oh, Jacob and JL.
All right. They say 2 J's are better than 1, and Apeks shows us why. Now this is exciting.
Yeah, now this is a round
not
you
a
want to
free
make
round.
something of.
It's
you know,
still not a free round.
If you're Apeks, it went from like, okay, yeah, let's try to do a bit of damage, to suddenly you're like, hang on, we could win this whole thing, JL! Wow. Another! And I mean, he is the guy you want stepping up. He is the guy you want being the kind of front runner for Apeks. Him finding success with the Deagle alongside Jacob here bodes well.
Nico disconnected. I'm sure he'll be back. I don't really blame him after that one. And they have to gamble, but unfortunately the dice have rolled off the table, Harry. Apeks have walked into B, and G2 will just save here. I mean, they would have fought for it if they came their way, but not today. Apeks win that full eco. Near about full eco, just eagles, no armor. Get a couple of guns. Get a big smile on their face. They start their series earlier than anticipated. So that's the thing, like, yeah, G2, expected favorites, expected winner, but this is what I mean when I said that this game wasn't just going to be Apeks rolling over. They won't waste this opportunity, and they've already shown, even at the RMR, that they can compete, if not complete, wins against Tier 1 teams. Like I said, taking a 16-13 loss to FaZe, decent. So G2 are going to have to be careful.
Yeah, that is such a gift of a round that Apeks have been able to find there. You know, you're not going to get that every day, but it just gets them off to an earlier start here, right? This first rifle round, they've got all the little bells and whistles they could possibly want. And they even have a little bit of staying power as a result of how that last round was found, right? Even if G2 come out the gate swinging and immediately have a reply here, Apeks is still able to be threatening in the next round. So it gives them a nice bit of power to kickstart this game. On the flip side, you know, if Apeks win this, G2 are broke, and so suddenly Apeks are looking to take the lead. And their map pick in a series where they are the underdogs. You would love getting off to a hot start and having G2, you know, in their heads a little bit. Flush HooXi out, and that will send him back into the site. Good damage from the nade, but defensive util coming out now, and they go running through with it very fast on this take. Shut out by Monte to open. They find HooXi in at the back of the site. Hunter waiting for this smoke to fade. JL on the other side, and he just turns away. Goes back onto the angle right as JL comes through. Good timing for Hunter.
Nice molly as well, but Jacob's got to move. It bounces a little far. Jacob can stay on default right now, and Nico has the cover, not for long. It's picked apart. They know Jacob's still here, but Hunter goes clearing, and Jacob swings him 2-on-2, and he finds a second. That's sickening. Clutch for JKS. He's known for him. He's good for him, but they're not giving him anything. Smoke, flash, flash. They're just wasting his time, and there's not a lot of it. Kit, smoke available, but he gets fought by Jacob, just taking all these wide swings and closing the round for Apeks. Big pickup there. I love that exec. They have two mollies, one towards the back plat, but then one on the other side of the site, the front side of the site. And so G2 can't even swing and can't stop players from getting out to jail. HooXi has to smoke that molly, and then they know exactly where he is. He's inside of it. Very uncomfortable position for G2 to be in. Two mollies cause a lot of problems.
And you know, in the same way back in like the RMR when we had that Apeks Sprout matchup, it was cool to see Jacob playing Azure. It's equally as cool to see Jacob versus JKS, right? I mean, do like that head-to-head. There was a point in time where Jacob kind of was a resident Aussie.
Yeah, those were the two power players of Leeds, right?
They were kind of the two star men, and JKS has gone on to find a lot of success. So you can assume that Jacob really wants to try and show off a little bit today.
Yeah, he managed to beat Sprout. So bad that Azza left the team. I can't really blame Azza for that one, to be honest. Did look like just a weird atmosphere on the Sprout side. Right now, Apeks again avoid G2. And HooXi and Nico will save AKs, while Monte and JKS will go hunting.
Yeah, all in all, for a full eco, this is a nice outcome for G2. Right, taking two guns out of play, getting out of the round with AKs for Nico and HooXi. Gives them that much more to fight for in this next round. I think, you know, the difference between having Nico on the AK is nice.
He ran away. Got to play those stats just a little bit. 2 pistol kills for Monte. Not bad at all. It's G2 with attack.
So I hope this is the round where Hunter drops the AWP into play, because that's what we're all waiting for, right? Getting to see Monte with his big green. He has just disconnected, so little tech.
Get him out the way early, you know. First game of the day for these boys.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's just a Steam overlay bug. So easy, quick fix.
Get it gone. Get caffeinated. Because CT side Anubis, man, we've seen some trouble here. Absolutely. Some teams still trying to lay their hat on it and figure out exactly how to run that aggro. I think some of the good teams to look at, obviously Vitality, they love this map. Monte have got a lot of cool ideas. ENCE have got a great T side on Anubis, lots of cool XX and nade stacks, but also we only saw one game, but we saw that map from Heroic.
I know, yeah, I knew.
Where they had a
Heroic,
fantastic,
yeah.
I think 10 rounds or 9 rounds on CT side against Na'Vi at Pro League, but then they botched the T half and couldn't close the map, which is ironic considering it's a very T-sided map, but they obviously didn't have the experience on it in officials, and Na'Vi had a great, defense as well, but Heroic, picked that map knowing they were getting CT side, or left it open, I think.
Yeah, I think the Heroic match was like the one in terms of like bringing it to attention to a lot of the tier 1 teams, some of the ideas that you can look to implement on your CT side. And I think over time, we've seen this map become less crazy dominant. Like there was a point in time where it was like if you got like 3 CT rounds, you felt like you were still in with more than enough chance to come back in the second half.
I just want to see Heroic play it. That's all I want. That Molly goes flying, unfortunately. That would have burnt out Monte, but he remains on the door side.
Yeah, and he did get dropped that AWP by Hunter as well, so he's bringing that with him. Flashed off the angle. They forced the youngster out of position.
Ow.
Full blind.
Thanks to Nico.
And having an AWP through the doors, he still manages to make it work. So Jacob on the receiving end of that Monte AWP to open up this round.
JKS is a great position, and he can even call for a flash as well.
Hooxie's got so much info, pushed all the way through B, and so that's why G2 have got loads of extra players to reinforce this A site right now.
Big flank. They're going to go back, but they're going to be filtered into Hooxie. They don't even know about this. He's heard them cross. Second player, dropped by Hooxie, and just living here is such a problem. He's going to get reinforced. There's a climb up for Nork, ready. Back from middle. Going to get his revenge. Nico, knife out, and 15 seconds, they found the gap. They faked out that B site. Crossing denied by Monte, and so it doesn't matter anymore. A brief error for Nico, baited by the fake. But Monte stops it from getting out of control.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, in the pre-game interview when Mads was talking to Jacob, and he said, like, is there anyone in particular that you're worried about on the other side? It's like the answer is everyone. No, yeah, kind of everyone. Also, everyone can have those games, and that's one of the things that's making G2 so terrifying. Is like, you dealt with Nico, you dealt with one of, if not the best, rifle player in the world, and you think that that's going to give you the room. You think that that's going to give you the chance to play through into that A site, and then you go running into Monte, who does not miss those sorts of shots. That one was nice and free for G2 in spite of the gap that Apeks thought they'd found.
But an even game so far, and G2 will take that given the T-sidedness of the map. Oh, we got the set nades as well that JKS likes to use. Good damage, early 50, just straight off the top. And he's going to take main as well. He has the cover of the orb. So Monte, he doesn't miss him, as you said. He takes one. JKS suddenly able to help him out as Monte escapes. This can be perfect. Volley's good timing. And JKS will grab that kill as they jump through, replenishing it with a smoke. They can't really commit. Good grenades. JKS somehow still standing. Great flash. And he just shoots through it. 2 kills is more than you can ask for. Monte still has his position. They don't even know.
Oh, you tried jiggling this guy. That's certain death, and Stiko learns it the hard way. Down to 2, the Apeks forces just get melted here on this attempt to take A main control. Flashing over into mid. Or Smoke rather, gonna try and take this real estate, and Hooksy will offer up a kill, but tucked in close is Nico. He'll deal with Kixan as he attempted to move in. Nork tries to fake the drop there. But Nico doesn't look like he's fallen for it. Waiting at the doors, will get dealt with. Nork tries to grind a way in. Doesn't want to go the way of this AWP. Isn't left with any other choice. MongolZ on this angle. And Nork tries to come round. Dude, it's so wild. Like, you know, you can feel the fear. You can feel the tension in anyone when they go to peek an angle that you're suspecting that MongolZ's on. There's such anxiety around it.
There's only a few players in the world that can really instill, even as AWPers, and everyone's quick with an AWP, right? Like, if you're AWPing for a tier 1 team, you're good. But there's only a few players that really put the fear in you, like someone like MongolZ, you know, the Simples, the Zywus of the world. But it's incredible how MongolZ is the real deal and still continues to get better and better at higher and higher levels with more stakes.
See, that was one of the things that was crazy to me, because I remember when he first joined G2, and that was like, I think I even put a tweet out about it, like saying how it feels like he instills a great deal of like fear in his opponents. But a part of me always wondered, like, is that because he was like, at the time, I don't want to say an unknown factor because everyone knew how good MongolZ was, but you know what I mean? Like, fresh to the level of tier 1. And so there was like this idea of, well, they don't have a lot to study yet. They don't have a lot to look at and know how he plays certain situations. They don't have that familiarity. So maybe that's like where the anxiety was coming from in some of these head-to-heads. You just knew he was fast. But that hasn't gone away at all, you know.
No, it's gotten worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's gotten, if anything, more pronounced because you see him doing it with such terrifying consistency.
I mean, he's proven it's not the honeymoon, right? Like, that's what many players do. They have the honeymoon and then they fall off. Like, someone like the inverse of that is a Yabby-type player who actually on his first, obviously played great for Copenhagen Flames, but on his first debut with Heroic was really poor, actually. And, you know, it's a hard team to slot into. Cologne, he had really bad stats. Heroic bombed out. But the more time that we saw Yabby in this team, the better he got. And so I think MongolZ, is comparable in the sense that, like, he's just improved more and more as he's played inside of tier 1. And now, especially that we're seeing G2, you know, fight for trophies, take trophies in grand finals. I think, you know, it's proven that, yeah, this is no fluke. This is no maybe. This is a guarantee that you're going to get this guy performing almost every game. This round is a wash. And so G2 win all their fights against Pistols this time. The Eagles do not threaten them. But we have a full buy around the corner. No AWP for Norg. And Apeks have to dig deep here on this T side.
And they've called in their first pause here, trying to cook up some solutions early on. You just want to try and break through, right? You want to have something that works just so you can instill a bit of fear in the G2 ranks, because thus far, you know, these last few rounds have just been so one-sided, it feels like. And, you know, you've had kind of ways in, you've had like little glimmers of hope in the mid-round where you like claw back a man advantage to your opponent, but then it's the final few fights that just go so dominantly the way of G2 that you don't feel like you're making much of a dent. It's like you're getting some kills that have the potential for impact, but by the end of the round, they end up feeling like low impact as they didn't put you in a position to win it. MongolZ scoped up over here in middle. He's got a little gap on that smoke to play around. Free Fire is a very real threat here, and they go barreling on through. You breathe a big sigh of relief. That is such a huge kill to find. You knock MongolZ's AWP out of the round while you get this mid control.
G2 is so proactive. They've pushed 2 players A, 2 players B to, you know, try and trap lane, and they've cleared it out. It's a massive kill. They know mid's corrupted, though. They've got to turn their sights back to middle. Eventually, if they full send this, they just lose A. But the question is, do Apeks go A? Can still wrap this Temple B side. They've got some cool nades of Apeks. I've already seen some new lineups in this map. Going all the way over to land in the B Temple. Or, sorry, that's towards CT. Wow. What a way to flank through the spawn and go for this B hit. But with that smoke getting heard, Hunter knows what's up. Fluxo locks them inside of the hallway, and they might have to come through. Oh, creepy crawly.
They start to run out. Back to the site is Hunter, but it's just the one and done. Fluxo can't stand the test of time either. It's JL with both the openers. The man to plant as well. There's this fast B main wrap. Nork scoped up down at lower, going to make quick work of JKS. And even though Nico's arriving on this wrap round, they are all looking his way. There were 3 players homed in on B main. Nico is dealt with. They don't break a sweat. And so they find that first kill in mid, and they deliver on the round.
Some really cool mid-rounding from Apeks so far. I'm liking how they're using middle, and obviously supplemented by getting that opening kill. One thing I've noticed from MongolZ is both times he's either been blinded or smoked at mid, and he's going to fall back. He doesn't take that like random smoke shot, that random blind shot to run away, like maybe not wanting to show the orbs there. But in that case, for example, if he fired through that smoke, he's going to get a kill. There was so many players behind it. So, wonder if he keeps trying to hide that fact. Because he could have survived if he got one with him. Hunter gets a big kill, trying to grab the AK and swap sides.
All right.
He's still in the hot seat. MongolZ with a quick drop, catches JL looking nowhere.
Oh, there's a man through main trying to trade him, but MongolZ just gets away.
What a move.
The aggression from Hunter over at long. He at least gets the spot that there were 2 players here, but ends up giving away that rifle in the process. I think maybe you're hoping that that kind of baits them into following through with this B play.
Yeah, that looks crazy, but that was a flash play for G2, and on a round like this, it's, you know, you've got to make a play. If you sit back in your sight, you'll lose. And he actually blinded the rifle, but it's the AWP from afar that provided cover. JKS takes his position, and so this may be unsuspected. MongolZ, what a shot, and JKS even gets a pistol kill. How have they won this round? 3-on-1, 45 seconds. Stiko with a lot to do.
Stiko v Nico, the fight of a lifetime. And Stiko's going to win it, but he's very, very low. He does not emerge from that unscathed, and so this kind of decides the round, you'd like to think. 21 HP, he's looking at long, he's toying with the idea, but he knows he can't do it.
Wow.
And so G2, with just pistols, managed to find the round. You know, couple of key moments there. Hunter getting the opener, full sending it out through long, building a very good picture of where Apeks were looking to end up. And then on top of that, you had MongolZ, obviously, you know, can't go around without having this guy get involved. Dropping mid, which is
so
really ballsy, right? Like, it's really not uncommon to have someone holding this from back over towards boat, having someone at the T-stairs. He just drops in, deals with JL outside of dark. It's something that clearly G2 are kind of prepared for. That's even been evident with how Hunter has been like hyper-focused on holding dark in the rounds where he's been playing it. So they know that JL likes to root through here, and MongolZ uses that to get the opener, retrieves the AK that goes on to give him the kill over Nork. That also handed the free AWP over to G2.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be happy about at the end of that round if you're G2.
Just a domino effect of an eco, right? And that's what we talk about when we say the freedom that being on an eco round provides you. You can just do something insane, like drop mid, you know, with knowing that you'll probably get caught by someone peeking you mid, or as you said, at A stairs. But it was highlighted by the fact that G2 saw 2 outside of B. They knew the B hit was coming. And so, of course, as a player dark, trying to split the B site. So honestly, yeah, he's still taking a risk, but it's a little more calculated. He knows he's got a player there.
Even the routing that he takes, the way that like he looks for that fight and then immediately ducks into dark, knowing that the response will be the guy who's watching A, wherever he was, is going to be rushing there to get that trade. Like, it just shows great awareness as to how, you know, Apeks are going to look to go through their protocols and try to deal with that push.
Fluxo the AWPer. We know G2 love a double AWP on this map. And he's in the right place right now. Will these mollies be a problem? There's only one. They're not going out right now. They're just rushing. Oh, he's so blind. What can he even do? Flick missed. And a double entry as Hunter gets overwhelmed in lower as well. Don't go through the smoke. This is still winnable for G2. You just don't need to beckon them in. Honestly, he waits for no man. Nice shot.
Gap in the smoke, and Jacob is the one to win that. And so now it is too far gone. The AWPs are broken apart. And Apeks managed to find a solution on the back of just a fast B rush, some good flashes to get them in. These pistols, these MAC-10s close the gap.
Oh, yeah, nice to show Apeks can do that so they can flex. you know, in the back of every kill, in the back of G2's mind, they're thinking like, he actually swapped back to the Mac 10, worth noting, didn't keep the orb. In the back of G2's mind, they know that can happen at any point now, so might be seeing them start 3B, set a double mid. Done a lot of two-man A-main setups, have G2.
You know, I can relate to Hooksy on like a spiritual level there. You're watching what Monte's doing with the AWP all game long, and you're like, hell, I could try do that, right? Like, I could try get involved. But yeah, you know, it's one where you end up kicking yourself at the end of it because it's like, you know, they were low on economy, they're running at you fast, the double AWP, maybe not ideal for that to contain one of these faster rounds.
Another broken buy for G2, but we've seen them do more with less. And they actually start very heavy on A main again. Try to get ahead of this with the same setup, JKS and Monte. But Apeks, worth noting, have never walked dry into A main. They've always supplemented it with flashes and mollies, or even smoking this position that Monte's holding from. So it's not come for free for G2. They've had to work for these A main fights, but that's why they have two players here. There's the smoke, right? Just to get this early control. JKS trades it out, pawn for pawn. Wasting their time. It's a good smoke. And they're not going to go through that in a million years, so Jacob fighting middle, pushes Nico back with a headshot. But they are vying for the A split. It's down to how much success Jacob can get in middle. It's up to JKS and Nate. Oh, missed shot.
Yes, rises to the occasion. He does well to get out with a double there. Throws the A take into disarray. And now it's Hooksy. Redemption arc with the AWP going to be needed here. It's him who missed a couple of sitters in that last one, but this time he gets his 1-for-1. He lives up to his side of the deal.
Oh, he didn't molly.
Oh, Norks decided against the molly. Doesn't clear out Cake as a result. And Nico, oh, the shot misses. You know you're running out of time. Jacob comes in to lend a helping hand. It's all on Hunter now. 1v2 as he roots in through middle. They're looking his way. They're ready. They're on the angle. And Nork is not missing a beat. 3 in the round. The hat-trick from Apex's AWP.
Damn, because Nico's so scared of that mid-split that he knows is coming, he doesn't actually move deeper behind the cake, and he gets spotted by Nork. It felt like Nico was primed for that round right there, but he's not wide enough, he's not safe enough, and he gets spotted, only hits a tag. Of course, he was being wrapped, but had to commit one way or the other. And Monte with one missed shot, Harry, and look what happens. All falls down around him. JKS still gets a double kill, but it could have been a wash in main if Monte found the first. I like how Apeks used that Mac 10 as well. Sent Kixon jumping around the corner to prime Nork for the trade out on Hooksy. That's a better trade for Apeks than it is for G2 in that moment. Oh, what a molly timing. JKS has to run through. The rest of G2 around the corner.
Oh, Stico. There's a lot of them there. JL will wrestle with the AK and knocks out basically everyone. Nico, last man standing, and with an AK in his hands, that's really his prize here at the end of the round. Gonna get out with the gun at least. That's something. Apeks could look to try and remove it, but I almost hope they do just play their own money here. And that looks to be the decision made. They're spread out a little, right? So if Nico does try and move too far away from A main here, he will go walking into them. They're kind of holding the extremities. It's a nice way of somewhat hunting. You're kind of boxing him in, keeping him in this little area. And if any moment in this, Nico decides, well, I want to try and leave with the AK in case they are hunting, he would be dead. They've got him pinned in.
He might be dead.
The molly just falls spreads. And so Jacob will knock the AK out.
Well, they can buy, but yeah, the AK would be a nice piece for Nico. Not today.
You know, I mean, I know it's still, at least in terms of G2's aspirations, it's still early in the run, but I do hope that we get like a very informed Nico start to show up as the tournament continues. Definitely. Because, you know, I think for the G2 storyline as a whole, a lot of it comes down to Nico and his lack of success at majors, right? The idea that this is meant to be his last chance to get one in global offensive. And so you would want him to play well in amidst that, right? You don't want it to be the story of like, oh, Nico finally gets his major, but it's Monte like doing everything.
No, it'd be cool, but also, yeah, you definitely, I have no doubt once we hit the arena, presuming Nico is there, and it's a safe presumption that he will perform. But yeah, I don't think G2 could win the major without Nico performing as well. Like, even if Monte's going absolutely crazy, you need Nico. This is the best rifler in the game right now, one of, if not the best. So you need Nico. And I'm sure he'll deliver. Let's see if G2 can get there. Right now, don't get worried. It's CT side Anubis. They're holding on. It's a good angle for Hunter, but it doesn't convert the kill, and they don't commit. So HooXi won't even get the trade offered up. He hears them run away, though. Will that tempt HooXi in? Oh, it really could. Nork's still watching this. Nico found a kill in the meantime in middle. Jacob's been relentless in mid in these gun rounds. He's very low right now. Oh, JL's trapped and whittled. Nico wins another fight. Holding strong in this round when they actually need him. This is a swing round, right? If G2 lose it, it would be a pretty one-sided half, but they can still win it right now. 4-on-3. Apeks trying to walk into B.
Monte waits down in dark. And they probably want to contact this, right? So he's going to get a free chance at the fight, and he wins them both. Doesn't matter what you give him, he'll find a way to make it work.
And I just love the aggro moves G2 are doing. They've just rushed A. Nico reset from middle to push with his teammate, right? Like, this is how teams have started to make CT side work it. You're grouping up and going for double pushes. Doesn't matter where, but just doing it in the mid-round and trying to gain back information. They know it's not A from A main at least, and so JKS can reset. Nico can go on a big flank to play late. And Nork won't even get a bomb plant because JKS is here in time. Unless he plants for heaven, but why would you do that? Actually, you might do that. JKS has been main every round. Good call from Nork. But past that point, he is a dead man. Oh, the no-scope. Maybe we got something cooking here.
First step in the right direction. Nork, he knows he's going to have to deliver here across this series if he's going to want to go toe-to-toe with the likes of G2. He's got one in the round already, 3 more to find, and Nork looked like he was going to miss that timing. Goes back for more. Nork, one short of making it happen, making that miracle clutch in the 1v4 come through. And it's Nico to rob him of that right. G2 tie this up at 7-all. It's promising, though, that Nork is able to stand and deliver like this, right? That is a good sign looking forward across this series.
It's even more promising that Nico wins both his fights in middle, resets, doesn't push into Nork's up mid, and he's the guy who has to close it in the clutch up as well. Did what he had to there. Way too close for comfort for G2, but they're just happy they get the round. 3 kills from Nico. A damn nice try from Nork. Very, very important trade. That has everything you would have wanted in that round. Everything but the clutch. Ooh. Almost.
Oh, that's awkward routing. Yeah, he gets caught on the little box made of sand or stones. So,
yeah. Oh, they're going through.
Oh, no sandbox here. It's a full-on playpen inside of this B site. And Hunter will get mauled. Plant found for Apeks here in round 15. It's a 2v3 retake. Nico and JKS, the one task with trying to offer this up. Or posted. That's one of the big red flags here. Nork has a good degree of freedom to get involved in some of these CT fights, and that looks to be his move. Nico knocked out of the round, leaves it all on JKS. And with how entrenched Apeks are, with how he's boxed in by the util, that there shouldn't be hope for him here. The AWP is on the angle, and Nico swings wide, so it's Apeks winning out this first half, 8-7. They get their revenge for Nico denying the clutch in that last round.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
come on, ColdZero. No, it cannot be ColdZero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and ColdZero was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
The Samurai battles onwards against the Apeks Predator, and right now it's split down the middle 8-7 in favor of Apeks, but CT Anubis is not easy, as G2 learned. We had some nice moves, we had some nice setups and aggression from G2, but Apeks, man, they've got some tricks up their sleeve, don't they? And I hope that applies to this second half as well.
Yeah, it's been an impressive start from one man in particular. Nork has really come into this hitting the ground running, and I think to be an AWPer in a series where Monte is on the other side, and for you to be outshining, you know, is a very, very cool feat. Nork, someone who's been around for a good while now, had that stint in NIP as well. Didn't really feel like the kind of solution to the problems that roster was having back then. Oh, Hootsy, mid-air!
My God.
And JL is a dead man. Fast out mid. G2 have exploded into this A site. Apeks have a fast flank in through main available. G2 man advantage in the post plant. Time to get set up as well. And they're even going to take main back. Double set up here. JKS playing the same role in the T-side pistol as he does on the CT half. Oh, dealt with. First man falls. They try to reinforce the line here over towards main, but that leaves Monte in a very uncomfortable angle out on an island. His teammates have dealt with Connector, and that gives G2 a lot more freedom in this 3v2 to pick and choose their battles. They're not getting sandwiched anymore, and so they will focus all that attention back towards main. They lock in the pistol, and it's Hooksy to make it happen.
Yeah, and Hunter's been really solid. Wins those post-plant fights as well, right? He's been in a very difficult role down in dark on the B-bomb site, playing those smoke fade timings. More often than not, his team would just lose B, and he would not really be able to get more than one in his rounds, but able to shut down his pistol and level the playing field 8 apiece. No force up. Apeks want those guns ASAP. Flash for B. Bit of aggro. And not much to it. Easy money made for Nico. And G2 getting rid of the pistols, as they've had no problem doing, with the exception of that third round.
All right, 1 kill for Kicksan. Now that should be it. That's pretty much the end of the line here. Nico comes in, and so he's going to be like kind of the best Sanji ever here, as 4 kills off the MAC-10, has crowdfunded an AWP to come in at the earliest convenience for G2.
That's really nice, yeah.
They will decide against it, though. Playing rifles right now.
Oh, you baited me. I thought they bought it, Harry.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need it, right? You don't need it by any means. Still, quote-unquote, bonus. 2 Galil's MAC-10. Play with your speed. Limit test a little. Dark smoke cuts Jacob off. We have a double main for Apeks and A, running a similar setup. Harder without the AWP. They might even reaggress together. Ooh, catching two. Almost looking the wrong way. Monte turns back in time and gets that kill. Nork is very low. He's on the clock. They're running him down. Cover comes in, and JL does save the day. That's the bomb. Monte's also low. This is not guaranteed for G2. Back turn for JL as he heard them coming in through middle. This split was well timed from G2, and no one knows where to look.
Oh, JKS is on a timer here. He will get the bomb down, but this peek from main is coming. JKS, gun out in time, brings it down to the 1v1. Kicksan moving in, has Hunter to beat, but he's tucked in up close. Good angle for Hunter. Kicksan gonna have to nail this on the pre-fire. Got to check it as he moves around. He lands the dink, but not the killing blow.
Ouch.
That's the way the A1S, that's the way the M4 goes.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of orgs this tournament for reasons like that, right? Playing close positions despite the scope. And, you know, you don't like hitting the first headshot but still losing the fight. They have the same gun there. That's a round for Kicksan. Nice save from G2. They use that MAC-10 fast out middle. Just get to death run their way for an A split. That's why you don't want the AWP as early as possible. They're going to run it back. MAC-10 on Hooksy against the pistols.
See, whenever Hooksy lets out one of his little ho-ho like noise, that's
mouse.
He does it a lot, right? Whenever G2 are having a good game, you'll hear that.
Sick.
Yeah, it's got a very specific like tone and cadence to the laugh, and that's, you know, kind of like the war cry of G2 to an extent.
Old Michael Mouse. Harry does a great Goofy impression, but I'm sure he's too embarrassed to do it.
I'm trying to remember what Goofy even sounds like, man. Ruh-roh.
No, Raggy. Close enough. It's 10-8.
Just the pistols.
Yeah, it's just the pistols.
Still, we've seen them win these sorts of rounds before. Will this be another one of them? JKS and Monte do not seem to think so. Neither does Hunter. All the G2 have taken an issue with it. And JL might find 2 on the backstab. But everyone else has been dealt with in the site. We try to give him this fight here. Hooksy, moment of confidence there as he runs down the last man.
All right, G2 in control, but let's see a full buy for Apeks with everything they need. Hopefully Nork on the AWP, and indeed he's got it, because this guy put up a fantastic first half. Almost got a 1v4 clutch.
Feels like, you know, G2 have kind of held off buying the AWP till they knew Apeks have the money to bring their own out. So they've kind of waited till now to bring that AWP into play. Both AWPers with the big green.
There's also the pace of the rounds they're playing, right? Like, now there's loads of util and there's everything. There's going to be a more standard round, more of a default for G2, but in the previous rounds, they're playing MAC-10, they're playing as pistols. There's no mollies. They can go fast. They have freedom. Now you know the AWP is here. JL, scary in middle. The smokes are down. He's trying to make up his mind. He'll get one in the middle. But they can still play through and over this. That lip on the left wall gives you a nice angle to fight. Well, Jacobs won the fight to Nico off of a B push, killing him in middle. Hooksy don't care. He just lobs in his smokes for the A attack. And Monte patience pays. Oh, but he misses again. He will follow up. JKS can swing and trade that kill and keep control of A and the bomb. Even through a smoke for Hunter.
Walk. That is crazy. Like, Kicksan's even trying to consider the timing. Right as he goes to look away is when Hunter emerges. That's going to seal the deal on this round. G2, they make it happen. You know, one or two moments in there where it looked like Apeks could have got something going. There was that push all the way through long out of Jacob that netted them the opener. There was even, you know, the missed shot from Monte and the trade found on him over at main. But JKS lives in this corner at A main, lives in the cubby. And he was there ready and willing to get the trade, safeguarding the round, especially when you factor in that mid-timing found by Hunter. And I do like how much of a problem, how much of an emphasis G2 are putting on middle, right? It's kind of scary because it's making any rotate. Anytime you're pulling players off of mid to go and reinforce a bomb site, you feel like the punish is immediate. And so that might slow down some of these rotates as time goes on. It might start pulling you know, players away from other sides of the map to go and reinforce middle. You know, it's kind of like a domino effect almost, right? Even though you started this round in a 5v4, you were still feeling that need to get aggressive, still feeling that need to take a bit of pressure away because you're a little lax on mid, and you know how much G2 are exerting their control there. Timeout called in for Apeks. They've quickly racked up the majority of their timeouts being used here, as this CT side is encountering a lot of problems.
Yeah, and that's despite them, you know, coming in with some plays being made, some pushes. Right, you can't sit back forever. We've seen the effect of passive CT sides with exactly what you're talking about in middle and some of the A splits G2 have had, pushing smokes and Mac 10's running through Acon. So yeah, clean half right now for G2. Let's see if they can keep it so in a crucial gun round now for Apeks. North of the orb. B for now. Being that first point of rotation though.
So I think if you're G2, you kind of just adopt the mentality, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, go back to taking this mid control. It's been yours every time you've wanted it.
One way.
One way around the smoke for Jacob. For Monte.
How do you play against this guy? He can't do anything. He knows. It's just must be the most frustrating thing in the world. You don't even see Monte.
Dude, it speaks volumes because while the smoke was down, Kicksan didn't even feel safe to try get the gun. Like, that's how like paranoid he is about going into this orb. It sits at the bottom of canals right now.
You're scared for good reason. I can't even blame the fear. Hunter's killed JL as well, and he's reset back to A. Nico can be left here, but he's already skirting back. Nork can cut this off because Nico's taking middle. It's a chance here. Big shot for Nork. Gonna have to go and reinforce A. They're gonna hear this rotation.
Yeah, Nork very much was the guy to keep an eye on here. He's got to stand and deliver now, and that's a clean kill.
Oh.
Nork, the highlight reel is rolling. Here it is. Oh, out with another. That could have been a fourth, but it just falls shy of finding.
Oh, no cover, no cover.
No one's watching. Hooksy comes in a little later, but he can't win the round anymore. JKS gets hung out to dry. And Nork's heroics are enough to win that round.
Oh, that's a massive mistake for Hooks. He goes back to watch flank, but he can watch flank from the site and still cover JKS. All he needs to do essentially is die there to set JKS up for the round, right? As long as the plant goes in, JKS is in position to win it. But Hooksy goes back physically for the flank, and Stiko takes that gap. A heroic play from Stiko, but a massive blunder from Hooksy. And like, that's, you know, he's not afraid to die for the team as this guy. He knows his spot, but yeah, completely outpositions himself.
G2 kind of recognized that immediately as like their first, like, I want to say glaring unforced error. You know, I guess you could maybe make a case for like the double AWP up against low econ as another one, but that's like one of their two missteps so far, right? And much akin to how last time that triggered an attack pause, they've called one in immediately again. They want to try and address this problem early on. You know, always demanding perfection, even though that's one where, like, in hindsight, you look back at it and you go, yeah, it's obvious what the solution is.
Yeah.
Still just wanting that time to talk it through, make sure you don't repeat any mistakes, you don't give Apeks a chance to come back in here.
Yeah,
it's an immediate refocus heading into this next rifle round.
You won't be talking about that specifically, right? Like, you know, Hooksy knows he's screwed up, but it's more the how getting into that situation in the first place. Nork able to multi-kill from heaven, set Apeks up very well. So G2 need to be careful because they know what the big, you know, the big play, the big problem is on Apeks right now. And it is that orb. Again, starting B for Nork, but he'll be needed to rotate middle as Hunter once again peers through this mid Molotov. Look how much room he has. This forces that rotate. It's a rifle for now. Nork watches dark. The bomb is B, but 4 players of G2 are set up for this A hit right now. Gonna have to end up going through that temple smoke eventually. This is a nice fake out, but it doesn't work because they lose both players. And I say fake out, the bomb is still B, boys, but they're going through heaven on A. Is this meant to be happening? Honestly, is so far out of the picture right now. Crucial kill for JL, but Hunter has rolled out the red carpet and Monte needs to run it now to get back to this site. This is awkwardly out of position, but Apeks don't know it. So they're in no hurry.
Yeah, I think right now you just have to wait. Right? You have to kind of admit that you've hit the weird zone of the game and see if you can catch anyone in rotations. They're trying to see if anything's offered, but nothing's gained. Monte left in this alone. 2 players up in heaven to deal with him. He's going to try and take the routing back in a B. Monte in the 1v3. He will have time to get this bomb planted. He will have time to embark upon this clutch. There was a time for the flash to show us what it's got. It's now, but they're close, already through CT. They are hot on his heels here, and Nork will nail the shot. I really, you know, you've got to give Nork credit for the display that he's showing right now, for the performance he is giving us, 22 and 12. He is the top performing player in the server. And, you know, it's taken, you know, kind of being pushed to their limits, but sometimes that's what you need. You need someone to give you that goal, someone that you go, I want to be better than this guy. And it feels like that's what Nork's doing right now.
I don't even want to say that was a mistake for G2. I'm sure they had an idea behind it, but I thought they were going to use the mid-split to actually go temple and fake out that A hit. Sure, they had players trapped in A main, and I guess Apeks did get way more kills than G2 are ready to concede in that position, but with Monte outside of B with the orb, waiting for with a bomb, waiting for the push. He gets a kill, they reroute perhaps, but he doesn't get a kill, and look what happens. It's such a long road to get back to A for him. Like, I'm thinking, what's the best case scenario there for G2? Well, they kill everyone in A main. Monte is still in the wrong position with the bomb. So, what was the grander scope there for G2? Either way, it doesn't work. A clutch denied by Nork. A kill that has higher impact than, you know, you can imagine. Because Monte's ready to win that round, I'll tell you that. This game is tight. 2 rounds in a row for Apeks. A late activation on CT side. Oh, the jump spot. Monte didn't see it. And Nork again wins that fight. This head-to-head is getting very interesting.
I mean, it's got to be Nork-sided by now. It has to be.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Monte... Ooh, what's Suxi go? Okay. Standard molly. Nork goes for more.
Oh,
again, they set him up.
He's having a field day right now, is Nork. Quite the sight to behold. Look at this. Jacob once again with this B-long aggression. G2 not ready for it. I mean, you know, you're in a 3v5. You don't expect them to keep the aggression coming through. And even these guys that have made it out through dark know they're on a timer. They know that Jacob will come swinging in. They end up dealing with him. However, JL is quick to feel the gap. And so 11 to 12. The scoreline starting to shrink on down. Apeks, they're believing in this comeback here. They're putting a stop to the G2 run. They came into this second half, did G2, and they won 5 straight to launch themselves up into the lead, but that is quickly starting to disintegrate. Now just 1 round between these squads and an eco round looming for G2.
These rounds are clean as well, Harry. They're decisive. It's not clutches. Can't put it down to unlucky. We'll get them next time. G2 are having trouble getting into post.
I mean, dude, I think it's really going to beg the question, what would have happened all those rounds ago if HooXi didn't bail out on JKS?
Oh, it'd probably be over. Nico, what a double.
What he can. Techno going to open up, and now he's got the AWP as well. He loses a teammate. Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. He's on for the ace right now. One man doing it all. We've had quiet games from Nico so far, but he might be here to put G2 on the map. That's the Nico round we were waiting for.
That's the player we know and love. What an entry. With a Tech 9 tapping every single head. And Nico, he's partial to an AWP as well. He can wield it when necessary. And the clutch to close it. Everything G2 needed to shoot them back up to the stars. Beautiful Tech 9 for Nico. And what a hunt as well in the 1v1 to play the gap in the smoke. And there's the HooXi howl back again.
And now it's like your worst nightmares are coming true, man. Like, you know, we touched upon how good Monte's been, the fact that everyone else has looked lights out. It was Nico quiet on day one, but he's not quiet anymore. He's risen to top of the board for G2. And just what a way to kind of break through an Apeks that we're really starting to believe. One man with a Tech 9 goes on a tear, robs you of a round, stops your streak dead in its tracks, and, you know, calls everything into question here. Apeks, they've got an investment, but it's really not pretty. It's got severe limitations. There's next to no utility. Plays will have to be made in this round. And if they lose it, they likely end up losing this map on the economy alone, so a gut-wrenching position to be in.
Well, they need players. They've got the playmaker. Nork has his AWP on A alone, entrusting him with an entire bomb site, but one that may be avoided entirely in round 25. G2 are taking Dark right now with Util. Molly's either which way. Jacob and Kixon on the site, and we need that mid-rotator soon as well, because G2 are announcing their presence loud. He's on the Mac 10, first in. Smokes are a real problem, but Kixon plays ahead of one. Swinging long, that's dangerous. They need a double from it, and HooXi hits that perfect timer. Hammer on the head of the nail, and breaks this B site wide open. Bomb plant, these are the rounds that G2 do not lose, and Apeks know it as well. They have to save and play that economy game, 14-11. An ace for Nico, and everything changes. Apeks are back on the pain train.
Yeah, this save is essential, and you know, G2 won't come knocking, they won't come hunting for these guns, so they're at least going to hold them going forward, but the kind of nature of the game has changed, right? It went from Apeks really believing in this comeback, feeling like they couldn't set a foot wrong, having the rug pulled out from underneath them. G2 is sprinting towards the finish line now. And we're still in that spot where, you know, for Apeks, the money still very much is the thing deciding the outcome of this game. You're left hinging it all on a force buy here. Up against 14, you're putting everything on the line. A couple of Famases around the saved AWP and M4. That's all they're able to muster. And so, you know, we didn't really get, like, Nor getting super involved there. He was relegated to the save very early on. This has to be his round. This has to be where he provides what he's done across this entire map so far, which is these insanely convincing AWP head-to-heads that he's had. If there ever was a time for it, here's this B-long aggression that we've had as a consistency from Apeks.
And I love the molly from mid behind it as well. It means someone can't hold and jiggle you from afar. They have to play inside of the ruins area. G2 don't care though. They just elevate the pace and go back to this mid-aggression. JL, stuck on the corner, still takes one with him, but that deep smoke provides Hunter a window of opportunity, and he'll take it. This A-split is coming in hot, and the flank's been denied as well. It's all on Nork.
He's got to do it, but 3 players over in main, 3 players coming in way. It's the collateral for Nork, and down in the 1v1, Justin Savage versus Kixan. He's grabbed the bomb, looking for the plant, looking at the heavens. Kicksan doesn't move in. He takes his time here, but that's given the plant over to JKS. And a little bit of breathing room in the site. He picks and chooses his battles, and he finds Kicksan rooting through the connector. Apeks now know that the curtains have been called on this map. There shouldn't be a chance for them moving forward. G2 on the back of that Nico ace on a Tech 9 look to win Anubis.
What a great reaction from that B aggro. G2 have seen it time and time again. They knew exactly what that molly represented, and they go, we don't care. We're just going to commit in. Doesn't matter how much dirty work Nork can do. G2 put him back in the washer. He's had a phenomenal game as a Swedish AWPer, but it is still not enough. They are broke. FaMases and aggro with nothing to lose. A gun not out in time. Nork dies after a dink. It will be traded. There's still more questions in this round. Stiko in a smoke. Ooh, spotted and falling off, gets caught as well. Punish towards B for Nico. He's ready to end this map in style. 3 kills on a plate. Nico tucks in, and Hunter helps out to find 16 rounds for G2. That is the map locked in. Their opponent's picked up as G2 set to embark on the 3-0 run to the Legend stage. It is within reach now. Inferno is up next, and we'll see if G2 can complete and convince that 2-0 run.
Yeah, wow, what a way for this to go down. And so we'll have that second map locked, loaded, and ready to go in just a moment. Well, as I said at the end, what a way for that to what a way for that to end up, dude. A crazy match for the side of Apeks. I think this one's going to hurt, but for G2, it was very reassuring to see as that comeback kind of started to take a bit of shape. Looked like it could have come to fruition. You had big performances from Nico to put them back on the map. And they were able to long that out up towards top of the board. It was Monte, Nico, and JKS really holding down the fort here for G2. And it is just reassuring to me to see that, you know, day one might not have been the Nico we wanted to see here at the major, but he's very much feeling it as we moved into the BO3s, as that legend spot is on the line.
Some of those ideas for G2 were cool as well. I actually really like their CT side. Like, it was a 7-round CT side, pretty par for the course. I'd say they're decent. We've seen a lot of teams win games with worse CT halves, but some of the double setups they were doing in A main, the JKS Monte setup, that even when we saw some rounds when Monte would like miss that opening shot, pretty rare, but happened 3 or 4 times in that map. JKS would still come out with multi-kills, and Apeks put a lot of onus on taking A main, using smokes to even cut off Monte's orb so they could focus JKS. He still got away with a lot. Like, he actually ends that game top of the board for his team, and it kind of sneaks in there a little bit because of the CT side, because of how many multi-kills he got. So just a really good game from all of G2 across the board. And then when you throw in things like that Nico ace, man, ooh, that's pretty beautiful.
Yeah, no, that kind of felt like the second wind, right? For G2 was Nico coming alive here. I mean, this is the round. If you missed it, you missed something beautiful. It starts with the Tech 9 and it ends with the AWP in a 1v2 to ace the round and return G2 to their winning ways. You know, this was a thing of beauty. It really was. It was played to perfection from Nico. It was like vintage Nico moment. You can tell by Hooks' reaction, like that's like the plays that only this team get to make, right? And seeing Nico smiling to himself at the end of that is very, very good. I think even that they were winning on the first day, which he's always going to be happy about, there was that feeling, at least for someone who demands as much from himself as like Nico does, that he could have done more, he could have been better, and he certainly showed a very, very good face here today. So that's brilliant to see, especially when, you know, the kind of big flagship storyline within G2 is Nico, a man who's had a lot of success individually, is still chasing down that major trophy.
Yeah, there's a few players here, obviously, at the major that we talk about in kind of needing, obviously only one spot, but needing this major to top off their CSGO careers, and someone who has as many, you know, things collected, as many trophies in the cabinet as Nico, as many grand finals and close attempts as he's had. I think he feels like the most justified to be taking a major, especially with this superstar team finally reaching their peak at the right time. It feels like, you know, going into the end of last year at World Finals and then starting this year, Katowice as well. G2 have been on the rise, and they finally figured it out, it seems. So it does feel like the safe storyline for this major. Of course, other teams in contention, but none of them are in as good a form, so it feels. And when G2 put up games like this, it reminds you really what you're working with. And the fact that G2 are now just a map away, Harry, from the Legend stage, 3-0ing their way through, and confidently at that. And I think with Inferno up next, I have high expectation of that fact, right? It's not a map that Apeks have, well, they play it a lot. It's not a map they played against Tier 1 opposition to the same degree, certainly not won it against Tier 1 opposition. And G2 yesterday, both games of Inferno, CT side, really weak first halves, and then they go T side and they absolutely tear up. So I have full confidence in G2 for 2-0 in the series right now.
Yeah, you know, I think that is kind of the sentiment. I want to home in on Apeks a little and talk Nork, because he had a lights out match. Did this guy? I mean, it was very, very impressive when you're in the server versus Monte, especially when you look at like where he sits in the tournament as the top-rated player coming into this series. When you look at the fact that he's the flashy, fast AWPer that we all fixate on, we all look at, and Nork was able to outdo him here in individual numbers. Nork puts on one of the best games he's had, the best games he's had versus top 10 opposition. Not something he faces a hell of a lot since the NIP days, but you know, this was one of the things that's kind of heartbreaking with playing against G2 is, you know, what is one of your best games and one of the best games you've had versus a caliber of opponent like this in recent memory is still not enough to beat a team of giants.
Insane, right? And let's talk the head-to-head, right? Because we were mentioning during the game, we got the numbers on it. Nork went 6-3 against Monte, and on Orbs, he went 5-1. That is a stark comparison, 5-1 against Monte, who was having a good game, by the way. Monte had plenty of highlight rounds, so Nork absolutely bests him in the AWP. We had a lot of opening fights go between these two players, and Nork was at the front of all of them. So that's very interesting to see Nork manage to beat Monte in AWP head-to-heads. Obviously still lose the game. He had a lot of multi-kills in rounds that he lost, right? The 1v4, he gets 3. That Kalat in A main, he got 3. Got traded, they lost a round. So there were some heartbreaking rounds in there for Nork, but it's awesome to see him showcase his ability. Yeah. And even though we came into this game never expecting Apeks to win, G2, we want them to win. We think they should win. They are favorites. They're doing it right now. Apeks have 3 BO3s, and they got to win 1. Right now, Nork in this form, I think that's very viable to see Apeks in the Legend stage.
Yeah, one of the things that's like super impressive to me as well is that like Monte is someone who fares well, even when you compare him like in head-to-heads v like the likes of like Simple and Zywoo in individual matches. Like normally he does exceptionally well in those sorts of head-to-heads. So the idea that it was like Nork the one to rise up and beat him is very, very cool for Apeks, and it was sick to see, but you know, not enough across the board, across the rest of the team to kind of fill the gaps, right? Because it's like when you look at Apeks, it was kind of this feeling of like, okay, they've dealt with Nork, they should go on to win the round now. Whereas when you look down the list of G2, it's like, yeah, guys, we got Nico. Oh wait, JKS is top fragging and like doing a phenomenal job multi-killing. Oh, Monte's fast as hell. So when we get down in the 2v2s, we end up losing. Hunter's just like a kind of backbone player, you know, like he'll put up numbers and do it with consistency. So yeah, you know, it's a bit of a heartbreaking way for it to go for Apeks. This very much was their best chance in this series. As we get ready to head to Inferno next, I am worried for him.
Yeah, I'm not worried because I think Apeks also knew this. We saw that in the interview with Jacob. Like I don't think they had expectation to be the favorites today, and the fact that they are competing against G2 is a good sign. I just hope that they get good draws moving forward if they do lose this game. It's still an if, folks. Inferno is up next. It's G2's pick in the series, and with them likely starting on T side as well, that could be very, very good for G2 given their T side so far this event. So join us in just a moment. We'll be back with Inferno to see if G2 can go to that Legend stage.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go. Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it. I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Muscles.
G2 are just one BO3 away from locking in their slot in the Legend stage, doing it 3-0 as well. That would subside any worries that you might have had coming into this and quell any doubts of slow starts for G2. On the other side, Apeks, who put up a valiant fight on Anubis, now have to take the fight to G2's map pick of Inferno. I think the task gets a hell of a lot taller now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A map that, while G2 have proven on one of their favorites, one of their home picks, it's not one that Apeks have played anyone near to this level over on LAN of the tier 1 teams they've taken on. So this will be a true test. But with some players looking solid, JL and Nork, maybe there's a way, maybe there's a world. I want more from Nico in this game. We know him to be the experienced player of Apeks, someone with a great brain and has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Knows the engine very well, but can he put it up in the numbers today? We'll have to wait and see. He's in a good spot right now. Julie's in apps. Jacob the same on B. G2 walking up mid. That's a nice tap. Nork again. Another head-to-head against Monte comes up for him.
Yeah, G2 are going to try and explode in. Unperturbed by that first kill going the other way. Hooksy will get that one. As labored as it is, he's locked in the 4v4 and forces this long player back into the site. Nico arrives, but he's flubbed the opportunity here. Very slow firing dualies. Zaiwu has spoiled me with how fast he's able to fire them. Oh,
that works.
Well,
Nico's alive.
Never even got to see how quick Jacob's capable of firing those things off.
He's fired.
And so this is the save now. G2, they might have lost that first man. They might have gone 4v5 to open the round, but they don't lose a single player past that point. So the pistol is in the pocket of G2. We're talking about the map and how this is going to be an uphill battle for Apeks, to say the very least. Last time, the G2 will have lost to an underdog here. We'll all remember it. It was back at the RMRs for the Rio Major, where they lost to GamerLegion.
Oh, wow, you really had to do him like that? Was that the Elim game? I think it was, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Harry.
We'll all know it. So,
Harry.
No, but I'm saying, that's the last time. That's how long ago it was since they kind of lost to an underdog here.
Almost a different team nowadays, right? A lot more things in their playbook, a lot more confidence. I remember that game, they played just extremely passive. They played with no bravado. And, yeah, they kind of had it coming to them. But I think they learned their lesson, and we don't see that G2 anymore. Even if they do occasionally leave a gun in spawn. Did you see that happen twice on Inferno? It happened once in our game on the Mongols. Then Nico did it against Complexity. He left his M4 in spawn, and then he got B rushed, and he had to run back to spawn, and they lost B.
Yeah, you try to give them as many chances as you can. You have to artificially spice the game up a little,
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah, make it fair. When I said G2 are playing 4v5, that's not what I had in mind. But Nico, he's got his gun, and he's putting it in the right place. Bullets in the face, and B open for business. Just going to be saving this force buy for Apeks and giving it another go. Meanwhile, over on the other stream, in the 3-0 game, or I guess the 2-0 game, 4-3-0, FaZe have just taken map 1 against ENCE, FaZe's map pick. ENCE with a late game comeback on Overpass on their T side, and FaZe closed at 16-12. So, right now, favorites are winning, Harry, and that's rare. It's a nice feeling. Majors are where the upsets happen. Majors are where things get weird. But all is right in the world.
Feels right. And also, I'll say, it's more like, to my money, it's more like RMRs is where the upsets happen.
Sure.
Ages, the pressure's a bit...
It happens.
It does happen. But it's nice that right now everything's kind of going down as it should.
Agree. We always have a dream run here and there. Jame played in 2 major finals, won one of them. B&E, every major come through, surprise. These things happen. Nothing is guaranteed. The G2 know that, and they are putting their money where their mouth is. Hooksy. Takes a bit before the flash, but the Molly's trap players in, and Nico is just solid. Another opener on this B bomb site, and he wants more. There's 3, there's often more. JL on the boost. Smoke, Hunter will go through with it. Okay, careful, G2. Eagles are getting weird. JL drops off. And they're actually going to full rotate round, go back towards A. Does Nico hear this, though? Might not. They're running right up into middle right now. Long smoke will cut Nico out of the picture. Oh, that was close. Oh, he hits it. Finds Monte, bomb loose. JKS needs these kills. They come through with ease. And they know Stico's on the long side, locked out by smoke, gives G2 the path to plant. There's a gun.
He's armed, he's dangerous. Rooting in through the apartments. Nico and JKS both on 2 kills apiece. And hard to break apart. JKS swings on out. And it is very good to see him carrying across that strong performance from the opening map. Not want to give anything away for free is JKS. So he'll deny that clutch right at the end.
He has been solid, hasn't JKS, this tournament, right? A few maps in, but no middling of the pack performances. Been there when they need him. Was top fragger last map as well. Banana take for Apeks. They stay back in the bomb site. I hope G2 just give them a few more seconds of comfort. But of course, Nico just walks through the smoke. Let's Monte the opening kill. G2 getting dumped. Not bad at all. But Monte won't be given this opening kill. Jacob. Oh, I say it. There it is. Oh. You don't even get a chance.
It's meant to be the angle where you can, get a pixel of vision and then get off of it, but Monte nails that shot.
Even if Jacob was 100% accurate, he's still dead because he's going to get the dink, right? And then he's dead. He fired 1 bullet. G2 right now making these rounds so convincing by just hitting B and winning it in 2 kills.
And now they're going to go full hunting as well because they want to punish. You want to add insult to injury here, right? You've already won the round. You've already done that part of it. So why not make it expensive? Why not take everything away on your journey? Flashing in. Orp is trapped inside of the pit with a rifle covering. Inside of the site with a rifle covering from the pit. That smoke locks Nork out of helping his teammates here. They end up losing. Stico, JL falls now as well. Nork just wants to live. And Monte will finally get one back on him. It's a leg onto Monte, not the killing blow. And so Nork loses the AWP. The rifles are taken away. That is a very punishing round out of G2.
Monte, nah, you think you can stop me? Nah. Monte, Nico on the entries. Quite a dynamic duo.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of, this is at the worst possible moment. All the G2 stars, all the kind of intrigue players are really rising to the occasion. That ace round from Nico feels like it's like reinvigorated him. And, you kind of have this horrible trifecta to deal with on the other side now. At least, the other teams that got to play versus G2 didn't really have to worry about Nico all too much. And even then, it was hard to put a stop to just Monte. You don't have that good grace right now if you're Apeks. And so you're going to be really hard-pressed to cook up solutions here. Even if Nork delivers another stellar game, he needs support around him. He needs that second man. Early on, I thought maybe it could be Jacob. JL as well is normally the guy that we look to here for Apeks, but neither one of them able to match up against Nork on their team.
He's still committed. Respect, but full blind, and JKS just bops him. Pistols stacked at B now. JL just hoping they come his way back to apartments, but JKS is in no hurry. And impatience spells disaster. What an angle for Hunter to hold. Exec over the long side again. Hooksy goes hunting. The Hooks is loose. And look at what he's done. He's cleared out everything. They just need to care apartments. They have sort of missed this, but JKS is on the duty right now. Bucket and Mop at the ready, and A cleared out. Again, they avoid the stack, and you know Nico will not forgive or forget. He's here to get the exits, or at least trap them in B. Doesn't want to give them a gun, to be honest, so might wait for his team.
Yeah, but just having him here is nice, right? You know, they're all in the site right now, and if they bring the fight to Nico, oh, he'll take that every day of the week. Last bullet for Nico, finds it. 3 in the round. He sits comfortably up top of the board. Guess the ADR, Hugo. Guess the ADR. I'll give it to you.
1,000.
1,000 ADR? Well, you're a little off. You're a little off there.
Close.
But yeah, kind of. If you're rounding to the nearest 200. Because he has 212 ADR right now.
Nice. That's pretty crazy. Just 2 kills around average. Easy. 9-0. And all B entries. Get him.
JKS and Nico 15-0 between the two of them right now.
And this is just what we saw in that Mongols and the Cole game, where G2 first halves were shaky. You're getting worried. Oh no, G2 6 round CT Inferno against the Mongols. I'm not sure about it. They go T side, they just absolutely unleash. And so them starting T-side is terrifying. But I do think they do need a lot of rounds here. However, they're currently par for the course. Nice crossfire, shuts it down. What's going on, JKS? Ah! Doesn't kill him. Somehow, some way, Glock's out. Deagle's out.
He's trying everything.
He's out of ammo, bro. He's fired all his bullets. Get out of there. Even Nico gets caught, finally dead. And okay, Apeks might be onto something.
JKS is the last of the immortal players in this game, and he is brought to his knees as well, so it's just Monte in the 1v5. Nork will shut him down from Banana. It's a clean sweep for Apeks. Quite the way to get back on the board. A team ace, everyone pulls their weight, and not a single player falls. G2 back to the drawing board here. They were often pretty liberal with pauses, looking to bring those out as soon as Apeks found success. But it's a different story here on Inferno. They're just looking to go next, straight into this next round.
Yeah, probably back to B, right? They just did a quick A split where, I say split, you know, the Abs play was smoked off. 2 guys ran up short, and there was an easy crossfire for Apeks established. They'll start 3B, they get ahead of it, knowing what G2 like to do. Nico will still beat the nades and go right back up Banana. Or he'll at least try. Gonna have to smoke it, though, eventually. Taking a bit of a beating, but spamming here could find him a kill. Jacob gets behind cover. I want to see Zork though, I don't know. Oh, it does hit the tag. Jacob, get out of there, buddy. Flick missed. Nork gives it up as well. G2 own car, and not too costly. Take some util out of them, but they're winning in the health game too. And Apeks have burnt nades. No mollies left in this round.
Oh, flashed off mid. Steeko has to run away. This is scary now. Apeks sent a 3rd man around over towards B, right? They were kind of low on util for the B hold, and it felt like it was going to come through. Now that's called into question, but all Steeko really saw was that little flash in a mid. He doesn't really know numbers. He doesn't really know what's happening here. Apeks will pull JL back around just at the right time for him to find this long kill. Oh, Nork is so blind. Looks to me it was Steeko's flash, and so JL, left as the lone site defender, is beheaded by JKS. And Nico still waits in Banana. Never one to up and leave this side of the map. That's how much faith he's got in the rest of the gang actually breaking through this A defense. He just waits here to rub salt in the wound, swings out right as Jacob hops up, and now he's got his eyes on this last man.
I love that. I love that he tried.
Yeah, Will beat him in the head-to-head, gives him a bit of a spray and everything. But it's still the round for G2.
It's a sign of the times where G2's heads are at, and Monte about to make a head roll in middle. Nice shot. Gibson's allowed to save. JKS, though, for some reason, it feels like JKS has had some of the most impact in this whole series for G2, when Monte and Nico have been playing the way they have. Obviously, it's a team effort without a doubt, but JKS has had some unbelievable rounds in both these maps. Even right there, sure, he dies, but those two crucial entries and trades onto JL broke open that A site after a very awkward team flash. Does leave Apeks lacking. Cuban coming in. We talk legends of the game, and this Polish coach definitely included. I found it interesting. Poland is the third most represented country at this major in terms of players. I'm not even including coaches there. They're the third most, only behind Denmark and Brazil. But obviously there's one Polish team, but there's so many Polish players just across European teams like Biha and Rallen, and there's more. Flames?
Wait, why did I say Flames? I meant
Biku, not Flames. He is the Polish stars. But without even counting coaches.
Yeah.
You have Cuban in there as well. So Jacob. What a play.
Oh, right up in their face.
Great flash.
Try and duck out.
Look at them make moves. Stiku. Polish legend.
Fully committed. Down through dark, and Jacob's even up in the apartments. G2 are relegated to a tiny spot back in the spawn, but JKS will knock a man out. Stiko. They don't know about him. They only knew about Jacob. This is weird.
Yes.
Oh, now they know
so
about him.
Big.
Now they know. And Nico is aware that he's beat this timing to get into A. He knows that he's got a huge window open right now. There's the backstab. Nico v Stiko. And Nico wins it.
Where's Hiko when you need him, man? JL, though, could still drop this bomb unless it goes apartments. Monte's climbing up, but stuck in middle with a bomb. Chase this one, JL, risking it all, but it's so worthwhile. He gets that kill, and Monte wasn't there to help. He'll trade. 44 seconds. Has to drop to get that bomb. Nico has provided the path, and he has taken another headshot with him. Nothing Nork can do. Monte runs through the hallway, and Nork will have to clutch up in the post. Will this head-to-head that has favored Nork so much continue to be in his pocket, or will Nico be the guy to stop it? Scope heard. He's in trouble now.
Molly, the nade, all of it spells disaster.
Where's the orb gone?
The orb's just flowing away.
Well, now you got to go for it.
Starts to move up through short. But G2 are entrenched. They're tucked in here. Does have a chance at the 1v1 on this first player in the site, but he had to win it cleanly. Now they know where he is, and Monte goes swinging out for his revenge. 7-1 to G2 as they run away with that round. I do love what Nico does there, right? Like, the moment that spot comes in on Stiko deep in alt mid, he's so aware of the opportunity that lies ahead of him. The idea that that kill is free to propel the A play into coming through.
Even as soon as they find out where Nork is and they get him mollied off, he repositions. You saw how paranoid Nork was about pick, because Nico's just been sitting there. And why would he move? That's because Monte sets up a long plant for Nico. He goes far away, and that reposition just changes everything. 7-1, as you say, and G2 have had just no problem. They've even bought a Mac 10 on Hooksy, just so he can jump through smokes and set his team up for trades. It's not like G2 have money issues yet, but maybe ever. But on a taken, that's a change for Apeks. They've not had it. G2 escalate towards A. Hooksy's been battered by this spam and this utility. And look at the gamble. I love this move for Apeks. They've got nothing to lose by going for a play like this. 4 players out of 4 on the A side now.
G2 fully slow down. Stiko, every bone in his body is telling him to try and go for a bit more of an info play here. They very quickly realized that G2 was still floating around, and Nork had to get that trade immediately. But now that you've seen this many bodies over towards A, you start to feel comfortable that this was the stack. And I mean, look at who's still left up for G2 here. Nico and Monte with a B site that's wide open. This is going to be a very tricky round for Apeks. They might have had the right idea with this quad lean over towards A. It made it feel that much safer. But now it's going to come down to the retake of this B site, and both players getting their rotation now down through mid, up banana. Nico and Monte have had a good bit of time to get ready inside of the site. Time to pick their angles and play this crossfire. It's going to be spread between ruins and the back of the site. New box here with Monte's AWP on this line.
No kit is a big problem. That smoke's been used for a dead angle. Flash for Nico. He's seen a player in the corner. Monte hits his, and Nico awaits the finishing blow. It may never be needed. Nork saves his gun, and G2 saved the day yet again. Walking into a 4-5 A stack. They kill 3, they depart, and they force Nork out. 8-1, and this T side is going about as well as you can imagine it would for G2. Looking like the true favorite, right? Even though Anubis was closer, Apeks had a lot more tricks up their sleeve with it being a new map. And a great first half considering they started T-side. Still, we come here to Inferno and G2 show why they're the favorite, not just for this series, but maybe for the major. And the power that a few days off can do as well, right? Like in skipping Rio, because the same thing can be said for FaZe, even though they went to Rio, got eliminated in the group stages very early to the team that went on to win the event, Vitality. But, you know, even they said they went home and they took a few days off. They didn't turn on their computer for 4 days, I think, and just reset, relaxed. And I think that's, you know, has great effect when it comes to preparing yourself for the biggest event of the year. Hickson, he's got the gun for the job, but it takes the jump shot and Monte hits the flick.
The re-smoking is nice. It's going to stop them just flooding through on the back of that pick, right?
Oh dear.
Oh, JKS regains control of the situation. Nork still might have him locked in here, so that's something. He's going to drop down and try to fight for old mid. That's when Hunter comes out swinging. And right now, the A site is open to G2. You know, if they keep this up, if they kind of really, really drive home this victory, this is going to be like a statement win to send them into the Legend stage. They're going to go back and commit into this stacked B site. Right now, there's re-aggression from Apeks. JL feeds them, and so it's just this Deagle on Jacob, and he can't stand the test of time. Everyone gets deleted within the Apeks ranks, and G2 just keep racking up rounds. 1 round away from 5 more in a row.
A healthy T side. Nothing else to say about it for G2. And Legends awaits. Do Apeks have anything here to show, really? Not even a double-digit player after 11 rounds.
No, but I'm very relieved that this is the game that we're getting. You know, we all love a close match. You know, like, it's always sick when a game is close, or like the underdog's doing well, but for the kind of the story of the game, for the nature of this G2 team, like, this is the result that you want. You want them setting their best foot forward as they continue throughout the major.
Warp fires off as well. They know where Nork is, and they'll probably do their best to avoid him, given the impact he's had on this match. Nice entry for Hunter. Monte looks for his. Hooksy kills Jacob down bottom mid, so they know Nork's alone at B. G2 with a lot of info. Seiko able to escape. It's actually Kickson who gets burnt out. Oh, he goes through. That's a ballsy play for Seiko. Making it a play. It's the only way Apeks were ever going to win this round. But even then, it's far from guaranteed. A lurk smoke, but they're going to go back to B here. Try and tackle the AWP. Hunter has some flashes. Need to time this together very well. There's that flash. Great flash. Nork forced back to a more passive line. 20 seconds. Nork can win this round. That smoke is huge. He can hit a couple of shots here. G2 need to stem the bleeding. They need to kill this AWPer.
In they come. Nork doesn't miss that first opportunity. That's the bomb tumbling away from G2. They've got seconds between them and Nork uprooting the round. HooXi will get the kill. Needs to get this bomb planted. And with a second to spare, he's going to plug in the numbers. G2 get the plant. Stiko was hiding, hoping he'd want it to time. And now he's got to embark on the clutch. 1v2 laid out ahead of him. Walks into the site. He's in HooXi's world now. And the life of Martin is brushed and cut down by HooXi.
Big round for HooXi. I love the way he plays that. He lets Hunter die for the cause there. If HooXi plays first, even though he's deeper, Nork's going to kill him, and then Hunter's at the back with the bomb, and he can't do anything because Nork can just pick his fights and swing on the tap, and there's not time for Hunter to fake him out. HooXi makes Nork kill his teammate, and then he can guarantee a close trade while that AWP is being cocked. That's a really smart play for HooXi to make Hunter die first, because Nork has to take that kill. He has no choice. And he knows every shot he fires puts him closer to winning that ridiculous 1v4 on the B site. But G2 don't let it happen. So yeah, HooXi, sometimes his aim lets him down. Sometimes his sprays aren't very pretty, but that's the kind of heads-up play that an in-game leader needs to make. The right call at the right moment to stop Nork from putting on a show.
I think, you know, the goals kind of change for Apeks as this rages on. It's become now just about saving face, it feels like. Good damage from Kicksano open, but there's the reply, HooXi. Not let them bully his teammates. He protects Nico from that mid push. Nico's been given the AWP. He's low on health. I think that is the biggest worry for G2, honestly. after his ace, where he gets the last two with the AWP, back of your mind, you're saying, like, nah, now he's got a taste for it again.
Nico go kill. Nico okay. Oh, JL's had a couple of those.
Eked out.
Wait, he killed HooXi. Nico killed HooXi. Why did you do that?
What, with the AWP?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It really is. It really is the thing we got to worry about.
Oh, he's got to taste the blood.
And they don't know Jacob's here. They think they're in the A site for free, but JKS turns around.
He's a rock right now, Harry. He's unstoppable. JKS in apartments is a menace. There's noise complaints.
And dude, Jacob's thinking, where was that? Where was that years ago? That sort of awareness, mate.
What happened here, Nico? Did he uncrouch? I can't even blame him. I can't even blame him.
HooXi laughing away. Nico's just like, looks like he's in pain at the end of it. Like,
it's like, damn, that's another...
It's not funny.
No odds again. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, well, Nico dunks Jacob at top B. And really, this is a beating, Harry. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, good. No, like genuinely good.
Sure,
this is exactly what I wanted. This is what, you know, I think if you wanted like a really competitive look at the last CSGO major, this is the form that you want G2.
This is also not Apex's, go-to.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it should be one-sided.
Yeah, they had a great Anubis. They definitely look like a strong Anubis team who have a map not guaranteed in their picks, but in an even game, certainly a favorite in that map. Oh, no ammo left. Hunter spams him from the back. Nico, a taste of that medicine. Bitter. No spoonful of sugar here for JL. He's going to go through. Give it a go. Oh, I'm on a C. The flank is too late for Stiko. JKS has gotten back behind the bars. Oh. Maybe. Give it a go. Oh, Guardian.
He's grabbed the gun, but at what cost? Damage done. They will get out. Nork is now watching over this with the AWP. And so Apeks managed to survive with the AK and all intact. Still 12-1. G2 running away with this. They can feel that legend spot, man. They're just 4 rounds away from it. They're looking to make a statement as they go. Might have had a couple of close ones on the first day, but here, no such feat. Taking Apeks down on their map pick, a map that Apeks is super well versed on, and now we head to like the comfort realm for G2. You can see why they're comfortable on it. Another investment for Apeks, but yeah, you can even tell, heard Jacob there. This one hurts. All going to try and come through with aggression through the apartments, and he will get the better of JKS. Quite the man to find. Honestly, he tries scoping up with that AWP to hold for the rotate back up balcony, and ends up getting dropped by the second man in the apartments. G2 are going to get weird with the routing. Nico, full blind, is wrecked. And so Jacob flushes him out. G2 are all the way up through spawn, but this is a timing. This is a gap that Apeks are aware of. They're cognizant of it, so they're looking this way. Hunter's low on health. As a result, HooXi might bear a lot of the responsibility in this 2-on-3. He's gotten rid of Jacob, and he's teed them up for the plant now. 2v2, as the number advantage that Apeks once had has been whittled away. Stiko and Nork, the men that started this round off with a killer piece to put Apeks in this position, have got to finish the job.
It was such a nice reposition from Jacob, but just never expecting the ruins wrap around, and Hunter's position is the power one in this post plant. HooXi hides out, and they've got to get past Hunter first. He knocks the first, drops off, and now hides at the back of the site. There is no way back in. Nork's got to hit 2 blinders, and they swing him together. 13-1, G2 a statement, and they are looking to close out the half without any issue. JKS top of the server right now. It's a delight. Nico is right there. But no one has had any trouble on this G2 team in knocking Apeks back down to a 2-1 game. Apeks fans, don't worry yet, folks. They have 3 BO3s. They've got to win one of them. This is their first. Desperate times, cool 4. Auto shotguns. Oh, the chicken! He shot at the chicken. But he still gets away with a kill. The roar is too much for JKS to bear. Flash play at Banana. Gonna get traded. On the C, smoked off, or he would have gone. He still will. On 4. Time for G2 to clutch up.
I mean, they've been in this position a handful of times already, and they've often been able to deliver the goods here. Hunter and Monte the ones with the tool task ahead of them, trying to pull back this 2v4, but they've got the util to get them into B. There's nothing to really suck the momentum out of this play outside of that one smoke that comes in now. They wait for that to fade. It's going to be about 20 seconds left. And with Apeks all the way down alt mid, they know that this has to be the B play. Going quiet here is not going to do G2 too many favors. The only thing it's going to help them with is getting this smoke out of the way. Apeks will have 3 players here ready to go. They can assemble this boost on the fly over towards spawn, and that can give them the angle. Instead, they flash in, and they go. They find themselves a second round. They don't let G2 2v4 them for the 14-1 half.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for shocks. Rain? I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
G2 looking to become legends at the end of this series, and they are just 3 rounds away from accomplishing that feat dominantly in the second map versus Apeks. G2's map pick, they just got a 13-round T side. Now they move over to the CT half. Everyone's in good form right now. No one's missing a beat. This is the G2 we all wanted to see.
Yes, and even though I framed it in the 2B01s on Inferno yesterday, they had some scary CT side starts, and they started a bit slow, and they didn't really do as well as you would have hoped. They made up for it the T side, and now my worries are alleviated, right? Enough T rounds that you don't even have that question in your mind of a slow start mattering, a lack of pistol round not being a problem. So G2 just got to get this over the line now, really. And I'm sure they're ready to do so. Go back and relax and get ready for the next stage. A few days off for G2. Just managed 3 more rounds. Flash and B, a little early, but they've got 1 more. Ready for Monacy's dualies. Now's the time. Out it goes. Boom. And they're blind, but no conversions until Nico strikes. 2 headshots, a trade, and there's more. Apeks with a way into B. They know there's HooXi here from the flash. Can they stop him?
Just going to smoke him off, cut him out. He tries to come through, and Stiko will get the better of him in that head-to-head. Hunter fast up Banana, but look who waits in the corner. It's Kixan, fast tap with the Glock. And now just JKS left in the hot seat. Apeks want to fight him here. They don't want to give him any chance of finding 1v1s. They try to destroy him on the opener, but feeding the beast. Oh, kicks out, and now he knows that second player's ready to swing. JKS has played this perfectly. He pieced the puzzle together and now finds himself in the 1v1. Stiko was the man to get the ball rolling for Apeks here, but can he finish the job? Tag and JKS, they're both missing everything. It's going to come down to the knife fight, and JKS, with his knifey, gets the kill, but it's the round for Apeks. No time. What madness is that?
That's the only way you can laugh that off if you're Stiko, knowing you had the bomb in your favor. But my goodness, a fantastic opener too for Stiko, but the closer is ugly. That's not a knife, that's a knife. JKS gives it a go. That's a terrifying 1v3, man. Imagine if he hits that trade instantly onto Stiko. He just wins it.
Nice.
Everyone's in good spirits. No one loses there. G2 get a force bite. They give JKS a rifle. Nico hits a deagle or 2. And they don't even know that the HooXi is loose on the sandbags. Ready to cut heads off. There's his kill. Ready to roar with the 5-7. HooXi will end this force buy with ease.
Yeah, you know, you could kind of tell for G2, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when.
Yeah.
And the answer is immediately. That's them arriving back on the board, winning the force buy in that head-to-head.
Nice shots from Nico as well. Like, sets HooXi up perfectly.
That's the only way my VR can work. He's a rush me.
So Apeks cobbled together a force, but I think they know that this one is already over.
Yeah.
If we're being real.
Yeah. No shame in that.
Their chances lived or died by the results on Anubis, and once that one got stolen away from them, it was always going to be a nigh on impossible task.
Yeah, you know, third map was Mirage, which is one that G2 kind of out of practice on, but, you know, historically, no question, have great results against some of the world's best, so it was never really a worry. But like you said, it lived and died on Anubis. It had to happen for Apeks if they were to ever take this series. And akin to Anubis, ooh, good shot. Everyone's kind of had their map, or their round rather. Everyone's performed. There's no weak link for G2. No one in the backpack. And JKS has been the star of the show in both maps.
Yeah, which is, you know, super sick to see. Man who really can do it all. Nico lies in wait at the back of the site, and he's up on this boost. He'll get cleared, and it's a nice pre-fire, so damage done. Softens him up. Stiko caught on that loud rotate through the speedway, just trying to get in and help his teammates out. And yeah, they're coming through this smoke, just so we're on the same page. Jacob doesn't even try and plant the bomb. He was aware that that smoke was going to get pushed. So he will get out with the Galil at least. That's something, but not worth much up against this incredible scoreline, this huge you know, task that lies ahead of them. 3-15, G2 can feel that this one has been put to rest. The force buy back in is going to happen for Apeks, but it's starting to feel like just a formality now. G2, Legends, 3-0, cleanly done, never breaking a sweat, which is, you know, exactly what you wanted to see.
Unseen, Harry. Not done before like this for this squad. And everyone was happy. Everyone liked that. Ooh, yeah, that finished the job. Good grenade. But Apeks just trying to group and go for a B rush. He goes on the boost. But I fear it will not be cleared. Uxie drawing a lot of attention. Stiko's in first. He will get knocked off by that one rifle. Jacob taking some space, but they've got to get past the captain of G2, who's positioned deep. Waiting for the bomb plant. And cleared him. Oh, he's got it all. All the glory, all the kills, and all the way to the legend stage if Uxie can finish the job. Hunter will have a go. And Apeks is just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, there we are. G2 Legend stage locked in on the back of this dominant win. Moving swiftly through the stages here for the Blast TV Paris Major, and they can hold their heads high knowing that this was not a question, this was not a contest, this was dominantly done. Replicating the likes of their 3-0 run through the Challenger stage back at Antwerp. This time, they're far cleaner.
Yeah, definitely. And after missing Rio, I think, you know, there was no question whether G2 had to be making a run here in Paris as a statement, coming off the back of a very strong ending to last year and beginning to this one. Multiple trophies for G2, and nothing would do them right quite like a major trophy to round out Global Offensive. And I think for me and you, the most reassuring part of this series was seeing the resurgence of Nico today. The Nico we usually see, the Nico we didn't see in those opener BO1s. Monte was the star of the show. JKS was solid with Hunter, but today, Nico shined bright, and that's what we required. He had that ace on Anubis that closed out the game, essentially, as Apeks were mounting a comeback. And here on Inferno as well, he was prolific up banana on the T side. So Nico doing what he does best and pushing G2 forward for Apeks. No commiserations needed. These boys put up a good fight on that first map, and they know it. They've still got 2 opportunities to go through and find that spot in the Legend stage. I hope to see them there. And for now, it looks like we have Mads getting ready for an interview with Nico.
Thank you so much, Harry and Hugo. Congratulations, Nico. You guys are 3-0 at the Blast Paris Major. How does that feel?
It feels good. We are building confidence, and that's very important for this stage. We came confident, but it's very nice that we are building up throughout each game, and I think this game we played much better than the first 2 as well, and we showed some good resilience on Anubis as well. So yeah, really proud of the first stage, and I just want to keep going and keep building the confidence.
And looking back at the Rio Major qualifications and then to here at the Blast TV Major, was there a fire burning inside that you guys really needed to just snap into gear?
I mean, I don't think we thought too much about the Rio Major. It's the past, and we know why we failed, and we are a completely different team, and we are much more confident, and we never thought of not making it again or whatsoever. So we are just confident in ourselves. We know what we're capable of, and we are here to just play our game and just stay confident.
And Apeks notably took down Greyhound yesterday, 16-0. Now you almost did the same on Inferno to them. You completely eviscerated Apeks. What happened on Inferno?
I think Inferno is a very strong map for us, and we have a very strong T side, but I think we were just after Anubis, we just kind of knew we were going to smash them because it was our pick and we knew what they were going to do, and everyone was kind of firing up slowly on Anubis and coming. We were just getting better individually as well. So, yeah, we're just very comfortable on Inferno right now, and Rasmus is calling great on T side, and we just need to keep going and keep believing.
And then looking ahead to the next stage, what are you guys going to be preparing for? What are you going to be looking at within your team?
I mean, obviously, look back at the matches we have played here, change a couple of things that people might anti-sweat, and but nothing too crazy. We need to be smart with our time. If you go to champion stage, it might be a very long event, so we just need to stay patient and not get burnt out and just take it easy, not practice way too much, but also we need to also put time. So we just need to be smart with the time, and yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll throw it back to Harry and Hugo. Congrats, man.
Well done by Nico and the rest of G2, who are the first team to secure a spot in the Legends stage, joining a few teams who have obviously already made it there from their RMR runs, and G2 certainly deserving of that position. Obviously, waiting in the wings, we still have some exciting teams, Harry, including Na'Vi, Heroic, Vitality, and obviously either one of FaZe or ENCE, whoever's going to win on that other stream right now. But wow, what a map specifically for G2. No sweat, no pressure. Nico knew they were going to smash it.
Yeah, I mean, even the way he kind of talks in the interview, it's like, he's speaking from like the angle of, yeah, we knew we were going to get through this stage. Sometimes, it can be a little challenging along the way, and like we'll have a little to go back and look at. But I think G2 are planning for the future. They're planning for a championship level run, right? So it never should have even crept into their mind that the challenger stage might have gotten out of hand. I think that's something that even someone like Cadium and Heroic back at the RMRs kind of said, like, if you come here not to mess up and or to screw around, like, you're in trouble. You're already behind. Yeah. And so it's nice to see G2 adopting that mentality. Great game, great day for JKS and Nico.
Both of them. JKS had so much impact on the CT side of Anubis, which is a very hard map to get going on CT sides, and I think G2 getting 7 rounds there is decent. I think there's something to be happy about, considering you're playing I wouldn't call them like one of the best Anubis teams in terms of like being proven against tier 1 opposition, but one of the keenest Anubis teams we have right now in the tier 2 space in Counter-Strike, and Apeks are in a great position now to still make it to Legend stage. They just need another BO3. Let's hear how they feel about it after taking an L to G2 today.
Right. Jacob, commiserations on this defeat, but you're still 2-1, still have a chance. How do you guys look at this defeat against G2?
I mean, it's pretty recent, like it just happened, so a little bit disappointed. We had the chance on Anubis at least. We knew Inferno was going to be hard, but we didn't play like we came in and did not swing, like we were playing a bit scared, I would say. But first game, like we lose in this tournament, we still have 2 lives, so we just go again tomorrow.
And looking at that Inferno, you guys, we talked about it in the pre-match interview. You 16-0'd Greyhound yesterday. You got close to getting 16-0'd.
Ooh, I bet you were wondering what was going on.
Jacob's lost for words.
Yeah,
at the end of that game.
Emotional game. Honestly, not the end of the world. I don't think we even heard Jacob being realistic coming into the game in an interview about how this is we're not worried. It's not a stressful game. If that's a 2-2 game, you're going to feel a bit robbed, right, facing a team like G2 in that position. But I just as he said in the one answer we got from him, we just go again tomorrow. We're not worried. It's our first loss. Apeks looked really good yesterday. They look great in the RMR.
So something that is sick, if we want to kind of look towards, because for Apeks, I think they're still going to have chances. They're still going to have opportunities. They still have 2 more BO3s as an opportunity to make it onto the next stage. And this was a game where they were the heavy underdogs, and I still think they should be happy with what they showed on Anubis. I can imagine that that's kind of similar to what Jacob was going to say in his thing, right? Like, we played well in our game. Maybe towards the end we were playing a bit scared because like we got onto Inferno, and I think that was actually what he was starting to say. But I wanted to look at G2 and their T sides, which have been phenomenal, man. They've been phenomenal. Really they were 10-2, 9-1, and 13-2 in that game just there. So it's like, man, it's insane the level of output that we're getting from a G2T side right now. It's terrifying, and that makes them a real scary team to face as we continue throughout.
It's not even just the star power that we have, like Monte going for crazy openers, at least in the BO1s yesterday, and Nico putting on games like that. It's as Nico credited in the interview, Hooxie's coming in with some great calls, and they're doing a lot of prep. So yeah, I think a lot of credit must go to Hooxie, even if individually he's not always there. He does provide a lot in other aspects. So we mentioned Legends earlier on. That's where G2 find themselves. Let's see who else is joining them. Of course, having qualified from the RMR, we have a few teams in this position already. Heroic and Na'Vi being the big dogs, Vitality as well on home soil, but we have some sneaky teams in there as well, in Fnatic, in Nine, Into the Breach, the British representation, and Bad News Eagles, as well as Furia, who won the America's RMR in first place, just taking a win over Pain.
Yeah, you know, it's starting to shape up. It's always nice when you start adding teams to the list, and I think it fills you with confidence that G2 are the first team to don it, right? From the challenger stage, the first team to kind of find themselves up on that promotion. Great to see. We also have that FaZe ENCE game going down. FaZe took the first map, but the second one's looking a lot more competitive with ENCE offering up resistance. It was FaZe winning their map pick of Overpass. Then we've ended up on Nuke. That's happening right now over on the main stream.
Yeah, and of course, you know, elimination on the line is never fun, but we must say goodbye to some teams in Mouz GamerLegion 0-2 and Fluxo Team Liquid also 0-2. A matchup that there are, frankly, no excuses for Team Liquid at all at this point. They have to win that game. They are heavy favorites, but there are no excuses. And for Mouz GamerLegion, a bit sad for Mouz to even see them in this position, but a team that we know is capable of making a reverse sweep. That will be coming up on the B stream in just a moment, so stick with us, folks. We've got one more BO3 for the day.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the B stream. We are deep in the major, baby. Paris. That's not that deep, actually. 2 days in.
It feels like it, though.
It feels like there's been a lot of Counter-Strike just because we've already got 0-2 teams, 2-0 teams, 3-0 teams, a bunch of 1-1s. We got everything, okay? We've got a nice selection here in Paris. I think that's what it's all about. And, of course, up next, we've got GamerLegion and Mouz. 0-2 teams, which means this is the first match to start in Paris with elimination on the line.
Yes, elimination and some very interesting stories. I'm sure it's on some people's minds, especially those who have been watching CS for a few years now. We have a team with GamerLegion, Shuhei, and Acor on the roster. Individually want this win over what was formerly Mouz NXT, now Mouz, because Shuhei used to call for the core of the new Mouz roster and didn't get the call up to the main lineup, ended up going over to GamerLegion. And with the help of Acor at the last RMR, really made some waves and a name for Acor after his time on the main Mouz lineup. Unrelated, but interesting that they both have history with the same org.
Yeah, there's a little bad blood here. I don't think it's bad blood in terms of Shuhei, of course, because when the call-ups were made for the NXT talent, it was very obvious Mouz wanted to keep Dexter around. They wanted to kind of prop him up and use his experience as opposed to also including Shuhei as an essentially unproven entity. You know, yes, they dominated the We Play Academy League back in the day, but could they do that in Tier 1 CS without the experience of Dexter? There was the question there. Now, of course, we look back at Rio. We look at Mouz's best run in the last year, kind of what put them on the map, what put them into the expectations of people in terms of being maybe a top 10 team throughout 2023. A big part of that performance was Dexter. A big part of that performance was JDC. Those are two individuals who, after 1 day of competition here in Paris, are under the microscope due to these poor ratings.
Yes, you brought it up that, you know, JDC at one point was scoring higher than most of his teammates, and Dexter's, you know, one huge map got them to qualifying through Legends, which from there they leapfrogged into playoffs and had that win over Cloud9. And of course, that was, you know, all of 6 months ago, but at the same time, it's something that's in our memory. And sometimes it is important. You know, we talk about seeding from major to major, it isn't always relevant. But when we talk about players' performances individually, there are players that they need the major to end up playing well. And it does at least say something that Dexter, in the most important moment, can show up when they need him. This is going to be one of those games. Yes. Arguably, Mouz is a stronger lineup than GamerLegion pound for pound. But as of recent, Mouz have really not earned the respect, I feel like, of a lot of their opponents. And I think are, you know, behind the scenes sort of getting badmouthed about their gameplay. And I think that they are a team who were the kings of innovation as a Mouz NXT lineup. And when they made that jump into Tier 1, had that sort of Gambit youngsters to Cloud9 instant leap where they looked solid right off the bat. It doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. And I don't know if it's because of the lack of officials or if they're losing something in the way of creativity, but now they're starting to fall behind on the meta.
Yes, falling behind, no doubt. And I think looking behind them at this moment, a team who surpassed the challenger stage in Rio with 3-0 and made everybody turn their heads in such a positive way, now look behind them with a target on their back. Of course, led by Dexter. We've got some words from him ahead of this elimination game.
Dexter, just one major ago, Mouz made it to the semifinals in Rio, and now you guys find yourselves at 0-2 here at the Challenger stage in Paris. Talk us through what's happened here so far.
Not really sure. We're not completely playing our own game right now. We spent the last 10 days having an amazing boot camp, to be honest. And I guess when we came into these BO1s, we were a bit shaky, a bit doing like different things that we're not really used to, maybe overthinking certain situations. So not the most Mouz brand CS I would like to play.
And looking at your game plan so far, I mean, best of ones can be notoriously hit or miss. Now it's a best of three. Is this going to be different for you guys?
I hope so. We're very confident in our BO3s, at least, so that's nice. We're on a win streak with best VP, then FaZe, then now hopefully GamerLegion. So, yeah, all we can really be is confident going into this game.
And looking at the game, what kind of prep did you guys do? What does it look like when you have your backs against the walls at 0-2? Does it actually differ from when you're going in completely clean slate?
Not completely different or anything like that. We're just kind of making sure that we're playing our own game. We're very focused on just not doing and not ending up in the situations we ended up in those BO1s. So we didn't really have to do too much this time. We were just really focused on what preparation we need to do for ourselves only.
And from the mind of an in-game leader going into this match against GamerLegion, do you point at one player or the whole team as being that threat that you just need to neutralize? Tell me what you guys are looking at.
To be honest, not really. Them as a whole team, you have to neutralize, and we're super focused on ourselves. So it's it doesn't matter who we're versing; it's a blur to us. But right now, it's we need to just shine ourselves.
Thank you so much, Dexter. Good luck, man.
Cheers.
A dangerous game focusing on only yourself and not your opponents, as those opponents could catch you off guard. But I think that in terms of stepping up on an individual level, that is the emphasis in this moment. If Dexter plays better, if JDC plays better, if he can return to the form that we already saw this year at ESL Pro League, where he was competing alongside Exertion, well, that's a Mouz that other teams should be worried about. But I feel like Mouz at this moment are just hyper-focusing on themselves. And it's about coming in and not getting banged out by GamerLegion.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it can be as simple as that, and it's difficult at the same time to say we just need our individuals to shine, because we know the upward potential with Frozen as a top 20 player coming out of last year, with Exertion looking like one of the best riflers in the world straight up. GamerLegion do not have stories like that. Apart from Shuhei, who has been a great IGL for the team, who's brought players who we would have never heard of out of obscurity or revived a career like Acor. That's why we talk about that roster, and we even talk about Shuhei as an individual to carry in some of their bigger games. Beyond that, he has far fewer teammates. So I think there's a lot of egg on Mouz's face if they can't individually keep up with a lineup like this. But unfortunately right now, that is the story, underperforming.
What scares me too is obviously Mouz. I think whenever there was a conversation about inconsistency, well, we kind of put Torzi, in that spotlight, right? And his op can be felt in certain series, but with JDC being that much further behind them, I just feel like it ultimately undermines Torzi at the same time. Mm-hmm. And then it's like all the bricks from the base of this are coming out.
Absolutely.
The cracks in all the mortar are very clear.
And it shows on the T sides, especially if we're talking about opening duels, right? Torzi and JDC are the guys who are going to be responsible for setting up 5v4s in a lot of situations. And if you lose from there because you don't get that kill, I mean, that's just how it goes in Counter-Strike. Keeping the 5v5 for as long as you can and locking down the opening duel is a really important statistic for you across maps. And right now, their two sort of highest opening attempt rate players are really struggling.
Do Mouz strike you as risk takers?
They do. I think that I feel that way, especially looking back on a reference game of them versus Cloud9. Even though Cloud9 folded and choked, it was Mouz who were able to catch that, and that's by not playing to not lose. They continuously, quote-unquote, played their game, as cliche as that sounds, and really didn't sort of subside to the pressure. So I do see them as a team that understand what it takes to win, whether it's a big game or an elimination game or that sort of thing. It's just that the energy is not the same as it used to be. I think, it's fun for us to talk about stories like Acor and for Shuhei and how much this might mean to them. But I think at the moment, I don't think they're going to be particularly celebrating because they beat Mouz. These are both two teams in 0-2. And they're going to be, almost exclusively, I want to say, thinking about themselves.
Then we have GamerLegion on the other side, everybody. Acor and Shuhei, again, the two stories that I think are most known. But we can't write off him. I think that I'm expecting something from him if GamerLegion are going to give us anything else at this event. Isaac, Kioz, the other riflers within this team. Again, stories that we don't know yet. Less proven entities. A team that can kind of just get behind Acor as that op dominance. That was kind of the journey of the previous major, right? Acor went so far above and beyond for the previous RMRs that it kind of felt like GamerLegion was all about him and how Shuhei could activate him and then also find an upward trend in the other three players, but it needed to be Acor, and I don't know if that is always the case nowadays with this GamerLegion. And I'm also a little I'm a little disappointed, I think, with Shuhei's individuals. Yeah. He is somebody who, despite being the in-game leader and having the trump card of leading a team and therefore not needing to contribute with frags, He can. He absolutely can. If you don't watch enough Shuhei, if you don't remember Shuhei from NXT and even again that last major cycle, Shuhei will find impact within rounds, sometimes numerically, sometimes with just single individual kills.
Yeah.
If this upset happens, I would love to see Shuhei be a big part of being at the front line.
I think we're here because Shuhei is the better IGL, and I think even though Mouz have the better pieces, Shuhei could win this from a team perspective, and if that's going to be the case, and unfortunately, there's some onus on him to actually put a better individual level than he has, and that's probably why they're 0-2. I mean, the fact is, he is a big fragger on this team, even though I'm sure he doesn't want to be, and that's simply the case. Now, in this veto, actually, GamerLegion have a huge leg up in the sense that as the higher seed coming into this, they get to choose to float their first ban, and they both are teams that are going to ban Anubis. So that means that Mouz, they've got to use up their ban, assuming that they don't go for the first ban, and then the veto is a little bit more opened up towards GamerLegion. Now, the other problem for GamerLegion is that Inferno is a potential in this series, but GamerLegion played it twice so far. Complexity and Mongols lost both their games right now. So, I mean, no one's got confidence at the moment, right? Both these squads. GamerLegion's on a 6-map and match loss streak, and Mouz are on a 4-match loss streak. Almost zero confidence here,
Not
even
ideal.
within the maps they like.
Right, but this man on screen, the op of GamerLegion, also had some words for us ahead of this elimination matchup.
Acor, you guys are going up against Mouz in a do-or-die matchup. What is the atmosphere like in your team right before going into this match?
I mean, we all want to beat Mouz and move and get on to the next stage. But me and Shuhei is both coming from Mouz on the from the last team, and I think it's like kind of not revenge, but like you kind of want to get it, like you want to beat them. We want to beat them more than the other guys want. I mean, you know what I mean.
So does that play into your extra motivation for today? Does that really fire you guys up?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it fires me up. All of us, and we've all been playing like the whole day and been watching Interthread and stuff, so we're all ready.
And this isn't the first time that GamerLegion has their backs against the wall at a major, because at Rio it was a 2-0, and then it became 2-1, 2-2, and then 2-3, and you went out. Here, it's actually the opposite. You're 0-2. Can you turn that around? And what's in your mind right now?
We'll just take it one game at a time. I think we can definitely make it through to the legend stage, but we have to like really step it up compared to the other days. So we step it up and play as a team, then everything will be perfect.
And let's look at your game plan for this match, because you guys have surely had a lot of prep on some maps and looking forward to Mouz and checking out what they're doing, but there also has to be a mental aspect of it. There must be some little nerves going on. Can you talk to us about those?
I think it depends on what player you ask, but I think nervousness for me is I don't care. I'm just gonna play and then do the best I can. If I do the best I can, I can't do anything. I can't do more than that. So yeah.
And then looking at your game plan, what is the secret to beating Mouz today?
We beat them as a team. Step it up from yesterday. As I said before, we like clutches and everything. We need to really step it up. If not, then yeah, time will tell.
Thank you so much for your insight.
So a little bit on that veto. Of course, we just saw that Mouz were forced to ban Anubis first, even though they would have loved to float it themselves. This is the value that comes from GamerLegion's seeding coming into this. But even with that, we have a decider of Ancient, right, where Mouz are totally happy to play. Now, this is also one of GamerLegion's most excellent map. In fact, their highest win rate map overall. But that means that if we get to a third map, like who knows who's going to win? Like there will be fireworks at that point in time. And also, Mouz, they get to play Mirage. GamerLegion are able to take Overpass, and GamerLegion, as their first ban, took out Inferno, which again they've lost twice, but they know that Mouz are one of the scariest teams on Inferno at the moment. So honestly, it feels like if not for the seeding, there would have been almost no chance for a good veto here. It could have been 3 good maps for Mouz, and now there's at least a chance for GamerLegion. It still feels like Mouz are favored somehow, but something might change, and it seems like we might get a 2-1.
Yeah, we could. That third map, I think, absolutely delivers. Some of Mouz's most important games have always had Ancient in those series. I love the thought of Shuhei trying to pick the brain of Dexter on a map both teams can play. on a map that'll mean a lot, on a map that will signify elimination. Mouz and GamerLegion. A team that went through in Rio 3-0, a team that went 2-0 and then couldn't close it, and a team that now meets right here, right now, 0-2. The guillotine in Paris is ready to fall on one of these squads, and we begin on Mirage.
The story ends tonight. Also begins here on Mirage. Spot in CT as Kiaz will fall back. It's a quick A take here from Mouz.
Not going to waste any time. Not going to give him any room. Just going to press Exertion up into jungle. He'll find his kill to Shuhei. And then he wants a little bit more. Trying to time the peaks appropriately. The player down beneath gets his. And Exertion's looking clean already, looking confident already. With the pace, with the tempo, with the crosshair placement. They put Exertion at the front line, and he's delivered what should be enough for this pistol to get wrapped up. There is a smoke, there is a kit. Acor's gonna have to get into this bomb site and just stick that bomb, but he's all the way over here, so not gonna happen. Nice and easy for Mouz to kick it off.
Nice use of the loose piece of Exertion to just run through into jungle and take. Once he got a kill, hey, why not take a little bit more space? Exertion locks it up. 3 frags on the round. Hot start for him. One thing I like about Exertion and the way that he analyzes the game, especially in post matches and stuff, or when he was casting in Pro League, for example, the way that he looked at things was like, oh, you know, this is a good angle, but it's like a confidence angle, or this is a nice position to be in, or a nice call, but it's more of a momentum call. And he uses a lot of the sort of you know, arbitrary ways, or not arbitrary ways of looking at the game, but sort of feeling-based ways of analyzing CS, and takes that to heart. And I think that in his intuitive decision-making as a fragger, it really comes through. This guy can make quick decisions that cover a lot of options fast, and I think it's because he's always going off of feeling.
And obviously some of the best players in Counter-Strike, it's all about that intuition, the momentum, the feeling. Dexter has felt out a B bomb site, completely clear for the taking. It's an all-in A stack out of GamerLegion, and with all of Mouz sitting outside of it, thank goodness they send Dexter into that B site, because now bomb's going to run over, and this one gets locked in.
Oh, so yeah, the other thing is, I mean, I was always somebody who wanted Shuhei to get the move up to go over to play on Mouz, so that it just was the entire team. I was always the one calling for the entire Mouz NXT lineup to move up to the main lineup. The only argument against, for sure, was Frozen as the best player on the team.
No doubt.
Made perfect sense, and he slotted in with his new roster just beautifully. I mean, everything is working out very well with Frozen, so that makes a lot of sense. But Shuhei, I feel like, was a victim of being too good at his role, right? As the guy in the Academy League, as the IGL, he was consistently raising the stock of all of his teammates by creating good atmospheres for them to improve. And so with that, he kind of washed the dishes too well. I mean, why would you get the guy who's going to improve your teammates? Why would you give him a call up if he's improving your academy lineup? Because then you have to find a new IGL, and that's way harder to find than a good rifle or a good opper, honestly.
No, you're dead on. I think that as we expected from Mouz, who were dominating the Academy Leagues at that time, and nobody could have foreseen that the Academy League would have to, unfortunately, cease to exist at the moment.
Yeah.
Shuhei could have continued to farm up players, and Mouz is an organization that have made a name now, I think, for making success without spending too much money.
Absolutely.
In comparison to the other organizations around this level, I mean, they do it. They're like homegrown, you know. Their vegetables are nice, but they're all made in the backyard, and for that reason, yeah,
they had good soil.
Trust Dexter. Trust him indeed.
No, that's a very good way to look at it.
Guns up, though, in this one. Contact out of bottom connector. Exertion responds with a bit of utility pressure, but still the crossfire is set up. Emphasis towards that A site. Nobody deep site. Nobody back on ticket. It's a stairs, sandwich, top con lean. And that does bode well for the mid support, but Exertion's already almost dead. Tucked into the corner here with just little bits of health left over.
Yeah, he's, could be the victim of an HE, can't really reveal his presence. His position actually gets a little harder now because he wanted to try to sneak connector, but now he's got a longer route to do so. He could punish rotations, but that's also difficult for his health. So a lot of this will rest on the A players coming up ramp right now.
They're moving in. They don't clear out Sandwich with a Molotov, but they will brute force their way through. Forze, he's got the answer, but also the team kill makes things a little bit weird as JDC gets blasted.
Here he is.
Remember, Exertion trying to time it well. Will, in fact, catch Shuhei as he falls off inside Con. Another corner for Exertion to tuck into, so a continuous, ominous threat for GamerLegion to have to deal with towards mid. It also supports Torzi's bomb plant, which is looking to get challenged. Isaac doesn't find the kill on the planter, but we're still down to a 1v1 here. Torzi able to jump back around onto jungle, and IM wastes no time. He could tap it, he could smoke it. But a 10-second stick is what is needed. Looking to bait out the Opper on an AK, and Torzi calls the bluff.
That's insane that he calls out that bluff, especially with that smoke.
This time it's real. Spams there, damage good. Torzi catches the clutch, and it is Mouz to continue forward.
And Torzi is another player who also plays a lot of intuition, and you can see it. And I think his huge value is T-side op picks. A lot of T-side oppers are just so passive these days, and Torzi's just not one of them, which does account for round or maps where he gets a lot of deaths in them, and I think that can be a problem. But you know, when you take him at his best, he'll make moves like this, and this is a solid one. Solid trust in the bomb plant positioning, which is not a small thing to think about. That smoke blocks off so many points of references, but he still trusts it and still makes the right read. Exertion did such good work on that last round of not getting the connector control as fast as they wanted to, but still being involved in the round win as soon as he could without exposing himself and dying with 20 health. And he would have had every excuse to just go out of that round without a kill. So Mouz showing us they're ready to play.
Exertion looking sharp, Torzi looking sharp. Two names you're going to need up there alongside Frozen, who has had events this year where he is not the top dog on this team. Right now, that's not the case. Trade towards middle off the back of the op. More bodies throwing themselves into the sniper. Torzi's going to absolutely feast. 3 kills, but now he wants help. Gun is empty. Glock is out. CT split still between site and top middle, and now they've got weapons to work with. This isn't a bad situation, but Frozen makes sure that Isaac can find no further footing. Leaves Shuhei with Torzi's AWP. 80 HP, no kit on the clutch. Molotov could burn out Dexter, sure enough, but Dexter's just going to keep his head down, pop up. Doesn't get that first burst of damage in, so 1 AWP bullet does go flying back, but not a problem for Mouz. 4-0.
Yeah, that's all they care about. They won the round, and honestly, almost every single one of these positions so far, GamerLegion are in good spots to defend. They have a lot of heavy mid presence. They're stacked up with 3 players sometimes at the top of connector, inside of connector. They're really aware of what Mouz are trying to get out of this round. And Mouz's pace is being slowed down, but they're still getting away with the victories.
Buyback's immediate. Acor on the op.
Denial of mid here is obviously so apparent with the game plan at the moment. And conversely for Mouz, ending A, being adamant about it. But the stubbornness is working out. Now we've got a different pace from Exertion, still top boxes in this position, but the A attack looks similar.
Wasting no time with the util. Shuhei, ooh, catching JDC through the smoke while blind. All that util, not a problem for a 5v4 to still occur, and a chance for Kios to come around that smoke. We get the boost inside of jungle, a totem pole to be toppled. Dexter not able to find the mark just yet, but it seems like he expects it. Just got a sliver of IM and locks in. A push up, denies plant. The Palace player throwing a smoke onto Exertion so that maybe he can catch them off by coming out. But at the same time, that denied the immediate trade. He was ready, and Shuhei still wins the duel. That's a big pickup from GamerLegion's IGL. Torzi. Oh, that's nasty, but he did take the dink, and still more from Shuhei. We said we wanted an individual level from him. Well, there's one for you.
Massive.
3 kills on the hold, and we get GamerLegion on the scoreboard.
It's the correct read. It's hard shots being hit. It's everything you want to see from Shuhei. And right there, he doesn't forget about Exertion, despite Dexter actually doing a lot of work, getting to the top of con, killing a player inside of jungle. Shuhei, he doesn't falter. You know, he doesn't see Exertion in the kill feed. He sees a similar A attack starting to take place. And what does he do? He gets ready for Exertion's lurk through connector, even keeps his eyes on the window lurk in case that's going to be the play. The beginning and end of the round. And GamerLegion, hard fought, but they pull out a victory. Crazy to see teams, honestly, they're playing so well right now, both of them. But the factor 2-0 just speaks to how difficult things are. I am. What a move.
So ready for that. Catches 2 players with no weapon in hand. A lineup and a calamity here for Mouz to have to deal with. I mean, write this one off. It's over already.
And when I say, you know, both teams playing well, it shows that already Mouz without money, despite looking so unbeatable in these last 4, just because of the amount of deaths they've had to take on. So,
do you think that a Russian underpass like we saw to start this round, Shuhei sending somebody down there immediately, would that make Mouz, should Mouz have been more aware of a potential apartments push? Or do you think that, you know, you write it off, the possibility of it, because there's a guy in underpass instead?
The apartments push
that IM goes for.
Oh, I see.
Should that have been more or less expected?
Yeah, that's the thing that it looked like they were actually looking for it. But the fact that he actually skipped some steps, right? They didn't do any deep B smoke. Oh, that would be the final kill. They didn't do any deep B control smoke, no molly as well. So they tried to throw in a gamble by having him just run forward, which I think right away you're going to see them try to take over kitchen, hold in their positions and wait for a push like that. But IM was probably not going to make that push if they were defaulting B. He just had a really great spray to interrupt. But you see 2 players coming here and there could be an op in the back there. If you think it's going to be a B setup, you're not going to make a push like that. So that one comes down to the kills, but that's what Counter-Strike is all about. Being ready for things to go wrong. That'll be another round here with no money for Mouz.
Clean call from Shuhei in that last one.
And I just love the stubbornness here inside of middle for GamerLegion.
Shuhei at the helm of all this. 4 kills. Anti-eco ace is so close. But Frozen denies him. Still, it's a bloodbath top middle. Mouz painting the walls.
Yeah, he knows his teammates and he knows how to kill them, that's for sure. And I think that's also something where, you know, at the IGL, leaving your roster, going to another roster, he still knows what you do. He's probably studied a lot of how you've changed to see how you've changed past Shuhei, and will identify all the things they've kept that's the same. That can breed some insecurity in your camp if you're thinking that the other guy could be totally in your head. Cyclone is one of the players, or the coach, obviously, of Mouz, who assisted in having players come up from the Mouz NXT lineup to the main lineup. The most controversial of which was JDC coming in for NBK as the kind of last change that took place.
No, you know what? Inversed. Exertion.
Oh, sorry. Exertion
JDC gets that call up first.
Right. Oh, yeah. That was also controversial. But yeah, but for people who watch the Academy League.
We all knew.
Yeah.
We knew.
We were like, exertion, exertion, exertion. And he finally got the move up. But yeah.
It felt so inevitable that exertion would be included. And I think that now that we have had Mouz of the last 12 months, we can look back and with, you know, with absolute certainty say that exertion had to be there over JDC at least.
Yeah.
You know, if not both in this case.
Yeah. No doubt about it. So, finally, GamerLegion don't press up inside of mid, but look who is still creating pressure here and actually going even faster, man. This is really crazy from Mouz. The pace from Exertion could actually make up for this 5v4. The positional compensation that Exertion has just found, it's going to create a timing that's hard to read. The grate in window is broken, and if he doesn't see anybody inside of window, this could end up going towards B. Shuhei watching the flank.
Yeah, there was a 2-second period here where Shuhei didn't look, and Exertion kind of let off the pedal.
Oh, this is an interesting complexion of the round, though. They're ending A in this spot instead of having Exertion go forward with the lurk. He can shut off the rotation. That's a kill back on the guy who got the opener.
All of a sudden, those A players probably feeling weak, but at least there was already 3 of them. Kia's going to press down into the smoke. Now, total ramp control, that could feed in to GamerLegion expecting that this is going to be the B hit.
Yeah, but look at the option coverage they have. They could flank Palace potentially. Acor, he's going to suss this out. He'll take Exertion off at 40 seconds. And he was watching the B plate, still not sure that it's going to, they think it's going to end B. Look, they're walking B right now.
Look at this. Meanwhile, obviously, IM can't move, right? He can't move a muscle. So he does reveal himself dealing with Frozen, but then the immediate fall down from Torzi clears sight. Now they're not going to expect Kios. He catches them off to end it. I think that's a round where both teams are essentially in the dark as to what the hell is going on. And in the end, GamerLegion just had the right pieces in the right place.
Feels like it's almost certainly going to be a 2. I mean, I don't know if this could be a 2-0 for GamerLegion, for example. But again, you know, they're able to bring out Mirage to avoid Inferno in this veto, and that might be something they could have specifically prepared for. And looking like they have the game plan to talk the talk and walk the walk here. So I love the energy coming out from both sides when it comes to mid control, the pace at which Mouz are bringing. Exertion is putting on a reference game with the way that he's getting map control on connector, top mid, and not dying. but it doesn't feel like GamerLegion are intimidated. That's the important part.
No, because Shuhei, who we called to have a better individual level in this second day of the major, is indeed 13-6 out of the gate. And he has been the direct counter to some of those top mid plays. Not just the anti-eco. They're not playing with fear. Shuhei does not fear his ex-teammates. Not so far in this map. Frozen will pop him. But right thereafter, GamerLegion pick up another round.
Yeah, and man, it's just such a crazy battle that's been going on with so many things to take account for, and Shuhei feels like he's in control of everything. He's also the center of attention as an individual on the map because so much attention is coming towards the A site as well as Connector. So he's getting his as both an IGL and a fragger. Second time out here will be called. Cyclone to get into the mix, and we're going to find out what the round is going to look like for Mouz. B has obviously been very underplayed in this spot. Late underpass plays into mid have also not been used just yet. Almost every time Exertion goes to Connector, he's doing it from the top of mid, which is something to think about. You know, think about players like Bid and Spinks, who majority of the time they get Connector control, but slowly through underpass. Still some unimplored options that they could use.
Nice, good job. Nice, good job.
It's looking calm. One thing that when we, casted the Academy League with hearing the comms, Shuhei was so clear on the mics, even when there were very hectic situations, 4 players, different accents, all speaking English, talking at the same time. Shuhei was the voice you could hear above everyone else. And it wasn't because he was yelling the loudest, just the most composed, most confident.
I mean, even for somebody as young as he is, even in conversation with him outside of Counter-Strike servers, he has intelligence within his speech. Yeah. And I think that calmness that he also has, just a characteristic of who he is. You know, we talk about leaders and leadership skills, and how Cadian brings that ferociousness. Well, Shuhei brings a calculated essence to each of his teams. He opens up yet again with mid control. Shaves Torzi off the back end of this mid setup out of Mouz with 2 players ahead of Torzi. He's thinking, why me? And yet now Dexter finds himself inside of the window. Shuhei knows that he's probably being pinched, looking to, I think he saw some skin, but Dexter gets the gun back out. In-game leader action, head to head, and Dexter wins a duel. His individual level also under question. Tries to join forces over towards the A site. They found Kios, but I Am again could distract them. A double deagle from Acor. What they needed to draw attention away from that bomb site. Exertion brings it back with 1. He's got a smoke still towards Ticket. Doesn't go for the plant immediately, but that op is soon going to have eyes on him. It's a fake plant again. Acor locks it in. Ooh. Acor serves up a double deagle with an op on his back just to set up that firebox play. Perfection from the GamerLegion engagements.
And it wasn't mechanics that was ever the problem for Acor. It was always other things, Positionally, could he be doing a bit more? Could he take risks? That was the questions we had for him when he played for the main Mouz lineup. But when it comes to movement, Acor is one of the best players in the game. When it comes to sliver shots, how fast he is, how clean he is with the deagle, well, we know Acor has those in spades. So now he's showing it off, and the 2 players we wanted to see from the most are here. And that's granted GamerLegion this 2-round lead. Fast play into B here for Mouz.
Trying to change tempo, trying to pick up pace. Let's see if things can be held back. Clean one from Isaac to commence. Feels like it's the first time I've had to say his name. Traded back by Dexter, who gets himself a double. That Galil finding its impact. Tech9 on Frozen. He's so concerned about picking up another gun that he lets his guard down, and Acor just outside of the smoke will put man advantage in the hands of GamerLegion. Double market setup with Shuhei on the late cap play. And they've got util to also get themselves out.
Yeah. Oh my.
What? Tor's gonna have to clutch, gets cut down by Kios. Acor again with the impact point blank.
Through the smoke, through the roof of the van, to get that kill. Beautiful pinpoint shot with precision from Acor on that op. So they get the retake started before the bomb goes down. That's always good. I like when the smoke start coming out to threaten the fact that you could push. If you have the man advantage, 3v2, and you know that they can't plant safely. That one player's hands being busy. Oh, that's some good energy. I like that. When Mom says there's McDonald's.
Hell yeah. Double Big Mac. Kios burned forward. Excuse me, Shuhei. Ooh, off the flash. Little chase. Good risk assessment.
It is, yeah. It's a good disengage.
hell out.
Especially if they're planning on the top mid control. They'd be worried on underpass and doesn't overextend his welcome. Dexter, ooh, outdone by Kiaz. Full advantage of that smoke. 5v4 here, GamerLegion.
Drops a nade and repositions. Smoke down in window to allow JDC to get out from underpass.
They keep finding these context clues inside of mid. Every time Exertion gets closer, well, he gets more nervous about going forward with the same game plan. Interesting, though, this time they've got JDC watching under. Mouz playing for the back foot. Round 12. Mouz in jeopardy of saving again if they lose. They don't want to let this one go. Teams are scoring 20, 25% of their 4v5s. This might need to be one of them for Mouz.
Molly greets them, and IAM's coming at it from catwalk. Both players not looking.
Oh, he could have got info here. He's worried about the bench peek. They slip by, and Shuhei's relying on this information. He's like, what's going on? My teammate's up on cat.
If they find that timing, they also get the A1S barrel to give it away. Kiaz, though, he's tucked into Palace. Remember back when he came in that last frantic round from ramp and ended up being the difference? Well, they don't fall victim to it yet. Put fire in front of him. Torzi's gonna have to press in. Oh, point blank op shot.
Wow.
Torzi needs to hit that, or else all of a sudden the retake could definitely have unfolded to the favor of GamerLegion. It's gonna be Isaac 1v3. Nade chips away a fifth of the HP, but Torzi's got Palace as a lock-in, as a shoe-in, as a fifth round for Mouz, guaranteed.
Excellently done, man. The fact that they pulled this off is pretty extraordinary. We had 2 full flanks coming in. Torzi just slinking up the ladder with his AWP, combat opping, which you know that he can do really well, and flaunting it like he owned the place. And that's Mouz surviving a 5v4, keeping their money up, and allowing themselves to get back into this half. Without that, this could have looked like maybe an 11-4 for GamerLegion. Things could have got very hairy. So first timeout now will be called for GamerLegion, who I think up until this point have proved that they had enough ideas to carry them to the round wins they've got to. But now that Mouz have pulled off this unexpected victory, well, what's their adjustment going to look like? I think they got to be a bit frustrated about the fact that they've actually tried to consistently push to the top of middle to stop Exertion from coming forward, and look what happens every single time.
Just keeps it up. This kill right here.
Massive.
Oh,
that's
that
the
could have
round.
been
That's the round, yeah. Yeah.
We're getting Torzi's op presence.
And that's something where you're looking back on statistics. Kills like that don't stand out beyond any other kill, but when you watch the match live, that's defining.
That's what I tell myself.
Yeah. When you go 3 and 14, like
5's enough if they're all important.
All right, something a little different.
1 is not enough, though. Every name that we mentioned in the pregame for this, Shuhei, Acor, Dexter, we're getting consistency, but JDC is still 1 and 10. So, unfortunately, it's time to highlight the negative with the positive.
Something weird's going on. This is a full fake. What a good time to call this. Dexter might be pulling out something special right now. Doesn't see a player right now, but they don't see him either.
Yeah, nice to see that there's more than one big brain in this server. Dexter, fantastic call, but it also puts him at the front of it, right? Him getting out through the sandwich, playing back behind stairs. That's kind of the nail in the coffin with his 2 kills.
Yeah, they kept eyes on Connector, but this time Dexter gets into the same position, but via a different route. Kill will come down from Acor, but, you know, we're not seeing a retake taking place just yet. Bomb past halfway ticked. Mouz have earned this one. That's a pretty sweet victory. You just don't see fakes that often these days in CS, and that's a round that shows you when it works. You know, if you do a fake like that on round 1, it's nothing. But if you do a fake like that when you have proper conditioning, well, then it's not even the other team who looks silly. It's Mouz who really earned the ability to do that. Underplaying the B site up until this point, constantly hammering and badgering them inside of middle, constantly proving they could take over Connector. You have no choice but to respect the fact that the other team is going to try it no matter what. And then, well, it's the QB sneak. They end up hopping out of B apartments and sneaking Dexter in through the A site. And this is a round where even if Dexter only gets 1, they still have a great chance to win because the 3 players get out of the window without dying.
Definitely what they needed. 7 rounds straight out of GamerLegion. Now Mouz have an answer in the closing moments of the first 15. And it's tactics on top of a couple headshots. Torzi very quickly getting that op up middle. His counterpart holds off in Palace. JDC to peek and just gets slammed by the AWP. Exertion's going to try to go back through Con, or at least cross over. Mouz collecting themselves to maybe walk out towards that B site. Again, something that has been quite untested. Isaac has pushed up into the apartments. We saw this catch them off guard once, but I don't know about this time.
Yeah, he'll get himself into a good spot. Now, can he get two? A mechanical showcase from him.
Ooh, yes he can. USP is not good enough for the third, but that's all he had to do. And the fact that he did it so far forward inside the apps means we've already got a CT to lock in bench. Torzi could understandably get caught off by this, but he doesn't follow through just yet. We've got 50 seconds on that clock. We've got Torzi
calling in.
Exertion, don't forget, a second piece still alive and kicking, looking to double back through apps.
Now, does Exertion clear this flank? There is a huge chance that this could have come in, and it looks like he is going to clear it. Oh, it's perfect crosshair placement, and this opens things up because now they know the A site is going to be understaffed, but the amount of time on the clock makes this difficult to say we can go for the full fake. So instead, Exertion just starts running. The bomb stays in B, but Shuhei doesn't move either.
And Acor clears out the fact that nothing has moved. Shuhei has been here for 30 seconds. Finally, he strikes him down. There's just enough time for Exertion to still try and chance this. 5 to spare, drops down, saw a bit of Shuhei's skin, but Shuhei just plays with him. And the drive-by on the A1S.
Wow.
Flawless patience from Shuhei on the B site.
That's Shuhei's chicken right there. Yeah, and Mouz has got choked. That was
so good.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was really nice. The bench play just sitting, you know what I mean? They had the players to warrant staying and not over-rotating. And when you have enough players, the worst thing you can do is leave everybody off the site when it could still potentially be B. So Mouz tried their hardest, but GamerLegion setup's good. And they're using a lot of the open space. They're not getting caught on the full flanks as well, even though they're losing some of those rounds. So we come into round 15. Anything can happen here, I think, for Mouz in terms of calls. And also, we know that GamerLegion can win no matter the circumstances. It's the first time GamerLegion will almost completely give up middle. Let Mouz have it, see what they want to do with it. They've got some extremity control. I think that on under balcony, actually, not taking over Palace. That's one thing. But they're readying the double push upper B.
Oh, Torzi holding the angle. Acor just wanted vision on bench, and that ends up haunting him in the end. Oh, but Isaac gets
the answer back.
A little more active inside of the apartments and finds JDC. 1 kill on the half. That is it.
Yeah, you don't give a mid. Oh my God, Torzi, another great shot.
But Im sitting close on the wall. Double kill to just drop Torzi and Dexter. Let's see what Frozen can offer up in a clutch with nowhere to go. Catches Shuhei out of the marketplace first. He knows that he's got one pinned in behind Arch. Predicts that Kios would hold that next ankle. Beautiful from Frozen to add just one more to Mouz's tally.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
Both clutches in the first 15 rounds go the way of Mouz. 10 opening kills to the favor of GamerLegion. And at the very end, we sprinkle this bad boy in. Love the target selection here from Mouz. When he realized that the pillar player wasn't going to give him his fight, just carved his path into the clutch regardless. Catches that next one. Maybe Market doesn't give him a duel, but you got to keep eyes on him. And, well, Frozen, if you look him in the eyes, you turn to stone.
Yeah. Yeah. Frozen, middle name Medusa.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, look, what a great half. 15 rounds, mano a mano. These teams were looking solid. Game plans looking solid. Individuals popping off. Great clutch to end it off with. JDC still 1-12, but blessed that his team is actually still playing well enough to, you know, draw some tension away from that. But open B site now, JDC looking for that opening kill. Teammate behind him. Neither of them get anything. And now, you know, we're going to get some good post-plant position. So how do Mouz find their way back in? Market in control potentially of Mouz. Yeah, they push in Shuhei, tip of the spear.
Yeah, make sure you get that extra bit of control. Don't give anything over for Mouz. It's a desperate sprint up from Catwalk to even get to the bomb site. And that's before these Glocks shred flesh from bone. So everybody gets turned away here. GamerLegion popping into a B site, planting bomb immediately, and reaping the rewards. Frozen and Exertion are going to try to get this retake going. There's still time to pull this off, but it's going to have to be real frantic. And by forcing themselves to rush like that, Frozen puts his head in between Shuhei's crosshair. And with it, GamerLegion kick this off with a T-side pistol round win.
I'm not a big fan of the setup, having 2 on Cat in that specific way, but the 2 players sitting high-low, watching the B apps pop means there is a good chance they could get 1 kill. But this does come back to the fact that we're not having a great game out of JDC. Few shots as opportunities are all missed. And, you know, with no 5v4, cat control is nice, but it's not everything. And Market, they can't even get that far. So Shuhei, another great round on a, you know, in a game with a litany of great rounds out of him. And a lead that will extend potentially to 10. GamerLegion with the MO to simply not blow this one. Taking it slowly, but encroaching on territory here in the upper B apartments. And you can see that Mouz are thinking about B more than they are A with the players that are here, but it's still only 2 in the site.
The missed Deagle shots, but JDC will find one. Better late than never. Oh, all of a sudden, racking them up. These other Ts have managed to slide by. They know he's still in there somewhere. They're going to find him with his back turned in a moment. Finally dealing with JDC inside of the site. He serves up an excellent distraction, but unfortunately the next closest players in Torzi and Dexter fall with nothing.
Actually, not a big fan of the fact that, you know, when you have a round like this, splitting up like you have guns, I think is a bad sign that you've kind of lost on any big ideas on the eco rounds. Right? We look at GamerLegion in the first half, in the first few rounds, almost every single stack was a good answer to Mouz, and to get back into the half, they had done so much damage on the eco round, so many close rifle rounds with their A stacks, that as soon as they won a round, it was 2 instant saves from Mouz. They didn't do anything like this, where they just split up as if they had 5 rifles, all taking one position at a time. That's not how you're going to be able to win with Deagles. There's a semblance of a lean over towards B, but not quite enough. Here, this is a more sort of directed effort to make sure that if it is B, it doesn't end well for GamerLegion, but look at what happens. Shuhei has him excited about the prospect of it being a B-side hit, and Dexter gets spotted in CT spawn as a sole player on A.
Nothing he can do to stop it, especially not without a head. Clean one and the follow-through right there with it. So now we're talking about GamerLegion, momentum on the start of a T side, majority CT rounds. Mouz locked out of that first half for a good portion of it. A nice streak from GamerLegion's defense. Shuhei, 20 frags. Acor right behind him. These are the win conditions coming into fruition for GamerLegion versus Mouz. At least thus far. And while obviously that 1 versus 3 clutch is a glorious moment from Frozen, it's not feeling like a top 20 player in the world versus GamerLegion right now in this moment. Yeah. Exertion also not looking like anything too special, right? We want to put these players up on a pedestal, talk about how he is one of the best for the future.
Those are two players in the first half that did a lot of good things positionally, map control wise, got a kill here or there. But as a team, it certainly does feel like GamerLegion are just overall better. And that is a scary concept when, you measure them up individually.
It's what, during that pregame interview from Acor, when he said, well, why would we win? Because we're going to be playing better as a team. I thought to myself, well, pound for pound, you're not the better team.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, it would have to be the, Acor Shuhei carry. Maybe I am with a pop-off map, but all right. As of right now, they do look better pound for pound.
Yeah, the story is getting a little scary here for Mouz. Don't want to call anything too soon, but a fast play in through Connector, and we can see why they wanted to keep such good eyes on Connector, because they love it on the T side as well.
Let's go, Isaac. Love the absolute pace to that trade frag. Dexter, meanwhile, though, critical kill versus Kiaz up in Apps. Palace belongs to Mouz on the fallback. We still, of course, have some footing here, but they don't know what has or has not been pushed as JDC leans back safely on the B site. No risk here from Mouz.
It's a nice positional move from Frozen. Okay, middle is compromised. There could be somebody inside of window. He leans towards B to watch it. This also helps out JDC. We can see the game plan is leaning towards this side of the map. This could still come down to JDC, but at least Frozen is here to potentially help.
And at least as well in the last round, we saw 2 kills from him on the Deagle. If he can get his legs beneath him now, CT side could bring it all back. Isaac does just cheat through smoke, slides along the wall, has gone unnoticed. And while JDC will pick up a kill, Frozen drops bomb. So if only Isaac had been given a chance to peel one of these players, if not both of these players out, then maybe still we could have watched GamerLegion overwhelm the B site. But JDC and Frozen erected defense, and the lead's cut down to 3.
Sad about the recent performances from JDC, because he's actually somebody I watched. I decided to play a match, just for fun in a league game. I was watching JDC's demos on B Mirage because the way he's using smokes, or he's using some modern smokes, actually Frozen through one of them where it connects get right pillar to the site. JDC has always been really good at playing around that. And of course, some of the kills he's not getting is simply because of his aim these days, unfortunately. But in terms of doing newer stuff, he is one of the guys who is bringing in some cool things for B players on Mirage.
Spirits are high for someone who's 5 and 15 because recently he's had the taste of impact.
Wow, this is a pretty good position. I mean, think about the Fog of War right now for the CT side. They are totally guessing. A kill would take the edge off. Frozen finds one.
Yeah, that definitely helps. Palace player down. Exertion's going to be playing real close to that smoke. Has vision, slides alongside Shuhei, and everything is going flawlessly here for Mouz. Playing in the dark at a critical moment. But with that first Palace kill, we see how much more attention can fixate on Connector, which is now the only thing GamerLegion have left over. Acor will find JDC, 1 frag back at least, and there's time to unravel this 2 versus 5. It would be a tragedy for Mouz to lose this.
He goes up on Cat and does get by. Another frag comes down for IM. It's 2v3.
They're working on losing it right now.
Window.
Dexter's stuck between them. I mean, they've got a pinch on him. He is stuck between them both, but he puts up a frag. And that pushes it on to Acor. 1v3 left to close out. He has the timing. That movement, a little rough.
Oh, yeah.
And while the nade goes out, Dexter capitalizes on the kill. Uncharacteristic movement fumble coming out of Acor.
Never had. There's a little bit of clipping on that window, by the way, Valve. Obviously, it won't be a problem potentially in the near future. But that stopped. Art actually tweeted about that one. But it's a map that we've played for so long, we've sort of got Stockholm Syndrome about it, It's what maybe makes the great players great. Who can avoid the window clipping on Mirage? That's what it's come down to. Late stage CSGO.
That's going to decide.
In the 10th year.
Number 1 of 2023.
Yeah. But I actually wonder why Acor jumped out of the window when it seemed like that plan was perfect in terms of creating a fork for Dexter to have to split his aim up. Putting pressure on the jungle player is threatening window as well as taking Connector. And it's been talked about a lot on CT side. This is the high frag location on the map, but also the most difficult to babysit for the CTs because the amount of favorable attacks you can have from the T side. So well done from Dexter.
He's getting his, that's for sure. Mouz should have a field day with this one. Pistols already out top middle. Frozen takes a bit of damage, but all good. Shuhei stuck into the corner. There we go. A nice, easy sigh of relief that comes with a 10th round on the scoreboard. Only a 1-round game now, and Mouz's CT side starting to feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Talk about that last round, how obviously they need to take the edge off with a kill, but at the same time, we don't know necessarily how panicked they were in those moments, how comfortable they are playing in the dark, how comfortable they are with Mirage, how much they believe in this CT side being the real entity of their comeback.
Yeah, no kidding. So, Mouz as of recently really struggling on T side, but CT is where they've always been most comfortable. So maybe they weren't even scared to see that pistol round go the wrong way. It's a 1-round game. Clearly, we already see that anybody can still win. Splitting pistol is always a good sign. Still seeing a lot of comfort here. Mirroring his position as the connector attacker on T side. Exertion now on CT defending the same spot. Not uncomfortable at all. And yeah, there's also that rotation. Watching the Palace as you rotate into window to watch the jump up. No shortage of problems and threats for a CT playing here. This Molly won't amount to much.
Ooh, JDC could have his hands full in a moment. It's a safe angle at least. We've seen what he can do when he can fall off of things like this. Just play around the bomb site's pillars, play within the smoke grenades that GamerLegion could offer him. But, ooh, there we go. He gives it up. Torzi knows he's under pressure, ready for that second one. JDC doesn't need the kills yet, but now it's time to deliver, and he does exactly that by clearing Kiosk. IM comes out, falls victim to exertion, and Acor, who was hoping to just play a post plant with the op, now has to come through with the clutch, but peppered from so many directions that Mouz tie it. 11 rounds all.
Oh, some great signs now as well from JDC, but also the Mouz team as a whole, because, you know, if your teammate's having a bad game, double enforce, reinforce, without overusing your resources. I think they're doing a good job of being there just in time to help JDC, taking sometimes the opening kill away from him, and then allowing him to come in afterwards where he can have back turns. And this speaks to Torzi having a great game as well. Pistols now, and Mouz have a chance to take a lead in this game. It didn't seem like that was going to happen coming out of the first half.
Nate softens him up. Exertions will as well. Shuei's gotten close with the Desert Eagle. He's got a nasty deke, but he won't find any targets this time. Okay, there it is. Dexter's going to get caught in no man's land, so the pressure from both ends could have been a bigger problem had Torzi not at least brought it back. This still could unfold awkwardly. Remember, Kiosk, while he has the bomb and has to plant, he also has armor and an M4. That's the guy who you wanted to find his hands on this weapon. And if he could pull off a clutch now, well, it would have been wonderful timing. But instead, Torzi cracks his head open from the top of Ticket. Acor is just relegated to the bottom of mid.
Non-zero chance he wins this, though. Bomb's planted for him. He'd have to hit 3 great deagle shots, but so much utility coming in, top of connector.
And the bomb, and all the kits.
No lineup. Oh, it's close.
Right? It's not too far off. You know, could have at least caused Mouz to panic a little bit.
Yeah, but I think that's 5 straight now to answer back to the second pistol from Mouz.
Correct.
And what looks like now a slightly less powerful GamerLegion, who have definitely taken a slower approach to this half overall. And even though, I mean, it looked good the way that Mouz came into the game, it was even more impressive the fact that GamerLegion stopped the amount of aggressive A and mid hits that came out in the first 20 or so seconds. So round 24 beckons us, full buy for both sides, ops on both sides. One of the last full strength buys that will get it. Dexter gets another and gets away.
Just dives out. You know, when we talk about the Dexter IM Rio major performance, we talk about Dexter inside this A bomb site. This was his. This is where he held it versus ENCE. And yet again, we've got Dexter in a ultimate round coming through with 3 critical kills inside A. Now he will be cleared out by IM, who has a nice bit of spacing already inside of the site. So this one was alive and still is, because IM doesn't go to the site. He tries to keep Frozen locked in, but if he thinks he can press up for free, it's being covered by JDC. The nade, oh, not enough. But now he knows both positions, and Frozen's got nowhere to run. He can hide temporarily behind smoke. IM, oh, the headshot!
He knew he'd be smoke blind, he still went for it.
That's nasty, but the bomb is so far away that he's got to go run and pick it up. He keeps eyes on it. He keeps them down. GamerLegion, thanks to IM, will draw back what was a Dexter 3K.
Damn, the lead denied. Dexter will have his heart sink. He put so much work in that round, but what a clutch. I mean, to get the information right there, to use that nade to actually set up an easier last kill, but know that he's going to give up his spot and still went for it, and then peeking into the smoke inside of the window. Of course they're going to hold this. This is not a favorable position for IM to be in, but he knows what he has to do, and he delivers.
Right when they need to keep this game tie, a rebuttal to Mouz's 12. Weapons all over the place, grenades looking good. Real important CS in Paris between these teams right now.
Yeah, that could have been a save for GamerLegion. Instead, it's now a buy for both sides again. 2 rifles in a row.
Careful trajectory of the grenade sets up Acor wonderfully.
Yeah, the molly isn't deep enough, but he can't punish.
Keeping eyes on Sandwich is Kiaz. Coming out through connector is IM. Looking for the back-to-back impact. Dexter catching his head though. Critical pickup off of Ticket. Isaac's got the answer. That's another body inside Con, but Frozen's position shown. Nice trades back and forth at the moment. Frozen, hands busy, tries to get the flash out, and Shuhei capitalizes on it. His 20-second queued up. Torzi's AWP peaks, but then holds just on the cusp of what Acor has himself. He waits.
This is what he specializes in. If this guy goes wide, there's actually somehow a chance that he could potentially hit it. And now Torzi, he wins position on the ramp. Oh, and Acor comes back for it and dies because of it. The king of time in here. Torzi goes up top. Second frag. Oh my god, shots missed.
Drops, then misses yet again.
And they don't kill him, he gets away.
16 HP still to work with. 17 seconds on the clock. Exertion shows himself over towards Cat, and now Shuhei has the picture. Does he have the clutch?
Oh, the nerves are in.
We know Torzi doesn't have the health. And Exertion now up in Con as Shuhei plays the waiting game behind triple.
And he gets the triple, right? He was on the left side of sight. If they're holding from Cat, they're not going to assume that he went this way. He could really lock down a first kill easily. Can he get both?
It's all about the timing. It's all about the peaks. And Torzi's up first to his left. The low HP gets that much closer. Shuhei swings, and out of the park goes Mouz.
Oh, that's a cerebral moment from Shuhei. A nice clutch, and one off the back of one simple and small movement. Just delicately getting from that single default plant over towards triple, and there was no way for them to read that. They thought they had the information. They were wrong.
Not to mention clearing out Sandwich as well, point blank. Frozen feeling like there was so much pressure on him, but that util is his death.
See how focused they were on the potential ramp play, the under balk play. Where did Shuhei get off to? Well, he was hiding in plain sight.
And as close as GamerLegion were to having to deal with pistols themselves in the face of Mouz's 14th round win, it's the IM clutch into Shuhei clutch, back-to-back. Remember, in that first half of competition, both of the clutches on Mouz's T side were theirs. Now we're equaled out.
Good amount of damage, but another round where GamerLegion don't run into the stack on the anti-eco. We'll see. These pestering pistols from the CT side are going to want to try to shove their way in. Locked out by IM for the moment, who ends up running out of ammo, but well, we're too far gone from the odds of any kind of retake. I don't think they're worried about anything. I think they're just excited about the prospect of getting more kills.
Oh, okay, Dexter. Sure, bro.
Well done. Hey, maybe 2 guns here with an op if they're careful. Oh, the coverage is here, however. And you know what? That's something we noticed at GamerLegion. Where there's one player, there's almost always 2. At CT side, you know, we've got a couple players who just on their average stats are just so far below most players here in the challenger stage. But we can see how they make up for it by covering each other. It's sort of heroic-esque in that sense. It's definitely working out for them. Wow, this has become a very real game again because of Shuhei's clutch into this anti-eco, crushing the economy. Mouz's map pick here on Mirage. Won't see Inferno in the series. Mouz call a 3rd timeout. Might be the case they don't even use another one. GamerLegion know they've got 1 rifle round up ahead. But I feel like they're not really dominating in these T rounds. They're winning in the mid rounds and the back foot sometimes. They won a key round where the money wasn't good for Mouz. Mouz overall in the CT side, when they got their 5 straight, looked very solid. And again, that's not the 5 straight from the beginning of the second half. That's 5 straight after losing the pistol and conversions. So a lot of meaty, you know, really well played rifle rounds to get back into the game. Problem is now it feels like they have 1 chance. They have to nail it. And we saw some nerves out of Torji on that op. No surprise, this game means everything.
Careful now. JDC under pressure, falling back. That Mac 10 gives chase, but at least he's got his gun back out. Still loses the duel.
I don't know if you can go for it now, and not in good conscience. This attack is just too far gone. They have the site completely. They got to get a lucky kill. The worst thing GamerLegion could do right now is overextend. They don't need any more map control. Mouz have every reason in the world to save. They are going up against match point now.
Oh, what a
gut-wrenching kill.
Gut-wrenching feeling that JDC has to have right now.
That's one of the few times we see JDC in the site alone, and it's versus all these guns coming in, but he doesn't even get 1. If he gets 1, they might try to risk it. GamerLegion already know the save is taking place. They catch him in their spawn falling back. They give up a kill. They don't care about that. Oh, looking to punish on the exit. Shuhei can take his time with it. Op waiting for him, though.
Sometimes it's as simple as a B hit. Send the Mac 10 in.
That's a big call. That is a big call.
And after we start to see just at least signs of life out of JDC, those tidbits of improvements.
He's at it already.
A straight up duel, and he knows.
He knows, yeah, that's the round. He knows that's the round, like right there.
He knows.
That's what it can come down to. Yeah, unfortunately, just a really, really rough game here from JDC.
3 map points for GamerLegion to close this just when we thought the CT side of Mouz was going to claw things back.
Now, that could have been the last rifle of the game, but there were a number of 4 saves. So it's sort of a reset. They just have to do it now from match point. That's the only difference. But if they were going to win, they still had to do it. Oof, with 3 rounds in a row.
Acor opens up. Torsi's looking for the response down underground. Nothing there for him to claw back. JDC on the left side of the van. Oh no, excuse me, still up. Tucked in, cannot give an opening away, and he will be coupled by Frozen. Between the 2 of them, this B site needs to be kept shut. Isaac playing around with contact. There's the peek. Oh, he hits the dink, but Isaac gets the kill.
The fast adjustments, the wicked whip.
So swift.
And instantly, we see GamerLegion now start to assemble in through mid, up cat, ready to attack the B site. They're going to call out Mouz. If they don't gamble towards this side of the map, then they're going to get punished. Frozen. Players on both sides. He goes down.
All of a sudden, that B site looking prime for the taking. Dexter's already dead on A. Torzi's the last man up. And just like that, GamerLegion close. Mirage is theirs, despite being picked by Mouz. And it looked like the defense had legs beneath it. It seemed as though Mouz were comfortably laughing their way to a comeback, at least within this opening map. But back-to-back clutches. IM and Shuhei piecing together that frag inside of the murder hole, that tap onto JDC, who is not only a crux over towards that B site, but just the fact that he is a part of that critical clutch as well. Beautiful stuff from GamerLegion to take an edge, to at least give themselves a smaller chance at being eliminated today.
And it enters back for the Dexter clutch that came in, as well as the Frozen clutch at the end of the first half. They went tit for tat, man. They played really well. This is the sleeper game of the day. What a first map to come out of this. The fact that there's no Inferno is going to probably haunt Mouz a little bit, but you know, they still should be able to believe in themselves. You know, there's still potentially Ancient on the horizon. They lost their map pick, but they knew that it was possible. Now Mouz one map away from being eliminated from the final major here at CSGO.
And that map could be Overpass. Up next after the break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Welcome back, folks. Just straighten things up, you know, get the papers and we're all good here. Breaking news, Mouz are suddenly down 1 map here in Paris. And Launders, that means maybe we say goodbye to Mouz, a team who made Rio playoffs 1 major ago.
Yeah, that amazing match versus Cloud9 into, you know, a really great start, a revitalization of the brand, you know, doing it with the Academy lineup. Lots of great stories coming out of Mouz, but equally so with players like Shuhei and Acor. And, you know, maybe they wanted more today, man, because they're showing it. Answering back to the clutches that we saw on Mirage, with clutches of their own at key points, like almost every single clutch was such like a swing round in that game. And beyond that, the team play, splitting pistols, and then the team play out of GamerLegion was just absolutely extraordinary. So I don't know, man. This match had everything. I think there were disappointments, like JDC, obviously, dying in that second to last round when he had an 8-20 or whatever it was scoreline. Of course, there's a lot of light shone on that, and maybe his individual level does make the difference this game. That might be fair to say, but it's also fair to say that both teams outside of that played extremely well and showed extremely good game plans that it feels like on any day you might get a different result.
I think that's my takeaway. We had a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, seriously.
Despite both these teams being 0-2, you know, there was no blunder like there was in the FaZe Greyhound kind of comeback. There was no sloppy CS that I feel like maybe I've been seeing from OG in the opening 48 hours. This was clean Counter-Strike from two teams who had an off day one. And that's just the, you know, the brutal reality of these events and this format is that you have a off day, singular, and off day. And all of a sudden you're 0-2, you're 2-0, or you're somewhere in the middle. And now when these two teams have showed us a marked improvement in their Counter-Strike, maybe not everybody's individual form, but also at the same time, some individuals. Shuhei looked excellent. Acor had dominance. Torzi, consistency with Frozen, with Exertion, riding the coattails of Frozen. It's like the win conditions were there, barring one or two pieces, and I think that's why this game got so tight.
Yeah, we have seen over the course of the last few majors, more and more teams of lower ranks sort of slip through, but in general, the format is still resilient to the teams that should make it overall. And I think we see that with, you know, the fact that you have to end on the best of three. Now, it's a bit of a grind to get through all three, but this is a matchup where both teams would be like, yeah, I'll take this match. You know, if this is what it takes to survive, at least it's not FaZe down here. At least it's not G2 down here. It absolutely could have been worse. Now, sadly for Mouz, you know, they had the hardest route through the RMR possible. Everyone was talking about how, you know, FaZe, like, oh no, how did FaZe like lose these games? But what about the fact that Mouz beat them in a best of three to even qualify? Like, that's so goddamn impressive. Unfortunately, the struggles don't end. And they've already, you know, set up a precedent of getting all the way into playoffs last time around. Now, looking at a challenger stage exit.
I mean, on this very run to Paris, they eliminated the previous major champions in Virtus.pro. To think, of course, that all of that in those best of threes, the successes at the Copenhagen RMRs could be for nothing, that's what scares me. Because I did expect an uptick from Mouz when it came to the best of threes, right? There are certain teams that seem to falter in BO1s more than others. I was willing to put Mouz in that category and just watch them return to form. You know, close series, etc., could be enough to get out at least to Legends. I'm not expecting another playoffs run. At least coming into this event, I wasn't because of the Rio struggles. However, to just flop, to lose out versus GamerLegion at this point, I mean, if they can't even win a map, if they don't even win a map at Challenger stage, then honestly, I would have rather have Virtus.pro, or in this case, you know, FaZe
ended up making, of course.
Yeah, if FaZe
North Americans gave them the LCQ, so.
If FaZe had beaten GamerLegion, or excuse me, if FaZe had beaten Mouz, didn't go to the LCQ, we have Cloud9 here instead. We could have had Cloud9 or Virtus.pro instead of a Mouz that's not going to win a map. And, you know, that's just how it is.
That's how it is.
That's how it is.
You got to win. You got to beat the teams in front of you. I think that, you know, and we look to Overpass as the map to come up next. This is a map that GamerLegion are extremely comfortable on at the moment. They are winning the majority of their games. They're 6-2 in their most recent maps. They've got multiple single-digit victories. They've got a couple of smaller wins, but also they beat ENCE at Brazy Party in overtime on Overpass, which is very, very impressive. So that's a big win to end off on. Very smart of them to take this in the veto.
Yes, sir.
And as for Mouz, like, they just don't have that much practice on it. They struggle on T side, 2 single-digit losses to Big and Fours. One of them, and the last time they played it, Rio.
All we want is good CS. Another one of those maps that we just had on Mirage in this series, and I will happily say goodbye to one of these two teams. The other simply deserves it better. Clean Counter-Strike and critical clutches after a break between Mouz and GamerLegion.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, right?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
And so suddenly, a sad reality sinks into the back of Mouz's minds. What was a glorious moment, probably the best moment of each of their Counter-Strike careers in Rio, one major cycle ago, suddenly seems like a very, very far away experience. We find ourselves on Overpass, the map pick of GamerLegion. Mouz need to make their comeback from this point forward in Paris, or else we say farewell.
Yeah, we say farewell. To a very promising roster. So, well, I mean, this could be, you know, the continuation of the GamerLegion storyline as well, which is almost equally exciting. Even though they sort of just seem like they're sort of like the flip side of teams with, you know, only doing well at the major so far in the last two. Didn't do much in between, but still, most impressive event to really show up. And I just love seeing Shuhei play so well under pressure. I think that's been really impressive.
I think they're kind of on like a Bad News Eagles rise at the moment, right? Where we see them at one major and we think, oh, that's cool. But we expect them to more than likely be replaced by whoever is actually better in 6 months.
Now make Brazy Party finals.
Yeah. Look at them go. So now we're talking a second major here for GamerLegion. While, of course, Bad News Eagles are on their third. They're just, you know, that 6-month period behind. CS2 is around the corner. We don't know what the hell's going on. Gaben's keeping secrets. But a victory here, prolonging your life in Paris, that would mean a lot to the likes of GamerLegion, especially when it's a contrast to what they had in Rio. The 2-0 start and then losing 3 consecutive best of 3s. This would be the first best of 3 they win at a major.
True. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And yeah, as we talked about previously, you know, no one should be held to their previous results. Everyone can improve. And it's certainly just, it's jarring to see a game like this be 0-2, considering how well they look right now. But that could also be a symptom of the fact that it's Shuhei versus his old team, and just have just such a close understanding of his other roster, even though they've actually never had a head-to-head before in history. So Mouz, they've got to do something crazy here. They've got to win a game on Overpass, a map they haven't played an official on since the last major. And when they did that, lost 16-6 versus Big. This could be a shock for Mouz. It could be a shock for the Audience if Mouz win. It'll certainly be a shock for GamerLegion if they don't pick this up. So expectations high for them.
Do or die. Quick connector play coming out of the pack of GamerLegion's players. Now, will they write off the possibility of the double playground presence? Gotta kill IM at the very least.
The flank's coming in on IM. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Turns on Torzy.
It does not matter.
Of course, we get the B to A rotates out of 2 other defenders, but the bomb's going to be planted and they're smoked off. They're kind of just waiting for a chance to strike, if it even comes. And of course, Frozen's still all the way back by Fountain. Exertion's going to kick it off with a headshot to Acor. Frozen's still thinking someone would be nearby, but they've just kind of left him to his own devices. Kiaz deals with the dumpster player down to the 2v3. And with that peek off of the bomb plant, JDC's been spotted, found out, still going to be trying to fight, trying to make up for his losses on Mirage. Cannot best Kiaz. Frozen gives up, and GamerLegion will win another pistol in this series.
Yeah. So 2-1 in that regard. And to start off on Overpass is huge. The one stat, of course, very few games here for Mouz, but they won 66% of their pistols across those 3. Here's one where they don't, and this is where just that internal timer starts ticking, right? 15 rounds to eliminate them from the major. GamerLegion, they're going to suffer from nerves. I think that's one thing that could change this specific game, right? If we just look at the Overpass matchup on its face, it was matchmaking with no pressure whatsoever. That's a different story. But here on a major versus elimination, that's where people start showing that they aren't going to win the games they're supposed to. Lots of great chokes in history have happened on Overpass, Connor.
This is true. This is very true. There's also the tale of Cloud9's CT-sided comebacks on Overpass last major.
Yeah.
Forget about that. Some good history here. And more to be made, as this is confirmed in Source 2.
Oh, yeah.
Scout positioned here from Torzy, no contact, and not much to be had. Bomb sitting outside of the B site. Isaac letting Shuhei take first point of contact. We kind of called into question Mouz's inactivity on these sorts of rounds on Mirage, so let's see it. They decide now is the time to get active, pressing out through short. They know Kiaz is close, and Exertion with the double deagle kill into the AK upgrade. That throws a wrench in the works for GamerLegion.
It does.
At least they had players A.
Yeah, they have to slow down, though, because the bomb is still far back. So can't go ahead and take the space they want to yet until they make that connection, and it's slowly starting to get into place. They have to be worried about the con flank, but there is none. At the moment, the CT still have to be worried about B because they haven't taken over short. So Shuhei might be able to just lock this round up with this kill, and even though he's blind, he gets it.
Finishes Dexter.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity for Mouz there to not continue forward on a short.
They try to press off the flash, but in an instant, everybody's cleared out. GamerLegion, 2 end up surviving.
Both teams pretty damn solid on anti-eco, so I don't think we really saw anything go awry in rounds like this for both squads. But that just puts more strength on the pistol itself and what the value they can get out of it is.
I think actually in hindsight, that's probably why that first map of Mirage did feel so good.
Yeah, so many rifles and yeah.
You know, we had our individual moments. It boiled down to clutches, not eco wins, which, for the sake of everyone involved.
Yeah, I've never felt myself going, oh, what are they doing? What's going on? You know, apart from just a couple of whiffs. So 2-0 looking for 3. GamerLegion keeping the mood high, I think, first of all. Even when things were getting ugly on Mirage, we saw smiles on their faces. The Glock.
Kind of BM, but...
And the opening duel one.
And feeling more confident with Isaac right behind him. No.
Wow. That's a deflating way to go.
You said 16-6 the last time they played Overpass, right?
Unfortunately. And 16-7 the time before that, lost to Forze.
That doesn't make me feel better for Mouz.
Yeah. Or sorry, that wasn't... what am I saying? Not at the last major, at IEM Rio. I got the Rios mixed up. I was like, that's like way
Rio.
too far. Yeah. The other Rio, yeah. So, but still in total, like, we were talking about recent games, 3 maps, 2 losses.
Just not a lot to go off.
Yeah. Definitely not the confidence that you would want.
And nothing out of the gate here on Overpass, but it's okay. The CT side soon starts, truly, with the guns. Up on Torzy. Let's see how active he gets. You know, we've had Many aggro A plays. An immediate boost. Sucker. Wow. Frozen gets plucked from the heaven drop.
Who does that on the first rifle?
How
you know?
dare you? Shuhei does that
Yeah,
too.
Shuhei does.
Calls it.
And now they don't even have to do it anymore in this half, you know?
In the first gun round, what a precedent you're about to set. An Exertion with the flashover tries to just contain the spray, but it gets away from him.
Yeah, minimal support.
Oh, what a perfect round so far from GamerLegion.
Yeah, JDC, you know, one person who can maybe sneak something in, but he's in a compromised spot. If they just forget about this, I think they'd be pretty silly. Waiting for any pushes outside of A. Dexter rotating back through CT. Players moving blind right now, and I think they're hoping that Mouz go forward with the stack and that GamerLegion can sniff it out. And there it is, another kill. 5v2 now. Things go from bad to worse. And still, it still looks like it could end B, which is, if there's any odds, the best chance for Mouz. But they're worried about everything, and actually smartly, GamerLegion clearing out long A, seeing no pushes are taking place, and potentially have time to even go back if they want to. Or they could go forward with the full flank, but I don't know. Looks like a crummy fake will come into the A site as they still connect into B. This might give Mouz a chance. We'll see if Dexter can pull out some magic. Well, he is already. Chris Angel over here floating above Monster. Oh my God. Oh, okay. They're playing the map enough to not get.
Right. You'll take one. You'll take one. I like the effort.
I said Chris Blaine.
Yeah, you did.
Mixing magicians here. Yeah. Look how fast they assembled this boost. He just had so much time to chill before he even hit that shot. Usually it's so frantic and then the train comes and you get no chance. Instead it's a jump scare here for Frozen. And now they're always going to be worried rotating out of heaven.
Man, talk about setting a tone, though.
Yeah, seriously.
Immediate gun round. Mouz are like, all right, boys.
We play this every day.
Here we go.
Yeah, like if our Mouz going to be able to assemble that boost. And guys, to assemble that boost, you can do that if you have enough time. But to do it fluidly at the beginning of the round is way more difficult. That actually requires its own time in server work to practice. And that's not something that Mouz are going to be able to just throw up if they haven't been practicing Overpass. So,
like a real cheerleader squad. Yeah. You know, GamerLegion have been doing gymnastics in their off time.
Yeah. Whereas Mouz are going to sprain their crotch if they try to do the splits. They're not stretched.
Yeah, that one drunk uncle's that's like, I got this.
Dancing on the monkey bars.
Back in my day, I used to.
Yeah.
Now they're left with a scout on Torzi, pistols around. And a clumping of GamerLegion outside of middle. At the very least, Mouz have put themselves in the right position to throw a wrench in the works. But also no guarantee the GamerLegion actually force forward, and that smoke makes Shuhei a little nervous. Troops are setting up outside of the B site.
Sometimes you smoke like that to bluff, call the team forward, but no intention to change up their game plan at the moment. The CT can flank, actually, because they're not watching stairs. The door isn't open, I wonder. We'll see. CT's coming in slowly, regardless.
Door is open, eyes on it. Eyes are catching Dexter to begin. So this one's got nothing for Mouz.
Did wrong almost about every single stack, which, you know, ultimately it's 50-50s, but, well, they're flipping badly.
God. JDC just the one and done.
This could be bad.
I was gonna say there's a little nervousness in the back of my mind that thinks this could just be a total. It's one thing again.
We're getting heads and hands after this match.
Yeah.
You know, no matter who loses, but.
Yeah. And we have to draw, of course, positives from GamerLegion's performance here. They went into Mirage, Mouz's pick, pulled it off cleanly, didn't fall victim to ecos, 2 very nice clutches, under pressure as the comeback was very real and happening, as the individuals of Frozen and Exertion and Torzi were all there, and they put up the win.
Yeah.
They can also now add a blowout on one of their own map picks, their specialty. Well, then I think you can go into a 1-2 game with your heads held high. Yes, you were sent down to 0-2. Yes, you've been written off in the face of Mouz as well. But if you're going to run it back, do it convincingly to eliminate your first target. Don't want to overreact. We are only a few rounds in, but it's just the nature of these rounds so far.
It is. I mean, it's the expectations coming into this map pick. It's the veto going well for GamerLegion. It's the start that we're seeing. You know, if they're going to play standard, GamerLegion will take advantage of that on these rifle rounds. And the fact that we're lacking trades only makes that, it just adds a magnifying glass to that whole situation. So, all right, looking for a second rifle round sort of in a row here. Our GamerLegion looking to deny our Mouz. Did they set up another boost?
So fast we couldn't even catch it.
Wow.
Also like the pace of GamerLegion at times. Feels like they're super relaxed. There's no rush here. You know, there wasn't assembling that boost. There's no doubt in my mind they're in the comfort zone. Settle in. You gotta...
Yeah, they know how to play the clock on this map.
Yep.
They can squeeze it for everything that it's got. Bomb stage back, but it is time to go ahead and grab it. As their game plan starts to take effect. Long control is theirs. There's no long setup here, just outside of bathrooms. Inside of short, they end up dying, and IM is already ready for a second player. Now they know there was more pressure towards B. Exertion throws his smoke down, but they find the other opening. Now Exertion spotted. Very weird with the bomb in this spot, actually, at 25 seconds. What's going on here, GamerLegion? Now, Exertion, is he going to drop his guard a little bit? Will they expect that the round is coming back in his direction? Exertion could absolutely save the day, but could he also get timinged?
Pressed out to Monster, doubles back. He's playing between both. Bomb's making sound. They turn their backs to him, and Exertion clears it. Feeding themselves into Exertion at the B site. That's going to be the demise of GamerLegion here.
That's the first massive fumble. That's the first massive fumble. They had so many outs. They got the kill on short with the opening duel. They had a lot of presence outside A, to the point that you wonder why the bomb is even going back towards the other side of the map, and then they full commit there. And I was just saying they play the clock, but they also don't often do massive rotations back. It's just that in this situation, the pack of players is on the other side of the map of this bomb. That's fundamentally an awkward spot. So great frags from Exertion. GamerLegion, if they're losing focus, this is where Mouz tell themselves, okay, look, they're good, but right now they might not be able to deal with the pressure. Let's see if we can take advantage of that.
Take the chances you get. Now we'll get a chance to see whether they throw up that boost. But for now, check this out. Looking to join G2 as a 3-0 team. ENCE, only 2 rounds away.
Wow. Yeah, they've looked so strong coming into this matchup, but after, I think, the first game, it looked like no chance for ENCE. FaZe were going to clean up, but no. Now things have got interesting. What a run this could actually be for ENCE, honestly. Snappy story is one to talk about.
Yeah. Shuhei. Ooh, insta headshot bests Dexter, who is now 0-7 here on map 2. They're going to waste no time putting the boost outside of the B site. Exertion about to jump over. Howdy, neighbor.
Ambitious for sure.
Yeah, a little wild, but nobody comes out punished for it. Not the end of the world. We get an active flank from the op around party. Nicely done from Torzi there, taking a risk on his own, knowing there was nobody to pick up any of the slack if he died. That A site would have been prime for the taking. JDC gets the smoke spam kill towards Monster, and as they had boosted up into short to see nothing, we've got Mouz off of the back of that 3K from Exertion in a 4v3.
Yeah, they should be calculating, though, and know that there's 3B here with that boost. So waiting, but not really putting pressure back on the A site where Torzi had full flanked originally. Oh, there's a chance for the kill, but JDC gets one before the frag comes down. That could have swung it back for sure.
Nice trade from Acor, albeit still the edge here for the defenders. He needs to double back grab bomb. Isaac's going to press into the site in the meantime. A fight is right there on the pillar to be had. He knows it. He sees sees it, and he wins it.
Oh my god.
Exertion gets toppled. Now we've got Frozen who's going to have to go 1v2 close because his teammate's not here yet, and he does find the short hold before Acor can get the trade through. Smoke denies vision from his teammate, so he plays on the other side, and Acor will have a chance to clutch this. 5 seconds to spare, so a fake plant first, jumps up, falls down, and Frozen's going to pistol whip him back for Mouz's second.
Yeah, no chance on that play, so he'll go down 2 not so great rounds here for GamerLegion, where they get picked apart, and now the tactics are starting to show up, rise to the surface for Mouz. Maybe there is a world where things go south here for the favored squad. That's a question. And it looks like ENCE have actually locked in that spot in this final 3v1 over on the other stream to be the next team into Legends. 3-0 here for ENCE, excuse me. What a win. There's no LCQ here for FaZe.
Yeah, true. You know, I think a lot of people talk about how Nico's been around for so long, deserves a major, how Guardian never got his, etc. But it does feel to me like Snappy's never really kind of in that conversation.
And he's had a lot of players sold off and brought up new lineups.
Yep.
But okay, ooh, we're looking for the story and emergent storylines of these two teams who are just lesser talked about when there's so many heavy hitters and favorites for the major here in Paris.
And looking to give us something positive to talk about. Torzy leans back and Frozen's not too far away.
Yeah, there's a massive opportunity on long control that's not being taken over by GamerLegion on a few of these rounds. Everything's inside of bathrooms here with Torzy.
Yeah, good point.
No rifles have been pushed up. But 3 on A, good setup here for Mouz.
There's that long presence.
4v4, but 4v3 on just that side alone.
Moving the majority down long and not wasting any time with it. Utility coming out. AWP lands its shot. Now bathroom belongs to them. JDC blind, and we've still got Frozen ready. Nicely done from JDC to get himself into each and every one of these rounds, whether that's holding off on Monster or in this case, taking first contact to set up Frozen's multi-kill instead.
Yeah, this is the moment for Mouz. 3 rounds in a row, just believe. They've already earned themselves the eco. It felt like this was going to be a complete disaster. That's no longer the case. Problems still wait for them over on the second half, right? That's still the issue for Mouz. But rounds are rounds, and this game is so much more than statistics. They can feel it. They are not just youngsters anymore. They have made experience. Matches happen, upsets happen, comebacks happen.
Oh, Exertion. Wow. Thinking he could just play on top of the flames instead. Shuei's Tech 9 finds its home, and he's not going to let off the pedal. JDC shaves off one.
Whoa.
Shuhei, instant headshot. IM comes through with the Mac 10. Now Frozen's under pressure, but a double kill offered up, and a clutch from Dexter needed. Not just a clutch, but his first 2 kills of this map. Finally not the first man dead. Falling downwards. It's a fallback off of the pillar. Dexter needs this, and he kills Isaac to kick it off, but now he's left on 9 HP. Acor with such a massive advantage, and as he leans back, he'll take it. The first of this series where pistols pay off.
Damn, that's true. And there it ends up being a clutch, but it's the round 1 for GamerLegion. That was such a freebie for Mouz, but Shuhei with the shoulder peek off the left side of the molly, and Exertion looking over it, super comfortable about this attack. Wow, look at the vision on this kid. And then this kill as well. That's harder than it looks. And at this point, the pistols flood in, and you already know it's an advantageous situation for them, despite not having rifles. And a great clutch from Acor, who, I mean, option-wise, it was the best move to go in that direction, play the clutch standard, get around to short potentially, put pressure on the utility. And it looks like the stack, once again, avoided here for GamerLegion, as things go right back to bleak for Mouz.
B side completely free as well, so that's 7 on a T side for GamerLegion. He just tried to tap into that hole.
Seriously.
You just said those words.
They earned so much with those 3 rounds.
No longer just an academy team. Grizzled in their experiences, or at least starting to be. And yet smacked upside the head by that Tech-9. 7th one comes easy. AK for Dexter, that can be saved. We're looking for silver linings here for Mouz. We're looking for any kind of a CT side that they can put up.
Thought for a second, GamerLegion were getting a little nervous. And maybe that is the case, right? Even if they were nervous, you always can still win ecos, because that's where you don't think you're going to win. The nervousness comes in on the full rifle round, so we'll see what happens next round if Mouz can continuously exploit them. Take advantage of any mistakes. Come out ahead in the punish game. But right now, quotas are met. GamerLegion 7 rounds here on T side. Doing what they feel like is what they normally do.
The future is uncertain. That is the reality of Counter-Strike at the moment. No matter how familiar CS2 will be to CSGO, you do not know which teams will rise or fall, which individuals may not return to form and therefore not return to competition. That's why you need this one in Paris to be a path of glory. And Mouz, it's not. It's not right now.
Yeah, this is the last word. Sew up some storylines for yourself, cement your place. Players like Frozen, who are journeymen, honestly, they're just so young and have done such few content pieces and only recently have, but breaching top 20 this year, looking so strong individually throughout, coming in as a prodigy of the game in the same way that Robs has, and as a player on Mouz has been a part of a player that's a team that's constantly sold off their best units and had to replace, refresh, and overcome.
Ooh, left out there. Dexter just stuck in between those benches on Party. He takes a bullet to the head from Kiaz. Instant 5 versus 3 despite the gun rounds here for GamerLegion. And as you're mentioning how young they are and how they're just kind of getting their foot into the door, I think personally to like how they were glowing during ESL Pro League, getting on the cast, you know, commentating, showing their value, sharing their knowledge, their personalities, all of that. Just kind of, I would say, being accepted and celebrated within the Counter-Strike community. And all of that is made possible by the fact they legitimize themselves as a top team in Rio. That playoff run is why we talked about Mouz and not some of the other on the fringe. That's why they got those chances. It's why people wanted to hear from them. But what does this do in terms of outweighing that? How does this undermine what we've come to believe about Mouz in the last 6 months, the last 9 months? It's not over yet as JDC tries to fight back on Connector. Total turnaround from him between Mirage and Overpass. Trying to fight tooth and nail to keep Mouz's CT side dreams alive, but over towards the A site exertion empty-handed. And so Frozen's gonna have to go spectacular while the B to A flank comes through. Dumpster has been pushed. That's the lifeline. But with only 8 seconds, all of a sudden, Kiaz has to go deep, grab bomb, double back, and nails it from B to A and back again with bomb. Oh, the lifeline. Oh, JDC to clutch it with a player stuck behind Dice he doesn't know, and Kiaz finds timing, finds a glorious moment for GamerLegion to keep that dial cranked.
Oh, he could absolutely mess that up. That was the maximum amount of time he had to put the bomb down, and he snuck over to the back of Dice for an easy shot to the side ahead of JDC. And I want to say an important clutch for GamerLegion, but honestly, it could be optional. Frozen tries to put up a defense here. Beautiful and refreshing exertion spot just outside of Divider. Hard to read in 3 frags. What more can you ask for? But Kiaz, snap back, and another clutch for GamerLegion when Mouz just can't handle it.
Man, what a spectacular clutch just because you know that comes from the B site walk and boiled down to a half second.
Yeah, that could have been another round where GamerLegion can't play with the time. Falter when they needed a little bit extra to clear things out. Weren't safe enough, weren't thorough enough. But they get bailed out, and destroy the money of Mouz.
And a counter to one of the few and far between moments that we've had so far from Mouz in terms of individuals, right? Frozen, you just lost 2 players on the front side of A site. You still get your multi-kill outside bathrooms, but somehow there's somebody behind you. All of a sudden, though, this round's got legs. Forze with the second for Mouz so far. Bomb is also maybe, no, not going to get cut off.
It's going to be heard, so they just can't go up the stairs fast enough, it looks like. We'll see if he goes around through long. Pressure on the A-side players to make something happen, and yes, it does get caught. Exertion up the ladder. Liaz goes down. They got to be more careful with that bomb. Left in that position so many times, not ready to pick one side or the other. And here, maybe finally, an Nico. Well, listen, a lot of the kills came down with the help of this op from Torji. The strongest gun of the round for Mouz. But that's actually nice. Vital signs here. And a final kill. 5 alive for Mouz.
There we go. Something. Right? It feels like now we're starting to get into a sloppier, more frantic Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Now mistakes are being made. It's not the cleanliness we had on Mirage. But Mouz will grab this one with both hands, seize the opportunity. Torzi's AWP has been felt here in round number 12.
Love to see that. And he's a guy who isn't afraid of taking risks when it all rests on his shoulders. I think the biggest criticism with Torji is not really positioning, it's just shots missed. He sets himself up nicely, sometimes doesn't deliver, and then they can lose rounds because of that. That's where the inconsistency comes from, but he's making smart, intuitive moves on a daily basis. Looking for impact. A full B, wow. Wait, there's one player here looking to phase the smoke, but Mouz are ready to stop this.
JDC locked into the right side of IM's perspective, but with the smoke down, cleared for the escape. Sticks around, as does all of GamerLegion.
They're looking for a big punishment, but look how much of the stock in that round comes down to Kios dying. And, well, Mouz, they stay steady. They've got 2 players on the right side of Monster, 1 on the pillar. They're ready for B still.
Utility's a double flash and a Molotov. Smoke just gets picked up off the dead body, so there are pieces here to play for GamerLegion. As they work their way out, they are met by resistance.
Oh my god, the smoke, and he gets both kills.
Yeah, that all of a sudden makes things get weird. A jump over top denied by Frozen. A chance for his multi-kill yet again, but IM instant headshot. Torzi comes out from graffiti. Bomb still needs to get up onto the site, and Dexter's lost his line of sight.
Torzi, he's got to worry because just below him, there's this headshot angle that goes on for miles, and he has to fall back. Bomb will get planted. IM, clean bullet right through the eyes of Torzi. Damage into Dexter in heaven. He's spotted. He's known. He's still coming forward.
He doesn't get Acor on the fallback. One bullet there would have pushed this to the 1v1, and knowing that IM is still somewhere down beneath him. Barely alive is Acor, but IM with a triple kill.
Only headshots for IM.
Beautiful setup by Isaac. Point blank on the monster exit. Gets those 2 kills and a trade train out of IM.
How fast was that smoke on the molly, right? JDC has the molly out. Molly comes down as soon as Exertion gets the kill, and the smoke saves him right away as he gets the second frag. I can't believe they were so prepared for that. But they really fought their way out, yeah. That's a lot of energy to absorb, and they really put a lot of stock into that one tactic of one guy trying to lurk out through the smoke into Mouz with still the best possible setup on the B site for that same play to come in later. And GamerLegion survived it all.
Boost inside of the B site.
Uh-oh.
Every time they get a taste of success here on Overpass, they are just shredded in the follow-up. Those are those kinds of minute moments that just remind you who's daddy here on Overpass. GamerLegion. With the Mouz NXT's in-game leader at their helm, with Acor on a revenge arc. It means more to those 2, but you know all 5 want it. And now on the brink of double digits on the T side of Overpass, the CT-sided map that we still have left over. And JDC on an op looks to bring this back, but he's got a player close bathrooms on a MAC-10. You cannot afford to miss here. You will get run down.
Oh, it doesn't even get to shoot.
Exertion now stuck between two. Frozen tries to give cover, and that is it. A little pocket still for him to play within the bathrooms. The long players can deal with Frozen. We need to see the star rifler shine, and Acor's going to clear one off of the bomb site. Bomb itself is dropped. AWP peaks clean as ever from Exertion. A pistol in hand will not be enough, and it's double digits GamerLegion.
Damn, the outside riflers onside of bathroom are the riflers on the outside of bathrooms are doing so well, whether it's Frozen or Exertion, to just do way more than you could ask for, and still they're losing the rounds. Careful around the smoke on divider. IM comes back. He's having a hell of a half right now with the headshots. And they even have just enough players at the end of this to trade out Exertion, who's playing so damn well. Just not enough ammo to put all three together. Another one ripped from the hands of Mouz. Double digits looming over the heads of Mouz, and 6 rounds away from getting eliminated. It may not be a pretty T side as well to close things out. You know, they're looking at least for this 5, but trying to find silver linings. Shuhei, top of bathrooms. Clotheslined here from Dexter. That's nice. Well, no one ready to stop this. And whoa, Torsi just goes down with the FaMAS out in the open in transition. Oh, that's massive.
They're running around corners too. I am so ready for JDC.
He's sharp today.
Bomb is down, 3v3. Mouz is a desperate 5th at best, and through the fire, Frozen forces himself. Now Acor's gonna get locked in on this one. We get the monster flank coming through. 5 rounds looking less likely as the flank's denied by Kiaz. CT's pressing up. They've got nowhere to go but forward, and instead they are sent out, but not yet sent packing. It is a measly 4-round CT half from Mouz, and all of a sudden the word elimination is across their minds. It's a bleak reality now for Mouz. Down a map already after losing on Mirage, and, well, we know how that first half just went, Mohan.
Yeah.
Got a tough job ahead of them on the T side of a map that they barely ever play.
Yeah, they barely ever play it. They don't do well on T sides when they do, and for GamerLegion, they do exceedingly well on CT side. I mean, they literally have 6-2 in their recent games on this map, and have less than 50% win rate on T side. So that was one of their best T sides so far, and now this is where they specialize. This is where they absolutely dominate. So, you know, outside of a pistol, I don't know what to say about Mouz's odds in this situation. This is the definition of grim.
We'll be coming into it with the smoke on Dexter, flash on Torzy, a slow walk out through playgrounds. I wonder if this feels as if they are just hobbling towards their execution. Dead men walking. Acor. Oh, dude, he just doesn't let off. Oh, the triple kill from Acor. We talked about how it sets a tone in the first half that they started as fast as they did, but talk about a clean 3K on a USP. 4 from Acor, and IM's right there for number 5, but beautiful to just take any hope, the little remnants, if ever there was any, in Mouz's minds that they had a chance.
No chance to even shoot back. Look how clean this is, man. The absolute assassin in Acor. Barely any ammo used, and virtually no resistance. Frictionless. Beautiful here from Acor. Yeah, and Shuhei, his job just got 10 times easier. A second pistol one in this map. They were probably 89% odds to win without that pistol. Mel's looking for an absolute disaster now. Acor maybe just getting started.
Another headshot to Dexter. They're going to try to just push the Glocks up a little bomb plant to buy some bells and whistles in the follow-up. Little block dink, try and take him back a bit, but Kiaz is here ready to feast, and every round they win, Kiaz gets louder.
Oh, they're getting murdered. No kills. No problem here for GamerLegion. 3 to go to close it out. Buy will come in from Mouz, of course. Buying till the end, most likely.
Acor, in his pregame interview, said that this was going to be based on our team play. All of us coming together in order to make this upset happen. And sure enough, at this moment, that's what they're getting. Kiaz, 16 kills, but everybody else above double digits. Yep. Everything is looking smooth here on Overpass. This is them showing what they have in their comfort zone after dispatching of Mouz on one of their better maps. Very clean CS played from GamerLegion today, and to add a stomp on top, that gives both themselves and their fans hopes that this run in Paris isn't over yet.
And certainly an opportunity to make a lot more fans as one of the teams that a lot of people don't know much about. And, well, that's also a nice sign for them. But they'll think about the spoils after.
Still a job to do.
Yep. Job's not finished. Double up Monster side with the long push coming in. This means far rotations, but the re-smokes on Monster, this is pretty much the idyllic setup here for GamerLegion. They know time will be running off the clock. They can take their time on these angles. Shuhei knows what to do with the space, and the rotation starts to come into B now.
MP9 primed. Frozen at the front of it. Flash is excellent. Frozen doesn't get a second kill yet, but the counter flash also finds its mark, and they get ground into the dirt. Acor triple smoke spam.
Wow.
A boulder on this CT side so far, from A site to B site.
Even though they find the in-between timing with the flash, it's right as the second smoke comes out with 2 players still there. And Acor, he made a cameo on the B site, right? He was playing the A site. He'll be doing that with the op. So now Mouz know that they just got read like a book.
And seeing that from Frozen's perspective, you're thinking the double entry is about to occur. The flash that finds its mark just outside of Monster, great. A next fight, close wall, so be it.
He's so stressed to get the first kill fast enough. And then the swing comes in with the smoke to completely block vision from all of his teammates to try and help him. Third time out here, call from Mouz. I mean, yeah, this one just for posterity to show they're putting their best foot forward. But severe deficit. Wouldn't blame them for having low emotions right now, but it looks like they're still trying to corroborate whatever information they can. See if they can figure out something. 14-4 on death's doorstep. Buying till the finish line. 2 Galils here for Mouz. 3 Galils here for Mouz. Good luck.
They'll need it. With no disrespect, they'll need it. Meanwhile, GamerLegion just thriving in the comfort zone.
No incentive to push on forward, knowing they have such a stark advantage in the gun department, keeping Mouz at arm's reach, but maintaining long control is really big, especially if they all come through bathrooms. Could be ready in the full flank. Third player starts walking over. Could be an opportunity for Mouz to get in with 1 to fight. IM gets a kill.
Ooh, Dexter at least brings it back with that. Long player though.
Oh!
Falls to exertion. There's the response from Acor. This time not a multi-kill.
Hold this molly as the bomb goes down.
It's gonna burn out exertion. Oh, it doesn't spread fast enough.
He didn't throw it properly.
All right, he's alive. He's alive and kicking. And therefore Mouz have a chance here to take a 5th at the very least. Kiaz 1v3. Early success on this T side was needed. Made that much more important after losing pistol. And Mouz are going to add at least 1 to that board. GamerLegion maybe giving up as much control as they did, allowed for Mouz to get that close. Don't think for a moment that GamerLegion will turtle up as much as they just did for the rest of this half.
Yeah, I think they also hit some great shots too. And, you know, that very sliver angle over on long, right? Really far back. That was just insane for... It was exertion to get this kill with a Galil, right? Not even a wallbang on that frag. So... yeah, just shooting extremely hard here. That one will feel good. So we'll see. There were no real further investments from GamerLegion and didn't come into this one with an op. So you know there's going to be something involved in the buy here if you're Mouz. Still a far cry from the realm of possibility. This is one of those matches where it's sort of like any other game. You know, whatever. You lose, it's a tough exit. But here, at this major, this special chance, you can see why Mouz are talking so much in a spot like this.
Not offering connector control this round. 2 within it, plus short support. JDC now top fragging for Mouz, may I add. But what's it worth?
No punishment here on the top. They need to connect that with pressure from A. They walk upstairs, but they don't have stairs. The smoke's going to come up soon. They squeeze for short, but I think GamerLegion know that this is more likely going B, and they get a kill as well in the back of connector. And we can see that Acor rotation. Or no, is he making his way down? Yeah, he is.
Dexter looks to put eyes on it. Tim versus Shuhei, he wins it, but he also just lost 2 teammates. Bombs down in front of the monster side with 3 CTs on top of it. If Dexter thought he had room to wiggle, wrong. Too many sets of eyes. As GamerLegion, after losing 1, bounce right back. Kiaz flies as GamerLegion take 15.
Oh, yeah.
10 map and match points.
Man, right there, a situation where there's just not enough depth. When the second smoke came down on the molly, they were sort of like, okay, well, screw it. Like, we can't scare them out of con in this spot. Let's work out towards B. Just go for a simplistic game plan. GamerLegion know what's coming if this is the option they try to take without winning con control properly. They don't have anyone pushing to outside of bathrooms with the con take to put pressure on stairs to get the frags. That could have been a route to win. But of course, inexperience on this map. It's no surprise that we see gaps like that. And GamerLegion, it's no surprise we see punishments all the same.
just such fluid rotates as well. I think coming out of GamerLegion's players, moving up and down, around, through. I think it's just the classic sign of a comfortable Overpass team.
Super comfortable, incredibly so. So Shuhei might get some flowers here today, beating his former teammates. Unfortunately, I think he also wanted to join them, but I think we'll be happy to at least be on the winning team, be able to tell the story.
Well, this one is live, absolutely. Ten straight demanded of Mouz, and no signs that even one more could get added. An active, aggressive, and hopeful GamerLegion working into the short side. Not two bodies inside connector this round. Nobody up towards A site either. Mouz gonna go suss that out. Three players moving up long with util to support each of the peaks. But again, early control from GamerLegion and B just means these bodies move upstairs. And just, to add insult to injury, Isaac catches JDC.
And they have short this entire time. So again, we're going to see that third man rotation up towards A.
Torzi takes a tag, low health.
Ooh, the nade.
GamerLegion inside of the site looking to hold, but Acor's missed an op shot. Flashes make this uncomfortable. Exertion chases him around, but then the distraction out from the dumpster play. Shuhei throws himself forward to knock back his ex-teammates. It's revenge on the line for 2 of the 5. It's surviving in Paris for all of GamerLegion. And IM's attention has to be turned back. He's got players right up above him. Dexter with 1, and he needs more, but nothing further here from Mouz. Eliminated in Paris from quarterfinals at the previous major to a heartbreaking tale in the follow-up. 50% of those playoff teams in Rio now eliminated as Mouz have taken an early bow.
Yeah, and Shuhei winning versus his old team, continuing forward, even though he will continuously be in elimination, actually win a series here at this major. Mouz head and hands, suffering this defeat, and that's what majors are all about. The emotions, good and bad, all the same. Unfortunately for them, they don't see the victory, and they don't have much to say about their losses either. It wasn't very close. So there'll be a lot of thinking to do.
With victory comes defeat, with glory comes heartbreak, and I think there's going to be that extra level of respect from the Mouz NXT players. They know that Shuhei represents them as they move on, but there's big questions now for Mouz, putting themselves on the brink of breaking into top 8 after that IEM Rio run, the last major. Playoffs from Pro League looking decent, as again it seemed as though they were finding consistency, but this is now back-to-back events that Mouz have fallen as fast as possible, and here in Paris they don't even pick up a map win. Meanwhile, celebration, of course, for GamerLegion. Celebration in the sense that their dreams live on, not that their road will be easy, not that the path to Legends is going to be a bunch of walkovers, but no sir, this is a team that has finally won that coveted best of 3 at a major for the very first time. We hand this down to Mads for a heartbreaking losers interview.
Yeah, deep breaths, Dexter. It's an 0-3, an exit from the Blast TV major. You made it to the semifinals last time, but now you're not going to go into the arena. Tell me about the feelings right now in your camp.
Pretty shit. I know we worked really hard, and everyone kind of deserves like the most. But it is the major. Someone has to lose, and yeah, it just had to be us today.
And looking at your 2 maps today, Mirage was a little bit of a back and forth in the first half. You know, some of you took the 4-round lead, then a little bit for GamerLegion, then you clawed back a little bit, but then it slipped, and then Overpass also slipped. What went wrong for you guys?
I think Mirage, we just lost a few clutches. We set up the rounds pretty well for ourselves on T side, but on CT side we lost like 2 or 3 clutches in a row. And yeah, it just comes to those situations, right? You just lose them, and if you lose them, then you can't, obviously you're not going to get back into the game really easily. On Overpass, I guess I didn't have a good game, but I didn't feel like I was out of the game at the same time. So I'm not too sure about my performance personally on my CT side, but I think they played a good game. They moved, Acor was playing great. So yeah, just it's just that's how it is. Yeah.
And looking ahead, just to kind of focus on something maybe more positive, what will your team be looking to implement from this experience at the Blast TV Major?
Just I guess we have to just enjoy the pressure. It's a lot of pressure in these tournaments, and people expected a lot of from ourselves, and we expected so much from ourselves as well. And when it comes down to situations like this, it's heartbreaking for both people. I'm sure we're going to get some lovely messages online and all that, but yeah, it's just we just have to kind of learn what we can from the pressure and kind of evolve and play better, and we just got to hope that, yeah.
Well, everybody out there watching, send Dexter some love. This was a pleasure having you guys here at the Blast TV Major. We'll send it back to Scronders.
Oh, honorable in defeat, but a difficult one, no doubt, for Mouz. I think my key takeaway there is this conversation about the pressure, the expectations. That's the one difference between each of the majors back-to-back that changed. Mouz put themselves on the radar, and now they've been wiped off the map.
Yeah, and there's almost no solace, right, when it comes to a major like this. Like, it's not like there's the next major in this game lined up. It's just, there's something that's lost that you'll never get back, and at least all you can hope for is that they don't have regrets about how much they put in, but the expectations, like you're saying, they're there no matter what. They know they could have done better, and even if they prepared enough, they didn't execute.
And a team that needs to continue this execution after having pulled the lever on Mouz is GamerLegion.
Acor, you guys just went 1-2. Congratulations on your win against Mouz. It's still a long path to get into the next stage. What is the plan going forward right now?
Thank you very much. But I think our plan going forward is like this game we played now shows how we can actually play CS, and if we continue to do this, I think we'll make it to Legend stage.
And looking at your two maps right here, Mirage, Mouse's pick, sorry. Old habits die hard, right? Mirage, it took a few rounds to get rolling, but then the ball started, and then into Overpass you guys came and absolutely dominated. What went right in this map?
I think both games. I mean, Mirage was close, kind of close, but I still think we had the lead the whole game, and everyone stepped up individually and as a team. We all listened to each other and all on the same page. Thing about this, we compared to the other days, I think this is what made us win the game today.
And what's the key to victory for you guys? Because you told me it was the team effort, but sometimes I see a lot of stuff coming in from you in the pistol round in the second half of Overpass. I'm sure Sui is also calling very, very well. What is the key to victory for you guys?
I think we all so much hyped up, and I think this game was what do you call it? We had a lot of emotions going into this game. Me and Shuhi, of course, but we everyone on the same page, and everyone contributing and taking initiative and really being on their A game today. So continue that. That'd be nice.
And there's a new day tomorrow for you guys. What are you going to do from now until your next match?
Go home and make sure we're ready for the next match.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Acor humble in victory. But at the end of the day, I think he's dead on. They showed up and they played the best CS that GamerLegion could ultimately offer. A pop-off on an individual level from Shuhei and Acor that mattered most when it was close versus Mouz. And when they got into the comfort zone of that Overpass pick, we saw them absolutely flourish. Made Mouz look like chumps.
And it's true that there is odds that they can make it to Legend stage if they continuously get better. It feels like the O2 team is not going to, but there are going to be teams that will lose more than one best of three that aren't them. And they have to just keep catching the wins. Even though they've got to grind, these are the kinds of teams that are so used to grinding, especially in the last few months. They're playing way more than some of the top dogs, so I think they're going to have the stamina, but it's true. They can't miss now.
No more hiccups, no more speed bumps can be afforded by GamerLegion. It's victory from now into Legends if they're ever going to make it. But as this B-stream gets wrapped up for day 2 of the Blast TV Paris Major, we still have Liquid and Fluxo, another 0-2 game, another domestic matchup, which we had a lot of today. Make sure you guys go check that one out. But for now, it is Scrawny and Launders checking out, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for this one, but go enjoy the last match of the day.